Hello, good morning. I hope everyone out there is having a fabulous time. We are all set for what's going to be an amazing convention today. I am super excited. We have all kinds of amazing guests that are lined up that are going to be coming in for our panels today. I just am. I had no idea whenever we decided to do this last year whether we would actually do another one. Simply, of course, the first one, the LockDownCon that we did last year, was obviously inspired by the pandemic. We decided to hold a convention so that for all those folks who were missing conventions, who weren't able to go to live conventions, they'd have something to attend. And so, of course, none of us had any idea, I don't think, or at least most have had any idea that it was going to drag on and go through the entire all of 2020. And so even though we will have conventions coming back and starting to be live again as we get towards the end of the year here, Comic-Con will be back. Comic-Con Live will, of course, be showing up next month. They followed us last year. They're going to follow us again this year. We actually have a panel that we contributed to them, the Narrative Design for Computer Games panel. We had that as part of our convention last year, but we decided that since we were going to go to Comic-Con with it this year, that we'd let that sort of live by itself, and we'd have another gaming panel. So we have the first panel we will have today will actually be the Indie Games panel, and it is a behemoth of a panel. We've got 7 panelists and myself in so 8 people total that'll be yakking at you today about games and making games and that kind of cool stuff. And so I've actually got my friend Damjan here, kind of waiting in the wings here. I'm going to go ahead and maybe pop him on so he can say hello if he wants to. And so Damjan, welcome to LockDownCon.
Nice
again, he's going to be part of our super panel of game devs that will be showing up. And again, I'm super excited to have him. He is the lead developer on Call of Serignar. Did I say it right?
Yeah. Congratulations! It's not easy.
Well, for a long time I was saying it wrong, and so I've been trying to practice so I get it correctly. But Damjan will be part of our show starting here in about 25 minutes. We'll be talking about indie games. But we've got, so I'm going to go ahead and let him kind of slip back into the green room just for a minute here or whatever, and I'll put him back on or whatever, but I'll tell you some more about the show here today. So the convention that we have slated for you today is 2 days. We'll have today until about 6 o'clock. We've got panels running all day. I'll be your host through all of them. So if I get out of breath or raspy by the end of the day, please bear with me. But the first panel that we've got coming up again is we'll have the Indie Games panel. As I said, we have 7 people on that panel representing across the spectrum. I have some folks who are industry vets who've worked on AAA titles and have decided to go indie and are doing kind of smaller personal titles. And so it's kind of has a small mini reunion with a couple of guys that I worked with at Cave Dog. So Chris Taylor, who I also worked with on Dungeon Siege. And then, of course, Greg McMartin, who was also a Cave Dogger. So we have a little bit of a mini, reunion between myself and some of my old compadres from Cave Dog. Coming up after that, we have the Other Worlds panel. So we have, if you are interested in science fiction or fantasy or horror, whatever, we have 4 great, terrific authors that'll be joining us today for that particular panel. Alana Meyer was with us last year, but she's come back, and I'll be talking about her book, The Poet King. And we have David Mack and Michelle Renee Lane and my brain is blanking. See, this is a bad sign. We haven't even gotten started yet, and my brain is already dying. So we have a wonderful panel that's lined up for them, and we'll be talking about their novels and the different kind of aspects of their fantasy, science fiction, and horror novels that they write. And Cherie, So that's so Cherie Thomas will be with us, and Cherie has a magnificent book called 9 Bar Blues, and we'll be talking about that as well. So the panel after that, our noon panel is a highlight featured panel for us about Greenwood, and this is the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. I am a Tulsan, and whenever we decided we were going to do LockDownCon again this year, this was actually at the very top of my list of things that I wanted to talk about, particularly since last year we had Watchmen, we had Lovecraft Country, both hit HBO, and of course both of those have references and talk about the Tulsa Race Massacre. And given that this is the 100th anniversary this year, I really wanted to talk about representations of that event in comics and in movies and films and so on and so forth. And so we're going to sit down with an amazing panel of folks that are going to be joining us. Carlos Moreno, who is the author of The Victory of Greenwood. We have John Jennings and Alvern Ball, who have an amazing comic which is all about what happened there. And then we also have a wonderful lady, Dr. Grace Gibson, who will be joining us, who's an expert in sort of Black studies, and also, but she does a lot of stuff in terms of analyzing comic books and other pop culture kind of stuff. And so she'll be joining us for that particular panel. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we will have a Star Trek panel, because you can't really have a science fiction panel convention in opinion, and not have a Star Trek panel. It's just required by law. And of course, conventions as we know them, the science fiction conventions, at least in the United States, they all were really born out of Star Trek conventions. And so, again, we couldn't have a panel without them. And so for that panel today, we've got Larry Nemechek, my good buddy. I've known him for ages. He's my director and the producer for a documentary called The Con of Wrath that he and I have been producing for, I'm not going to say how long we've been working on that particular product, but anyway, that's going to be a great panel. So we have Andre Bormanis, who was, of course, with Star Trek Enterprise. We have a couple of people who have written for the Star Trek tabletop role-playing game that will be joining us for that. And so I hope you'll kind of drop in for that panel. So the topic is, but is it Trek? And we're going to be talking about what are the critical ingredients of a Star Trek property. So whether that is a television show or a comic book or a role-playing game. And also part of that is David Mack, who again is rejoining us because he's first with us on our novel panel about our science fiction fantasy stuff, but David Mack is be joining us for that as well. But we're going to be talking about if you're making Star Trek, what are the required ingredients for a Star Trek related property? After that, we have a really exciting panel about exploration. We have Dr. Jyotika Vermani, who is an amazing lady. She has been associated with X Prize, and so she's done stuff related to NASA. She's done stuff about oceanography. She's now the director of the of an oceanography institute, and she's going to be talking to us about all the kinds of cool explorations that they've had and things they've discovered. And of course, we're going to have Jonathan Knowles and Sam Ortega, who both work for NASA, members of the Explorers Club. And so we're going to talk about exploration above, below, and everything in between in terms of what kind of exploration are we doing? What things are we discovering? What things are we looking for? And so there's Jonathan. Jonathan just said hello in the chat. So by the way, I want to let you know is that if you are watching the show, this is a live event. And so if you have questions for our panelists, if you are on Twitch or if you are on Facebook, you should be able to make comments, and I should be able to see them here over here on the side or whatever. And so if there's some burning question that you absolutely want to put to our panelists or whatever, or if you just want to make a comment, please drop that comment into the into our comment section wherever you're watching from, and I'll try to get those to our panelists as we roll along. But anyway, so that's our NASA panel that will be coming up at what did I say? 2 p.m. today. At 3 p.m. We have Botworks, which is a profile of William Wall. William Wall is a local a San Diego filmmaker. He won a Emmy last year, I believe it was, for a great short that he did. William Wall is obsessed with robots, and he's decided to make a whole children's show featuring robots. And so I think that you will really enjoy our little preview showing you some of what's going on with the show, and kind of a behind the scenes peek at how he's making it, why he made it. And William's a great guy, and I'm looking forward to having him with us to talk about BotWorks today. And our final panel for the day will be a podcasting panel called Heroes at the Mic. And that's going to be, I've just gathered together a bunch of folks who have fun or entertaining kinds of podcasts. We have done this one every year. We've done this for Comic-Con in the past, but we also have made it part of our flagship, one of our flagship panels that we have here at LockDownCon. And so we have the hosts from 5 different podcasts, and they'll join us to talk about what their shows are, and to talk about how they go about putting together their shows. But mostly it's going to be all of us having a great time just talking about the nerdy things that we love, because obviously that's the main thing about LockDownCon. This is a celebration about the things we love. And so, as you might be able to tell from the stuff that's arrayed from behind me here, is I am an old school geek, and it's sort of my own credentials for being with you here today is that I have been a game designer for a number of years. I am a filmmaker, and I have some shorts. And I've been, again, as I told you before, I'm working with Larry Nemeczek of Star Trek fame, and he's so we're working on a documentary together about the Con of Wrath, which was a notorious Star Trek convention gone wrong back in 1982. And we're hoping to bring that to you sometime soon. My wife and I are both the co-producers of Uncharted Regions. You have a poster you might be able to see back there in the background with Gigi Edgley from Farscape, who was a star in an episode called These Haunted Hills. And so anyway, so I've been writing and doing weird geeky stuff. So that's sort of why I am on this panel, or why I'm your host for today, because I pretty much, if it is sci-fi, fantasy, horror, I am nerdy for it. I'm also nerdy for a number of other things as well, but those are the things probably most of you who are going to be joining us here today care about. Also, and about science. That's when somebody asked me not too long ago to describe, well, what is sort of the ideal mold for what LockDownCon should be. Whenever I thought about it, I said, well, obviously there's the model of like Comic-Con or your local small science fiction convention. And our objective with LockDownCon was, I thought about it, and I went back to the old magazine Omni, which used to come out back in the late 70s into the 80s, which was just a fantabulous magazine. It was a combination of fiction, art, and science. And I really wanted to have our convention be sort of the same wonderful mix of all of those things, because I really feel like that it's hard to really to tell where one starts and the other one ends sometimes. And so that's what I wanted LockDownCon to be, is that it's educational, it's informative, but it's fun and it's crazy. And so I'm hoping that all the folks that are going to be joining us today will enjoy the different kinds of stuff that we have to show for you. One thing that I did want to kind of mention is, of course, today is just the first day. We have 4 more panels that'll be happening tomorrow. We have a panel on comics. We have a panel on writing. We have a great showcase with some composers who work in the computer gaming space, and so we're going to be talking to them about how they compose music for computer games. And so, if you're interested in becoming a composer, or if you're just kind of curious of pulling back the curtain and seeing what's going on with that sort of thing, that's what we're going to find out from them. And I'm blanking on another one for 1 minute, a moment. So if you occasionally see me looking over to the left here, I've actually got my big computer monitor where I've actually got all other stuff going on. And oh yes, and of course the other panel that I don't want to forget about is the Universal Appeal of Horror, which features my wonderful friend Miguel Rodriguez from the Horrible Imaginings Film Festival. Last year, he was a co-programmer for our Swords and Circuitry Film Festival, which ran in conjunction with LockDownCon, and we had some great shorts. We have our friend Ben Alpe that's hanging out in the comments over here or whatever. Ben actually had one of his films in our film festival last year, which was Hashtag, which stars also Gigi Edgley, that is back here in the background or whatever. So, Gigi was at least sort of with us last year in terms of being with our con. So, so anyway, so then the one other thing I forgot to mention is later this evening, starting at 5:00, we will have a performance from Digital Lizards of Doom. That's run by Gabe Valentin or Valentin. I always mess up his name. I'm so sorry, Gabe. One of these days, I will learn how to pronounce people's names properly. But my friend Damjan, who was in here before, I'm still trying to get the name of his game correctly, but apparently I did it correctly today. So I feel I'm proud of myself, apparently, that I got that correctly. So I see him nodding in the green room over here. So the one thing that I wanted to kind of say is that we've got about 15 minutes before the other panelists kind of roll in for our Indie Games panel. And so the one thing that, again, I want to encourage you is that if you have a question about indie games, if you have a question about other topics today, feel free to drop those, into our comment section or whatever. And while the panels are going on, I'll be keeping an eye on what's going on over there in the comment section. And so, if you have a question, or if you just have something you want me to tell the panelists, I will endeavor to kind of convey that information. If you aren't entirely clear about what we've got going on today, if you want to go and hit our LockDownCon.com page, we have a list of all of our topics, who are on those panels, and a short description. So if you decide that there's something that you want to kind of research or figure out questions to throw to people, that might be a good place for that or whatever. So I'm trying to think about something, it's early. Forgive me. I usually don't get them until like late in the afternoon because I work at night and I sleep in the morning. So this is actually kind of early for me. So anyway, I really appreciate all of you that have been helping us promote the convention. The one thing I do want to actually make several shout outs to various different individuals, because of LockDownCon, even though I am the principal organizer and I do all of the graphics and other silly stuff for you, I have not pulled together all of these people by myself. I've had wonderful folks who have helped me reach out to different guests. I want to definitely want to reach out to Dr. Jyotika Vermani, because Jyotika has been really instrumental with helping us with our science-related panel, and she reached out to both Jonathan and to Sam and helped us get those guests for today. But she's an amazing lady, but she's also a film producer as well as being an oceanographer and pretty much everything else. I really don't know if there's anything that Jyotika doesn't do and doesn't do amazingly at. So I'm super very happy to have her as a friend, and so grateful to her to have her kind of collaborating with us to help bring you programming for the show. Larry Nemechek, of course, on our Trek panel, he's sort of my Trek person, and so whenever I need to get a hold of various people that are connected to any various different branches of the franchise, Larry is the guy who reaches out and helps me with those folks. And of course, there's my lovely wife Jana, who last year she was our kind of co-host for the convention. But she at the moment is knee deep in finals for her master's right now, and so she has stuff that's actually due, and so I'm letting her do what she needs to do for that, because I definitely support education and all that kind of stuff, and so I want to make sure that she is not being disturbed. She may drop in at various points along the convention and say hello whenever she's got a free minute or two or whatever. But the most important thing is letting her work on that stuff, and I can handle all the silly stuff. And so, I see V Tucker here or whatever. Are you Valerie? Valerie or VJ Tucker? Is that who I'm talking to here? I'm hoping so, because if it's Valerie, we have yet another cave dogger hanging out or with us here today. She'll just be with us in chat today. But it says, yeah, okay, she's saying yes. So I thought that's who that might be. So that's Valerie Tucker. And so she was involved. She was working with us on Elysium at Cave Dog. And so amazing, fantastic lady. I really loved working with her. And maybe some magic cosmic thing will happen and that would allow us to work together again. That would be amazing. We just have about a little less than 10 minutes to go before our first panel it happens here. And so, as I said, I've got Damjan waiting in here in the wings for things. Does anybody have any questions or comments or things they want to make before we officially start rolling on stuff? And I'll take a drink of my root beer here while you ponder that deep and cosmic question. Also want to check something here. And so I am checking the different streams to see. So we are on LockDown.com. So we should be in several different locations: on Twitch, on our official website, on YouTube, and we should be streaming on our Facebook page as well. So we are everywhere. And so Ben says, looking good, Nelios. Thank you. We're doing everything that we can here. So I'm kind of waiting for, in the next minute or couple of minutes here, whatever, I expect that we'll start having some of our other gaming panelists filtering in and joining us. So I'm actually going to bring Damjan back on here for a minute if he's ready for it. Wave at me if you're ready for me to bring you on, Damjan. Okay. So I'm going to bring him back or whatever. And so before we officially start talking about whatever, we have, we also have Chris Taylor, who's kind of joined us here in the wings. And I will, hey, Chris, you ready for me to put you on camera, or you want to wait a minute? Of course, I can't hear you, but there we go. Okay, so I'm actually going to start dropping folks into our gaming panel here or whatever, so that everybody has a chance to kind of slide in. Because it's a huge panel, I was a little bit worried about everybody having an opportunity and a chance to talk. So if everybody gets a little more time, that's better anyway. And so we've got Damjan, we've got Greg McMartin here, and Chris Taylor. And Chris and Greg, we've got Valerie in the comments over here. And so she's saying hello and hoping you guys are doing well.
Valerie Tucker? Oh, fantastic.
Valerie Tucker, yes. The fabulous, indefatigable Valerie Tucker. Again, we could not have done without her at Cave Dog.
Indeed.
So how is everybody doing this morning? I'm going to go ahead and Julia is joining here or whatever. And so, as I told everybody else, so you are not late. It's just a matter of because we have such a large number of people on this particular panel or whatever, I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to talk. But I won't start the questions for another couple of minutes here or whatever. But how is everybody doing this morning? You having a good day?
Good. Fantastic.
And so,
thank you.
So Julie, I understand you're doing okay from your, you got your COVID shot today.
Last night.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I'm impressed because the second day can be kind of rough for a lot of people. But I'm glad that at least so far you're doing well.
Yeah, last night was a little rough. I felt a little bit flu-y, but today I'm feeling a lot better, so thank you.
Good. And Xalavier. Oh, we'll remove him because it looks like he needed to hop away there for a second. But how about you, Chris? How about Greg? How are you guys doing?
Damn good. The summer's here, and got lots of projects on the go, having fun. living the dream in many respects. Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm gonna go ahead.
Oh, we're bracing here for the big heat wave that's going to hit us. I don't know where I should be standing when it hits. I think I'll just grab something in the backyard.
So I'm going to add Xalavier here.
Hey, folks.
Hey.
And Xalavier is a veteran of our narrative design panel, and so we're actually happy to have him here representing for indie games here today.
Yeah, very much indie games, and I'm familiar with all the work of the other folks on the panel. It's an honor to be with you all today.
Oh, thanks.
Yep.
It's an honor to have you today.
Yeah, well, it's like say I just kind of love all the different kinds of stuff you guys are doing, because we do have a really wide swath of different kinds of games that all of you are doing, and so I'm really kind of excited to hear what all of you have to say about that. We got about 4 minutes before we officially are going to get rolling here. We're still waiting on a couple of our panelists. We've got our Australian contingent that will be joining us today. A couple of from Broken Roads and Odd Gods, and again, I'm looking forward to them. Of course, I appreciate them joining us because it's in the middle of the freaking night for them, I think, or maybe. So did I hear someone else pop on? I believe I did. Okay, so I'm going to add Craig here. Good morning, Craig.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you all doing?
Good. We're just all kind of getting settled in here before we officially get rolling here. We got about 3 more minutes or whatever. So how are things down under?
Cold, dark, middle of winter. Just a few days past the shortest day of the year. And yeah, definitely feeling in the heart of winter right now.
Yeah, well, it's going to be anti that where I am at. We're supposed to be. We've got kind of a heat wave going on here on the West Coast or whatever. So I'm going to do my best not to melt because I don't want to run the air conditioner because it's right behind me here and it'll deafen all of you. But so if I turn into a pool of goo, just try to carry on as best as you can without me. And so we're still waiting on one more person here, but we're just about ready. And so Damjan, of course, this is the most international panel I think we're going to have today, because Damjan is on the other side of things. Damjan's joining us from Slovenia. Is that right? That's correct. Slovenia?
On the other side of the world, yeah.
And so I figured if we're going to start it off, we're going to have a panel reaching from the 4 corners of the globe here. So
I just thought I'd have a nice hot cup of tea to bring my core temperature up, so I can see the wave. I mean, it's reverse psychology on nature, So I figure if I'm really hot, then when it gets hot, I'll be like, that's not too bad.
It's also a way of being like, if you're just like, hey, nature, you don't have to hit me. Like, I'm already dead.
Yeah, I'm hot.
So while we're waiting, on our other panelists didn't pop in. So while we're waiting on our other panelists to join, I'm going to go ahead and let everybody start their introductions, so everybody has a chance to kind of introduce themselves. So I'm just going to go ahead and just go down the row here. And so Damjan, please introduce yourself for us. Please.
Yeah, hello. My name is Damjan Mozetič. I'm from Slovenia. I'm the developer behind Call of Sargnar. Call of Sargnar is an RPG. It focuses on story, exploration, and it's heavily influenced by classic role-playing games of the 90s.
All right. Chris?
Particularly Betrayal at Condor.
I don't know anything.
Nice.
I don't know anything about that game.
I thought you wouldn't, so perhaps the other do.
Oh, yeah, well, that's okay. If it's Betrayal at Condor, it's fine. I'll let that one go.
It's not a very well-known game, so
no, very very few people know about it. So particularly people who know me. Almost nobody knows about it, so that's good.
No. Back in the 90s, it was huge. It was well known, really well known. I remember I loved that game. And I remember when I first met John Cutter, I was like, I turned into a pile of goo. Like, you designed Sherlock Holmes. I was just like, bro. And then I met Neal, and the same thing. Back then it was.
You turned into a cave slime?
Until I realized that we were all just, domain developers are just people like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't know about you people. I don't know if I'm people. But anyway, Chris. On that note, tell us about what kind of people you are.
Well, I'm a gaming nerd. You know, I started doing things with computers in the 80s, and I worked from about mid 80s for about 30 years in gaming. Managed to crack out a few games in that time. Started in up in Canada doing sports games, and then ended up doing Total Annihilation and working with it. This is something that really needs to be said every time a guy like me talks about his past. Let me move me slightly out of the way and talk about the incredible group of talented people that really made each of these games possible, including you, Neal. And of course, after TA, you and I really started working together a lot, and with Dungeon Siege, which got made into a crazy movie, which is now kind of almost a classic, In the Name of the King, a Dungeon Siege tale where Uwe Boll somehow has emerged as the new Ed. He's emerged as the new Ed Wood somehow. I mean, you can go both directions on the accomplishment graph, Anyhow, obviously, somehow I managed to find a lot of, I found my way to real-time strategy a lot. So with Supreme Commander and so forth and so on. But yeah, if you look at the whole thing, right, it kind of comes down to a few games that people play, and they play today, which is kind of amazing. I think Forged Alliance is still played. It has a community. I quote it because there's probably 10 or 15,000 people that are active, but it's a community of around 200,000 people. And for a game that was put out in 2000, I think the Forged Alliance pack came out in 2007. You think I'd know that? You think I'd be the source of knowledge for the games that I worked on? But I'm actually getting to the age now where I'm forgetting more than I learn on a daily basis. So that's actually fun because there's less to manage. There's less to be concerned with. You're like, who am I? Every morning I read the tattoos off my body. Shout out, Mr. Nolan. And I think, oh yeah, right. And actually, as much as I kid around, that's actually a real thing. I don't know where Nolan got the idea. I don't know what the story is there, but it's a real thing where you walk into the kitchen and you go, oh yeah, that's what I was making for lunch. And you just continue it, right? As if it was just a project. Anyway, you guys can all wait for that. You're all young and spry.
Getting old is not for sissies. So
no. Anyway, I've already used up all my time for the whole talk. So thanks very much.
So how about you? How about you, Greg?
Hey, I'm gonna try to keep it shorter than that. No, I'm just kidding. Taylor, it's really good to be in a room with you again. No, but I not quite as old as Chris. Started in the 90s, not the 80s. So out of high school, 95, started breaking games in indie. Got published by Epic Mega Games. In fact, my first game was published by them. I'm not going to bother them. They're old games. No one gives a shit about them anymore. But I learned a lot, and it was a cool. The 90s were awesome because either I was playing games or I was making games. Literally, that was my entire life throughout most of the 90s. And then went back to so I did a bunch of AAA stuff, Harry Potter, Incredible Hulk: Ultimate Destruction. I designed the game design for Homeworld. Now, this is some of the highlights, I guess. Some of the cool stuff that I'm very proud of. And then 2006, I went back to indie, and I haven't looked back. Here I am, IDGI. So I've been doing indie now for 15 years almost, coming up on technically. Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I mean, it feels like my entire life has now gone over multiple times over. Going completely true indie for 15 years, you really learn a bajillion things that I thought I knew everything about when I was doing AAA. I thought I was all hot shit coming out of Radical and I made Scarface. I knew everything. I'm going to do indie. Oh my God, did I ever not know anything at all? So it's been a hard last 15 years. However, right now, let's just say 15 years of all kinds of stuff, basically R&D. The best way to describe our company, we're very different from any other game company, really. We're a slow-burning R&D company. Small, boutique, we focus on immersive simulations with a story-driven core. That's it. That's 100% us. So we have 3 projects right now. We have The Tower, which is best described as Deus Ex meets Die Hard. A game called Whispers from the Rift, which is an entirely text-based digital choose-your-own adventure novel with over 200 endings. It's pretty much done. We're working on the meta endings now. Also, the biggest production right now is a VR game. We're getting into VR for the very first time. We have our first VR game. It'll hit beta in about 2.5 months, if everything goes well. We're going to have our summit next weekend, where we're going to hardcore crash, look at all the remaining tasks, figure out how we're going to get to beta. And then we're going to hit beta. It's really exciting, though. The VR game is mind-blowing. I've never been more excited about a project ever in my entire career than I am about this project. So it also doesn't include the work for hire stuff I'm doing in order to pay the bills and keep the lights on. I'm actually we're doing some serious VR games. I can't talk about too much, but I've sort of been dabbling in the serious game space, specifically in VR. There's some really cool developments going on. Penumbra is a huge health corporation called Penumbra, has a division. They make this thing called Real. That's all public. It's REAL. Basically, it's a virtual reality platform for patients, rehabilitated patients in hospitals and such. So it's like a clinical VR device where you slap on sensors under the arm, put a headset on, and then you just basically there's no controller. You're completely immersed in VR, and you do exercises and such. And then we're trying to meld entertainment and clinical exercising, stuff that's actually good for rehabilitation and such. It's a fantastic challenge, really fun. So that's me.
Well, all right, Craig, let's dive into you. Let's find what's going on with you.
All right, I'm Craig Ritchie. I'm the founder and game director at Drop Dead Bytes. I'm originally from South Africa. Been in Australia for about 4.5 years now. Working on Broken Roads, the debut title for Drop Dead Bytes. It's very much inspired by the classic isometric RPGs that I'm sure many of you have played, and a lot of people grew up loving Baldur's Gate, Fallout, that kind of style, and also heavily influenced by philosophy. I wanted to do some things with morality that I hadn't really seen in games before. So that's the moral compass. That's you can see in the trailers of the game and so on. That's really what we're trying to bring new to it. Break away from the light side, dark side, or good and evil, somewhere spectrum between those two. Having a more fluid 360-degree thing that not only sort of limits but is influenced by your choices as well. So I think we're doing some pretty exciting things there. I actually first met Neal about 10 years ago because I was writing for Retro Gamer, various other games magazines. I was in games journalism for about 15 years or so before I got into this. I did a making of Betrayal of Krondor, that game that you guys don't know. And then I got into directly in the games industry with CCP games, and I worked on Dust 514 and EVE Online, and talking of VR, I worked on EVE Valkyrie for quite some time as well. And fast forward, now we're 2.5 years into making Broken Roads.
Awesome. Xalavier?
Hey everyone, my name is Xalavier Nelson Jr. I am a studio head and narrative director who's been working in indie for a while now. You might know me from my work on Hypnospace Outlaw, an airport for aliens currently run by dogs, Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, Reigns Beyond, the newly announced El Paso Elsewhere, which was unveiled at E3, or literally dozens of other games. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and that's it for me. Julia?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I'm Julia Minamata, and I am a Canadian. I'm up in Ontario. I know there's other Canadians on the panel today. Hey, Chris, Greg. Yeah, so I'm in Ontario, and I started out as a freelance illustrator. I was that for 10 years. I specialized in magazine and newspapers, and my game, The Crimson Diamond, kind of started out as a hobby project that I was working on when I wasn't busy with other stuff. And eventually what happened was I submitted to Wordplay 2018 in Toronto, which Xalavier actually spoke at, I believe. And I got into the showcase and I thought, oh no, I have to actually try to make something of this. and focus and do a vertical slice to show people. And that was the first time I showed anything to anybody. I'd been working on this project maybe for more than 10 years at that point even.
Wow.
But when I actually showed it to people for the first time, that really excited me. And it showed me that people might actually be interested in an EGA text parser game of this particular look and feel. And and looking at everyone else's work on the panel, I noticed that we all kind of have that same idea where we're coming from sort of the past, but we're bringing it into the present as we have it, and kind of smoothing the edges out and sanding things down, making it more palatable. And when I saw people play the game for the first time, I got really excited because I thought, hey, this is something people actually, there's a demand for this. It's not out actually. There's not a lot of games that are kind of like this anymore. And that's kind of how it started. I during that time, since fall 2018 till the present time, I've kind of made little side roads, and Xalavier is kind of part of that as well, where I worked on Space World and Organ Trading Simulator with him, currently working on that with him. I'm art directing a Playdate game, and we're on the same team for that as well. And so I do have my main project, the Crimson Diamond, but the games industry has been really exciting for me with all these different opportunities. I'm just kind of wandering around in other places and trying different side roads, and it's really been exciting for me, even though I haven't really been in the industry that long, only been about 2 or 3 years. So
wow, awesome. Well, I mean, clearly we have a lot of talent and experience here together, and so it's exciting having all of you here with us today. So I wanted to kind of talk really quickly about part of what we want to do with some of our panels is kind of help people who are interested in getting this stuff. So could you really quickly just kind of explain, how did each of you get into game development in the first place? What was that first step that kind of got you into it? Can you remember?
No, that's easy. A bunch of guys, because my friends in high school were making an engine, an editor. I was like, I want that. So I got it, and I started making levels.
Okay.
That's literally it. I never looked back. So just seriously doing it. That's the best way to do it. People want to get into it. You just do it, especially nowadays with engines being, you just go download them and just start messing around with them. There's never been a better time to get into indie game development, never, than now. Tools are just like mind-blowingly powerful. I mean, Chris and Neal and I can all remember the old days in the 90s, right? Where you basically had to build and code everything from scratch all the time. Every project, okay, first line of code, brand new game, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever I got started, we didn't. Whenever I got started, we didn't have little fancy editors or anything. It was definitely just sitting down there in the code mine, and making it all happen. So, I'll go ahead and move on to the next because we actually, some of you've already kind of talked about that anyway in your introductions anyway, about how you kind of got into stuff. So for what how do you for those of you who've kind of worked on really big gigantic titles and now have worked on small ones or whatever, how do you feel in terms of do you feel better about working on kind of smaller, more indie kind of titles? What do you feel in terms of what's the sort of why do you prefer to work in indie space now than you did working on a AAA titles? Is there something just about the scale and scope? Is it about the community? What do you think that has attracted you the most kind of working in an indie space?
Do you want me to take a stab at that, Neal?
Sure, go right ahead.
Well, when you have 50, 100, 150 people working on a title, money is the theme that is washed across the entire thing. You need a ton of money to get started. You're watching the money. You're managing the team real carefully. Mistakes made multiply into more cost overruns, which cuts into potentially whatever your back end is going to look like in terms of royalty or what have you. Maybe there's a goal that you're trying to hit financially, because the people who invest that kind of money, they want to see a big return. And so you can't escape it when you're in a big team. The money thing chases you all the way through it. When you're in an indie space, that largely, from best of my knowledge, it doesn't go away completely, but it reduces itself down to something that you can kind of manage. Like if you go from some big production to like the solo artist with the canvas. You still need the canvas and the paint, right? You still need the computer and the space. You still got to pay the rent, but you don't have, I had office space that was $54,000 a month. And it didn't matter if I had a contract or not. I still had to write the landlord that check. So that's what I love saying goodbye to. I really love saying goodbye to all of that. And I loved having the craft of game making return, if you will, to artistry. Okay. Artistry, where you're there as the artist, as a creator, sculpting and shaping and experimenting. I think this is really important. Remember, when you have a giant production, experimentation has to be small because it's dollars, right? If we experiment on this, we're going to spend a bunch of money and we don't know if that's a good idea. It has to be done very early on. There's a phase for experimentation before you turn the tap on. Now imagine, if you will, you're into this game and you've discovered all this stuff because all these doors open, but experimentation is gone. In indie, the experimentation, in my view, can continue much, much deeper, maybe to the halfway point or a little bit beyond. That's my feeling. That's why I love indie.
Anybody else have anything they want to say about that?
For me, it boils right down to, on the indie space, you get to make what you want. On the AAA space, you have to make what you think the public wants as a product.
Yeah.
To me, that's the fundamental difference between the core difference between indie and between a corporate product. Yeah. Which by definition, as Chris talking about, the huge vast sums of capital required to form a AAA team needs the big business, and the big business wants the return. So therefore, the only thing that makes sense for those models is the well-established genres that work like this and like this and like this, and you connect the dots and you change the art and you ship it. Right. I mean, you look at the decisions that go behind certain games, certain AAA games, you can kind of see behind the scenes and go, they did it that way because, like for instance, the latest Ubisoft games, right? They tune it in such a way so it's really easy in QA. But if it were me, I want to play a game where I explore this huge world and everything's different. I can go and meet a level 20 guy that kicks my ass. That to me is a great game design. But it's much harder to do QA for a game like that. Like infinitely harder to do QA for a game like that than it is for a game where everything is mulled down and no matter where you go, everything levels up with you, which is it's much, much easier. Anyway, sorry, no, I'm rambling, but yeah,
that's all right. That's all right. So I want to just touch real quickly since you guys are indie or indie. How are you being funded for the projects you're working on? Are you using crowdfunding or do you have an angel investor? And if you used crowdfunding for your project, how did you feel about that experience? How did that work out for you? So does anybody want to chime in about that?
Got a couple hours? All of the above. All of the above.
I wish I had an angel funding the project, but yeah, I could take this one.
Okay, sure.
I apparently like to go against the flow, so everybody does Kickstarters, and but that brings a lot of stress into life. So because I have a health condition, I try to keep stress under control as possible. So I went with Patreon. It's not it's a platform. It's weird to choose the platform for game development, but I did because usually Patreon is used by content creators, But it has worked for me so far, and hopefully one day I'll be able to get enough money to drop my day job and work on it 100%. I love the platform because it's got everything. You got the interaction with users. You can integrate it with Discord and provide benefits, but you build a community around it.
Here's a question for you. How much time do you spend managing your Patreon? Like how much time do you do it per day, per week? Do you spend?
Not that much. I mostly bring an article one per month or a development update, basically what I did. So it's not that time consuming for me.
Once per month. Mm-hmm.
It's a really wonderful. I got a really wonderful community. I'm so happy because apparently I don't have to do much to satisfy them.
That's awesome.
I have released a demo back in August last year that I have provided just for patrons and those who have supported me. So that's a boon to sign on, and they're really happy to support me this way.
How did you build the community from the beginning? You started off at zero at some point. How did you get to where you are now?
Yeah, I mainly use Twitter to promote the game. I have accumulated quite a number of followers, so I gradually built from there.
And I would say, having also used Patreon, I've been similarly impressed just how much that seems to differ from the typical crowdfunding experience. I've gone through everything from actually reaching out to platforms and dealing with publishers, and then a bunch of other atypical stuff in between, including contract work as well to keep the lights on. But Patreon, in terms of crowdfunding approaches, Kickstarter is about people who want a product, whereas Patreon is about people who want to support often just a person or an ongoing work. So seeing though I still get anxious about like making sure I'm doing a lot to show those people that their support and faith is appreciated and well placed. It is kind of stunning just how much people come in through the door already just wanting to give you money because you represent something that they care about, as opposed to, knocking the doors down, being like, "Where's the thing you promised 3 months ago?" People on Patreon don't tend to, at least in terms of my community as well, don't also tend to be like, "You tweeted about a feature a week ago. Why isn't it in my inbox right now?"
Yeah, I tried doing a Patreon for a little while. The hard part for me was that I kind of felt like I was on a hamster wheel, because a lot of it turned into what is stuff that's actually going towards the larger project that I'm trying to contribute versus the thing I'm trying to create content now to make sure that people have new stuff to look at every month. And it became this extra line of work and business for me, and that was sort of sidelining me from the stuff I really need to be concentrating on, because sometimes it's like there's stuff something I'm working on, but I might not have it done for another month or what have you. Oh, and we have Gil, who is finally able to join us here. And so I'm going to kind of just stop for a moment and let Gil introduce himself and tell us about himself and his game.
Hey, thanks, Neal. Sorry I'm late, guys. I had to put the kids back to bed. It's about 20 past 3 a.m. down here.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Me clumping around the house making coffee tended to wake him up. But yeah, I'm Gil McLean. I'm the lead on Odd Gods, which is an RPG about the 1990s. Also a designer at Creative Assembly for a day job, so I don't get a lot of sleep, but I drink a lot of coffee. Nice to see you all.
So did anybody else anything else that you guys want to chime in about the money? So, okay, Julia?
Yeah, sure. I have actually a similar experience to Xalavier about Patreon, in that I am continuously surprised by how much people are interested in just supporting you for your project. Oh, my camera's kind of, I'm supporting, come on, focus. Let's do this. I'll just leave it like that. That's totally fine.
It's okay. Meant to be that.
Come on,
it's
I'm ready for my
anti-aliasing
close-up.
for the pixel.
Yeah. I'm very surprised and heartened by how much people are interested in supporting me as a person and as a creator, and how they're not demanding stuff of me. And I'm a solo indie dev. I'm working on the game all by myself. I have a musician working with me on the project too, but that's it. So I'm handling promotion and marketing. I stream once a week, game development and things like that. I run a newsletter. I do all these things. So I can't really put as much time toward the Patreon as I might like. And I don't really try to build it so much. But when people come upon it and they say, this is something that reminds me of my childhood, and it gives me all these warm feelings, and they're more than happy to support me, which is really wonderful. And the only thing I really do for the patrons is I send them a Christmas card every year. And I handwrite it. I say, thank you for your support for the $5 tier. That's it. And the generosity has been really amazing. And that community has been so motivating for me overall.
So a physical card you mail out to everybody?
Yeah, well.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so the $5 tier, I design a Christmas card every year, and if they want and they'll let me, I will mail it to them, and I will say thank you for your support. And that's all that I do really with it. specifically toward the Patreon people, and it's been just a little bit of money coming in. But for me, Chris talked about overhead for developing an adventure game completely by myself, working just with my own savings. I actually have very, very small expenses. I don't have a lot that I need to actually keep going and to keep funding myself, but just a little bit here, a little bit there, it all makes a difference.
So
Neal, I've got something slightly different from those stories because I'm fortunate enough to be living in Victoria in Australia, and there is quite a lot of state support. So there's state funding. There are organizations like Film Victoria and Creative Victoria. I think you can see behind me there's a Broken Roads poster from PAX last year, putting a lot of money into supporting game development. I mean, it's not an option for everybody, and even if you are in these places, it's still pretty competitive, and a lot of people obviously want that kind of funding. What we did with Drop Bear Bytes was started like a business, like any other business from day one. So put in a bunch of our own capital, got some investment when we were smaller, sort of started to grow and scale. Myself and my co-founder, someone who I've done plenty of work with before. And I think if I'd created a studio when I first wanted to, it would have been, there's no way I would have known what I was doing, let's say 20 years ago, or even a decade ago. So approaching a game studio like any other business, getting all those things out the way, getting capital, how one might attract investors, or all of that heavy groundwork, so that this is what we're doing full time, getting the support of our family and friends, and then getting together a prototype that is enough to get, say, an organization like Film Victoria, who've lucky enough to be funded in 2 different rounds from, and then Creative Victoria, who've helped us with exposure at online events, like when PAX was, real life PAX was cancelled last year because of COVID. We got to be part of PAX Online with their support. So it's not quite as easy as just be in a place that has state funding, but look for everything. I mean, we have Austrade and Regional Development Victoria. There's a whole lot of little things if you know where to look, and you maybe find little pockets of support. I don't know what all is available in all the different countries, but there might be a program, or there might be something that if you Google for, because when I moved here, I didn't know this was a thing, and I actually started this company before I knew just how much support that the state would offer game studios.
Yeah, Canada has something very similar. Canada has a very similar thing. Canada Media Fund. Sorry, no, you'll go ahead. But he mentioned we also only exist because of them as well. So yeah.
So I just wanted to ask about. So it sounds like we're working with lots of different size teams, and so I want to talk about just basically how is your team kind of structured or distributed, and how do you kind of stay focused in terms of having, because it doesn't sound like most of you are sitting in an office with each other. You're scattered around. So obviously the pandemic kind of taught all us about remote a little bit, or whatever. But so about how large or how many people are each of you working with on your projects?
Well,
I can kick that off too. Go for it, Damjan.
I got myself, and I've been mostly working alone on the game, but for a few years I got a musician, Tony Manfredonia, a sound effects guy, Ben from Germany, and recently I got Ty from the United States, who has volunteered to be the project manager. So he helps me a lot with promoting and managing stuff, so I can focus on the game.
Okay.
Maybe we could do a quick round. What's the team size of all of us? Like put your fingers up. What's the biggest right now? Basically 3 people for me. 4, Chris.
Yeah.
It's hard to answer, isn't it? I say 3 roughly, but it's also an army of contractors too that sometimes go on, right? So it's hard to answer. I think that's the general thing is we're all scrappy. I think we all could have find our way, and we have our networks, we have our friends, and we have our support networks, and we use everything at our disposal to stay alive.
Right.
I think that's probably pretty similar.
No, that's it. Started off really small. Like started off just myself and a friend, and we had plans. We had an idea. We started looking wherever we could, word of mouth for, hey, do you know anyone who's good at this? Because thankfully I had been in this space or writing about the space for quite some time. So I had some people that I trusted that if they made a recommendation, that's probably a pretty decent person I can chase up. Started off with a concept artist and a sound designer, composer, and then just slowly built from there to get like the basics that was required, and then put quite a bit of effort into the branding and the marketing to make it like look and feel like a real thing from the beginning, to build up the company, the idea from 2 of us to 3 of us to 4 of us to getting a bit of funding, and suddenly we could have like 7 people on the team for a little while. And then when that funding was down, it was like our audio guy who was mowing lawns, and the art director is teaching at TAFE, which is at tertiary education, through to just slowly getting more freelancers and so on, until we've got about 14, 15 people. I think maybe 5 are in Australia. We've got people in Canada and the United States, South Africa. We had people in China for a while, different places in Europe. So the scattered, distributed work from home thing, we're actually doing that before the pandemic. And, it was difficult for a lot of people. And we've, just now, some people that are 2 people in the team are in Sydney, so they just went into another lockdown. But being used to working from home, I don't know, maybe it is a very indie thing that a lot of people just, I think most of us just have a home office, and it's distributed, and it's just slowly growing. But we're at about 15 people now.
So, so one of the things that I wanted to ask here is, so what has been the biggest challenge or the biggest surprise that each of you have kind of encountered while producing the titles you've been working on?
Geez, the money when you need it, hey?
Yeah.
I think everyone's going to say that. Quick surprise, it's actually not a challenge. I was really surprised the first time I went to PAX as a developer, how warm and welcoming and friendly and open the people who I was competing with were. It's like, all these people are, generally super friendly and really supportive, and using people's social media channels like you don't, for a while I was with NVIDIA, and I was doing some digital marketing and made a bad mistake of promoting, I think it was Mass Effect 3 in the same sort of artwork as, it was a Blizzard game, it was maybe like Diablo or something, and I got in a lot of trouble for that because I didn't know what I was doing. This is the total opposite. Like in the indie game space, you see people saying, hey, like, look at this direct competitor, check out their game, like wishlist them. And so it's like, wow, like these people are just so keen to see all the ships rise with the tide, as it were. So that was the big surprise with me, was just a strange, coming from some of the companies I've been before, a strange thing to see indies helping each other this much was really awesome.
I have found that actually to be true, not just in game dev. Of course, I'm an indie film maker and lots of other things. And so I've really found that experience to be true as well, is that I really think that indies just like see other people, we all know what the other person is going through, and you're saying, I just need some help, I need whatever. And I've always just been super impressed with how indies are, how very supportive that they tend to be of each other. I mean, there's always exceptions, but again, generally speaking, I've loved kind of the indie community. I got a question here that I wanted to share with everybody here. I had a question. Say, besides Unity, is anybody else using Unreal or another game altogether that is building their own engine?
Unreal, big time. Huge fan of Unreal, love it. Yeah, that's my. I mean, it's seriously,
Okay.
Unreal is like the penultimate of all game engines in my opinion. Everything I've ever worked on. There was a time in my career where every single project was a brand new engine, brand new tool. So I'd start from scratch every time, learn from scratch. But then now, the last few years, for the first time ever, I'm actually using the same engine on multiple projects. And I find that though I continue to learn. Like Unreal is such a big engine that I find myself I've working it for the years. I've shipped a couple games with it now, and I'm still learning about the engine. Like that's just how monstrous and how powerful it is, really. How many little things you can learn under the hood that make your life so much easier years after you've already been using it. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Xalavier, were you waving your hand for attention there, or were you just doing something else?
I think I was scratching my nose.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that if you're wanting to make a comment or whatever, that I wasn't ignoring you here or whatever. But is anybody?
Yeah,
Julia?
sure. Yeah, I'm using. Okay, let's see if I defocus again. No, this is great. Look at this. Perfectly focused this time. I'm using something called Adventure Game Studio. I'm making an adventure game, and so that is a perfect tool for me. Greg mentioned how it's never been a better time to make games as an indie because the tools are so powerful. And I didn't come from a programming background. Everything that I've learned for programming wise has pretty much been self-taught. As I mentioned, I'm a bachelor of applied arts illustration, actually. So being an artist first and having tools that are powerful enough and easy enough to use for someone like me with very little background experience to actually make a game from scratch has been amazing. And it's actually really exciting to see the tools being so accessible to just a broad range of people who might not ever have thought about making a game on their own. Now that's completely possible, and that's really exciting.
Yeah, I agree.
I was going to pop another question. We have some question coming from the here. So a question from this is Nasos. Nasos, so pardon me if I'm not saying your name correctly. But he says, I recently saw Dreams on PS4, PS5. Would it be possible for a Sierra-style adventure to be made in Dreams?
I'm not convinced that there's anything that can't be made in Dreams at this point. It's a terrifying space for boundless creativity. We saw a lot of very ambitious efforts created in the Little Big Planet engine, and it seems like Media Molecule has taken that even further in Dreams. It's very exciting, and it's also, I think, it illustrates a change in tools that we aren't seeing reflected in maybe the wider game world in terms of the actual, in terms of commercial game engines quite yet, which is where even if you look at Nintendo's approach to things with things like Game Builder Garage or Super Mario Maker, and especially in Dreams, what if we made dev tools that were designed to bring something like feasible onto the screen as quickly as possible, and two, were like enjoyable to actually use. I don't know about the rest of y'all when whatever engine you're using, but sometimes it can feel like doing a belly flop onto like a water slide, but instead of water, it's all razor blades. It's awful. It's a nightmare experience. And then you have to port that all to consoles. And Dreams is like this really great projection of something that I've been trying to do in terms of the teams that I manage lately, which is focus on what it looks like to make tools that are as efficient and fun for the designers and the content creators to use as possible, as opposed to being even whatever the engine gives you. We use Unity a lot, and I really like Unity. But most of the time, in terms of the actual tools for our games, we're actually kind of only using Unity as a wrapper for the tools that we built inside of it. And the specific reason for that is so that we can spend as much time making the game as possible, as opposed to finding out how to tell the engine, please, for the love of God, let us make our game. And maybe the worst thing about it, in terms of when we're talking about Dreams and these other content creation things, is the kids who go from making that will then have to use a real game engine and have an exponentially worse time. And I feel so much for them already.
So, Chris, are you building your own engine, or are you using one of the pre-existing ones?
You know me, Neal. I only built my own shit.
But yeah, and I think, of course, that reminds me of the old days, because again, we didn't have every game that we worked on was a new engine, which was sometimes it was a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. But the hard part is that you didn't have anything to start with in terms of a body of knowledge to start with. And so every time was, okay, learn a new system. How does it work now here or what have you? And that's
often you're building the system, designing it from scratch, right? Like, how do we want this to work kind of thing. Yeah, from scratch. Yeah. But at the same time, in a way, so that it's actually possible to do at the time schedule. That was one of the biggest problems of building games in the early days, was that you had to build all the tech, but you also had to build a game. So figuring out how to do both at the same time was a complete nightmare. Yeah. And it tanks so many projects in the past. It's the reason why so many games are bad in the past. There's just countless examples because of that one reason. Mm-hmm. Building the tech and building the content is always a bad idea. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I avoid it as much as possible.
I did that for 30 years. Right?
You and I have always differed, Chris. Do you remember the when you drove me up to the Seattle airport back in 1998?
Sure. Yeah, like it was yesterday.
I do remember it though. I'll never forget that car ride, because we had a discussion, you and I. It was discussing fundamental like hot team management stuff. I mean, this was like 20 years ago. I remember we differed greatly back then at this. So I think you and I have different philosophies. Which is
have you finally come over to my side?
No, I tell the vision of everybody knows the vision in day one. It's the day one, and I'm very consistent. I'm like a rock. I don't change it. Once I say it's going to be a certain way, everybody can be sure that it's that way. I don't change it unless somebody comes in and says you have to change it for these reasons. I'm like, oh, okay, you're right. Let's change it. That's about the only reason I will shift division, to be honest with you. By the way, random thing, Taylor. I live right across from your cousin Trevor. You remember your cousin? I think it's your cousin.
Weird.
He literally right across, like next door neighbor for the last 10 years, man. He looks like you. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh, it's Chris. Just I had to tell you that.
Yeah. Valerie was asking for Chris. It says, if you were starting all over from scratch, what would you do differently, and would beer steins be involved in the planning process?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, though I look like I just stumbled out of a bar and blew my whole paycheck, I don't drink a lot of beer. Okay, so I understand the free association element going on there. But the big GPG coffee mugs, and before that, the Cave Dog mugs and so forth, is definitely a theme I'm going to keep going. And those mugs are going to get progressively larger and larger, like a feature set, until they're just impossible to lift. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to. I'm a potter. If any of you are interested, go to Chris Taylor Pottery on Instagram, and you can see that I've completely lost my mind.
You play with chickens too, right, Chris?
I stopped playing with chickens a number of years ago.
Okay.
I found that it was dirty business, to be honest with you.
Poor chicken owner can attest.
Yeah, it's just, you know what I mean? Sure, at first it's a good time. There's no question about it. But like if you graph it instead of the hockey stick in this direction, the hockey stick goes straight down into the shit. And by the way, when I had chickens and one would die, I would hold it lovingly in my arms. I would sing to it. And I would tell it how much I loved it and how much I appreciated its eggs. Now I got to the end where the hockey stick was doing this. I just grab them by the legs and throw them over the fence and say goodbye, fly into the bushes. You saw me edit myself for the first time ever. Okay, that was a historic. Somebody write this down. What time is it? Oh, geez. It was 10:43 on the 26th of June. I actually edited myself while speaking publicly.
Taylor, it's very comforting to know your sense of humor hasn't changed, Chris.
Yeah. So, anyways, what would I do different? Sorry, Neal. I just took up too much time.
Go right ahead.
Cracking jokes. I don't know that I could do anything different if I wanted to continue to make the games. You really have to go through that gauntlet. But I think what I learned at the end of it was my hobby and my passion and my love turned into a business. I didn't say to anybody, I want my hobby and my passion and all that to be a business. I think I wanted to make games. Now that I'm doing what I'm doing now, which, by the way, I have a day job. Big announcement. I'm not independently wealthy. I don't have my own chef. But I want you to know this. The minute I have enough cash to get my own chef, I am installing an underwater bowling alley, and I want sushi every day in my bowling alley underwater.
All right. Well,
thank you.
I will
Thank
put
you very
that.
much. That's a terrible note to end on.
No.
But I'm going to say something positive. I'm going to say something positive, and then I'm never going to speak again. Sign up for Julia's Patreon. Yeah.
I can segue from GPG, actually, speaking of game engines. So the first big project I worked on was using the Dungeon Siege engine, right? So it was a mod called Ultima 5 Lazarus, which was I was just one person on the team. Coincidentally, like, it was a big remote team, and we attempted a remake of Ultima 5 in the Dungeon Siege engine. And it actually worked out okay. Then when I got my first real paid game design job, the first thing I had to do was edit the positions of fighter squadrons in a 3D space in Notepad. So entering the coordinates manually, going from the Dungeon Siege editor to that was painful. But then it just occurred to me, thinking of Unreal and Unity. So we went from that to a Unity-like engine, I guess, back when Unreal was expensive, to Unity, to Unreal, back to Unity, back to Unreal, and now we're in Unity again. But I think I think the thing I do like about Unity is we can write our own tools into it. So we can mash in a dialogue editor, a tile editor, or whatever, without too much hassle. And I've found working with, at least with Australian contractors, there's a lot of Unity experts for us to make use of, I guess, if that makes sense. But it's growing.
One thing I am finding very interesting and validating about this panel is that it seems pretty much everyone here also has a day job, myself included, and the effect that plays on stability and on the desire to even experiment, to seek the different realms of creative possibility that seem to typify indie is such a giant has such a giant impact on all of the processes attached to it. I look at every project as an opportunity to try to find ways to structure a project so that everyone can walk away if it crashes and burns. And the way in which, aside from myself, my contractors having day jobs, my collaborators having day jobs, the people that I know not having to risk their livelihoods on bringing something interesting and fun into the world, place such a marked difference in the way in which we build things and the sense of safety with which we build things, that I think one of the few major disservices we got from the 80s is that almost every other movie seems to use the term "don't quit your day job" as a pejorative, when in fact, if you aren't a millionaire yet with your underground sushi lair / bowling alley, keep your day job, because that is what allows you to be as weird and as independent and as free as you wish to be in your other creative endeavors.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's
get an amen.
Absolutely
Totally.
true.
Amen.
So we're getting pretty close towards the ends of the time that we're going to have here. The one thing I would like to do is, again, go down the row, is just each of you tell us basically where we find you, find the stuff you're working on, how we support you, and that kind of stuff. So, Damjan?
So you can find everything about my game on Call of Saragnar.
Oh,
we're
that's
freezing.
not a good time to
My
be freezing.
Patreon. You can find me on Patreon. Is my internet connection breaking up?
Yeah,
Because-
you
now,
froze.
it went
So back
electric.
back up just a little bit. So start over again, so we can, because we didn't hear.
Okay, callofsaragnar.com. That's the website. You can find everything, all the links to my Patreon and everything concerning it. And yeah, if you want to support a great indie game, That's basically the only really real spiritual sequel to Betrayal at Grandeur, which was an amazing game. Everybody knows that. Please go to Patreon and pledge to it.
Hey, Neal, can't you do some fancy linking of all of the sites in the chat somewhere?
Also, I will try to do that while we're in between panels. I'll try to drop some links in there or whatever.
Well, even in the after this is over, I mean, you've got a busy day.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever we're on the whenever we're reposting this or stuff, I'll try to drop links in there as well. But yeah, so Chris, how about you?
If you want to support me, go to Kanoogi, K-A-N-O-O-G-I, and just sign up for the beta. I don't ask for money. I like
just chickens, right?
Just chickens. Just send me your dead chickens. I don't know what it is. It's a fetish. It's embarrassing, quite honestly. It's embarrassing. I don't know why I talk about it. I'm just going to take it and say thanks and throw it over the fence. But, it's still fun for me. Anyway, Kanoogi, sign up. My site looks like something from before they invented the internet. Okay, so that's how cool it is. I figure, like Uwe Boll, you can either make really great films or you can be the next Ed Wood. I might be the Ed Wood of websites.
Okay.
I think it's funky and cool. But I wrote everything myself. I didn't copy and paste anything from anywhere. I did all my own HTML and all that crap. You know what I do that I will throw out as a final thought? I've gotten pretty heavy in enterprise cloud. That's what I do for a living. I'm in the enterprise cloud space, and I run a team of cloud architects. Okay, so this is what I believe is where ultimately we're going to need to have all of our games exist. It protects us against piracy. It helps us solve performance problems. It allows us to create connectivity in ways that are profound. It allows any screen gameplay and things like machine learning, because God knows you're going to need that at some point in your life. If you don't have machine learning, that I can't help you. So that was a joke. So anyway, I wanted to throw that out there. So if you guys had questions about anything but machine learning, you can send me an email to chris@kanoogi.com, and I'll do my best to answer because I am a little bit into that stuff now. And as I continue to talk, I realize I've also lost my mind. So
it happened 20 years ago, dude. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I'm kidding.
Greg,
I'm kidding.
Right,
I'm honestly kidding.
I got to move down the road in here, guys. So, Greg. Okay, that makes it easy. All right. Hey, Gil. Hey, Gil.
Yeah, my chickens experience is pretty limited. The last time I had any chickens, they were eaten by a blue-tongued lizard in the backyard, which is just something that happens where I am. Mm-hmm. But if you want to give me money, a duffel bag full of cash is always welcome. Any denomination, paper, coins, I can use it. I'm sure I can find a way. But there is a website. But if we're competing for the worst website, I'd like to submit mine at least for the top three. It's in between worlds.
I'm running. All right. You run for your money.
I'll email you and we'll compare it. Inbetweenworlds.com. Which if you can spell it and figure out how many hyphens there are in the address, I'd be surprised. But sign up for the mailing list there, and we'll get you on the beta.
Right. So say it one more time, please.
Inbetweenworlds.com. So INN betweenworlds.com. And don't expect web design magic when you arrive.
Okay. Craig?
Everything about the game is on brokenroadsgame.com. And for us right now, the most helpful way to support is absolutely to wishlist on Steam and to do any kind of retweets and likes and whatever on social, and read out dev blogs and that kind of thing. But yeah, wishlisting on Steam is the biggest thing for us right now.
Okay. Xalavier.
You can find me at twitter.com/WritNelson, WRIT Nelson. or on Patreon at patreon.com/strangescaffold, where you can keep update with the frickin' 7-8 games we're working on simultaneously over there.
All right, Julia.
Speaking of websites, I would like to say that coming from someone with very little technical expertise, I built my website in Dreamweaver 8.
Nice.
And I still use Dreamweaver 8 now. So if you'd like to go to thecrimsondiamond.com, or you can just Google search Crimson Diamond, and it will be one of the first results. And you can see the wonderful majesty of a website designed in Dreamweaver 8. It still happens. At least I still do it. And to support me, I have the Patreon. As we discussed, Christmas card every year, if you please. And of course, wishlist my game on Steam, The Crimson Diamond. And I also stream on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. And I do that with musician Dan Polakar, who's working on the game, as well as me. Every other Tuesday, it is either an art stream or a music stream where Dan uses a genuine Roland MT32 to compose the music live on stream from beginning to end. So.
All right. Well, I want to thank all of you for dropping in and being with us today. Really enjoyed the panel, and all of you who are watching, please support these wonderful folks. Keep an eye out for all the great games they got coming for you. I'm going to go to a break here or whatever, but we will be back in 5 minutes at the top of the hour for our next panel, which is the Other Worlds panel. We'll have some great novelists coming up, so please join us then. And in the meantime, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
See you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone out there enjoyed our last panel with our indie games group. I had a good time, and I'm hoping that all of you did. Seems like from our comments and everything that people are. So we are now bringing on our wonderful panel, Other Worlds, and I'm just dropping folks in here. We're still waiting on. Michelle's not at her desk at the moment, so I'll bring her back as soon as she is back or whatever. So drop her in here. Hello there, Michelle. We still have one other individual that's supposed to join us, but hopefully she'll be able to join us soon. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and get this party started and let all the rest of our panelists get an opportunity to introduce themselves. So I'm just going to go around the screen here. So David, I'm going to let you take it away.
Hi, I'm David Mack. I'm the New York Times bestselling author of roughly 36 novels, many of them for Star Trek. I've also written for television, comic books, film. I'm working on a project for live theater right now. I've done a bunch of short fiction, and I've got an original series of fantasy books from Tor called Dark Arts, the latest book of which is The Shadow Commission.
I'm almost finished with it, or with that one. So anyway, Michelle, how about you?
So I'm Michelle Renee Lane, and my debut novel, Invisible Chains, was nominated for a Stoker Award. Sorry. And I'm currently working on the sequel to that book. I have several short stories published in anthologies, and I have an article coming out in Writer's Workshop of Horror 2 in October.
Wonderful. And Alana?
Hi, I'm Alana C. Meyer. I have a fantasy trilogy out now from Tor. It's called The Harp and Ring Sequence. The first of the books is called Last Song Before Night. It's about poets with power. I've also written a lot of literary criticism and essays. It might have been that essay that made you really angry about Tyrion. Anyway, that's for me.
So generally speaking, for this panel, the one thing I want to kind of explore is sort of the idea of outsiders or being other, and that's sort of the general umbrella term. Of course, largely, I just want to talk to all of you about your wonderful novels and the wonderful worlds that you've created. But as just kind of a kickoff here, I want to talk about a sort of allegory a little bit. And so, science fiction is often cited as sort of being the vehicle for tackling, real world problems, but handling it in an allegorical sort of way. Now, Lord of the Rings, though, fantasy tends to do this as well, but it seems like it's kind of a dirty word to say that you're doing it in fantasy for whatever reason. It's like in Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, when you look at Lord of the Rings, it seems like it could be an allegory for World War I. Now, he vehemently said it wasn't an allegory for World War I. It was its own thing or whatever. But do you think that allegory within fantasy is a bad thing? Should you either address things more directly, or is allegory okay? For each of your, do you feel that your works are allegorical in that sense? And you want to take that?
Okay, I'll start.
Okay.
I'll jump in. I would like to defend Tolkien a little bit here because, I would tend to believe him that if he said it wasn't an allegory, that it probably wasn't. But I think that you're also correct that, of course, we see elements of World War I in his work. And I think that this is something that most of us as artists can identify with, that, even when we don't intend it, but sometimes we do, our life experience is invariably going to infuse what we create. And that's part of what's so exciting about creating art, because there's no such thing as, we're all in, every individual has their own experiences to bring to their work, and that's what keeps art fresh and exciting. And I think that's, when we look at what Tolkien brought to Lord of the Rings, we're seeing his experience of the war, just infusing it without necessarily being allegorical. That said, part of what makes writing fantasy in particular so powerful is that we use the language of symbols, and it's a language that has been around since stories began. The earliest fantasy literature we have is thousands of years old. The earliest literature we have is fantasy. The Iliad, the Odyssey, Beowulf, and these all use powerful symbols that go deeper than spoken language. And that's what draws me to fantasy, is being able to work with this symbolic language that can speak to us on such a deep level.
So I'm gonna pause everything else for a moment and let Cherie introduce herself here.
Hi, my name is Cherie Renee Thomas. Good to see you all. I'm greeting you from New York, my second home. I'm normally in Memphis, but I'm working. Hope all is well. I am the author of 9 Bar Blues, Stories from an Ancient Future, which is a collection of 16 stories from Third Man Books. And it is a 2021 finalist for the Locus Award and the Ignite Award, which I'm very happy about. I'm also an editor as well. I edit now the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, which was founded in 1949. So I'm their 10th editor. Very honored to be in that role with a wonderful magazine. And also I am the associate editor for Obsidian, Literature and Arts in the African Diaspora, which was founded in 1975 and is led by our editor, Duriel E. Harris, a poet and professor. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today. And so I was just talking with Alana about allegory, and we're just wondering do you have any particular feelings about, in terms of, is it okay for us to use allegory in fantasy, or should we be addressing things in a more direct sort of way with our fantasy fiction, or is it kind of dirtying your hands by dealing with allegory?
As a person who has already dirtied my hands with allegory, I think that's a call that the artist should make. I understand the concerns about it sometimes, but sometimes it is probably the best way to approach a particular idea or particular concept. One of the things that I've been trying to do in my own practice, and I know lots of other writers are doing this, is to be aware of when we think that we're extrapolating on existing cultures and histories, that if you do as much due diligence as you can, that you try to engage in the work or the scholarship or the first person narratives, memoirs, or creative nonfiction, whatever, of people who are from that particular culture and that place. Contemporary, I say, because some of the older stuff may be a little inappropriate or colonial in its perspective, and you may end up reinscribing unintentionally, of course, things that are not so great. There are a lot of resources like Writing for the Other, which is a workshop that Nisi Shaw and Cynthia Ward and Tempest Bradford have been doing for a number of years in person, and the books are great resources. And there are just a lot more communication that we can have now with people from different communities, that we can actually, maybe get beta readers or have some concept. But I feel like writers, our toolbox is the world. And when you try to limit that, it's kind of counter to what art is and what it means to express yourself about the human condition through art. But there are things that we can do to be better at it and to be mindful.
Okay, that's wonderful. How about David, Michelle, do you have any thoughts on that?
I was going to go back to something that Alana said and then also touch on something that Cherie said. So I wrote a slave narrative, and it was a really tough call to make. And even though it has been well received up to this point, I still struggle with the idea that I'm recreating a story that sort of paints the African American experience in ways that it's steeped in trauma. And I think it's important to keep telling that story, but I feel like I also need to make sure that I'm telling people that that's not the only experience of African Americans in this culture. So slavery as an allegory in my story, I connected it to vampirism and to lycanthropy, because those are things that people struggle with and have little control over. but they have to find ways of fighting those things to be able to be their best selves. Back to what Alana was saying in terms of, as a writer, not always being fully conscious of what you're putting on the page, but sort of almost like trance-like, transcribing your own experiences through your work. Maybe Tolkien did not intentionally write about World War I, but obviously his experiences informed his work. And so I feel like that's something you can't really get away from, because if you're telling a story and you're part of the story, whether you're conscious of it or not, that's going to come through. In terms of allegory, I think that it's inescapable. Again, we're writing stories, and all stories are in somehow or some way informed by what we've read, what we've seen, even the oral tradition. And so to get away from it, I think, is almost impossible to do.
Yeah. David?
I think to build on what Michelle said, when I think about the first book in the Dark Arts series, it was ostensibly a war epic set during World War II, but it involves black magic, ceremonial magic involving the summoning and control of demons. And I realized that what's really going on in Dark Arts is that magic is a commentary on the nature of power. One of the major questions for the main character is, how is he supposed to do good in the world when the power that he wields is rooted in something irredeemably evil, which is demons? And eventually the lesson he has to learn is that it's not the source of the power that matters, it's what you do with power once you have it. So in that sense, I think that there is an allegory going on, but it becomes part of the theme. I think in fantasy, allegory often gets folded into theme. In the second book of Dark Arts, The Iron Codex, the theme became paranoia, mistrust. And in the third book, the theme was corruption. So I think that we can often find allegory integrated into the stories, even if it's not overtly presented as allegory.
So something I've often heard over the years is that it's sometimes said that no fiction writer comes from a normal childhood, but the same seems to be true for protagonists in stories. So heroes or vampires or wizards, they're always kind of cut from a different cloth from the worlds that they inhabit. So its otherness is a handy tool to use for explaining the worlds of fantasy for characters, but is it essential that you have a fish from outside of the fishbowl? Can a hero be someone who's just an absolutely ordinary person? All right, is that too much of a poser? Do I need to come back to that?
But you're going to make me do this again? I'll do it.
It seems that once you've made somebody the hero, they are, by definition, not ordinary.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. The moment the character is stepping up and becoming the proactive force in a story, by definition, they've become remarkable. Most people are not that. I think it's hard to have an ordinary person elevated to the role of hero. They could be protagonist, but not necessarily hero. An example might be the Spielberg movie Duel, one of his first movies that he made for television. The main character is just a guy being beset by a mysterious force in a semi-tractor trailer truck that chases him through the desert. He's our protagonist. He's not a hero.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
We're back to Lord of the Rings with your question, because part of the central theme of those books is that you have these incredibly ordinary, adventure-averse people, hobbits, who are forced to become heroic through their circumstances, but they could easily have made the other choice, which is represented by Gollum. And somehow their ordinariness becomes central to what is so powerful in those books. But that said, I don't think that all fantasy has to involve heroes per se, and I actually prefer not to think of my characters as heroes, but just as protagonists, as Dave was saying.
Yeah, I was just thinking of some work that I've had to be in a lot of conversation about lately. One, because it's recently Octavia Butler's birthday, so I was thinking of her novel Kindred, and also because you often cannot discuss Octavia, of course, without discussing Samuel R. Delany as well. So I was thinking about their work with their question, and I find that their work often has people who are considered regular people. They just are placed in extraordinary circumstances, and they respond to it. So maybe how they respond to it gives them that kind of, the heroic air to them. But when I think of Dana and Kindred, she was a regular woman, married to someone she loved, working in a factory, right? It's something that Octavia had done, worked in a factory as well. And so I think the whole point of that novel is that she was a person who didn't normally think of herself as heroic, did not think of herself as extraordinary, may have often been considered invisible in the world around her. And she had this extraordinary experience being pulled back in time to her family's ancestral plantation where they were enslaved, and having to make some tough choices. So, I think there are lots of great examples of stories about regular people who end up being in some really strange circumstances and just having to figure out who they really are as a people, and what their values are and what their strengths and weaknesses are as they face these new challenges. So,
Michelle, do you have anything?
I just wanted to say, as a preference as a reader, I think that I prefer stories where someone who is not exactly normal, because there are things about them that might set them apart from other people around them. But in the case that Cherie brought up about Kindred, you have a person who ends up in a very unusual situation, and is kind of reluctant to accept it. But my preference is to read a story about someone in those circumstances as opposed to the trope of a chosen one. I think that it's easier to relate to a story about a person who is sort of normal, sort of, everyday, who gets pulled into unusual circumstances.
Okay, so what personal experiences that each of you might have had, is there an aspect of your life that is the most other thing about you that you think that you might have drawn the most from? And is there in a character where you feel that those personal experiences of being other in some way has informed a particular character that you have? Is there someone that you can think of that you think that whatever that part of you that feels the most alien and the most different, is there a character that you infuse that with?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Silence is so funny, but we're just thinking because you're asking very interesting questions. I'll just say, as a Black woman in publishing, I'm always othered. So it's just like it is what it is. Even like leading FNSF. I wake up and I'm getting the most interesting passive aggressive emails from various people, things that I would never send to an editor that I wanted to publish me. And I just know that because they don't see me as whatever the last white man that edited the magazine, or even the white woman who did it before. They see me as other in a major kind of way. And so some types of liberties they think that they can do with me that they wouldn't do with other people. So I'm constantly navigating that. And I've had that experience being Black since I was born here in America. And so my earliest experience with racism was in kindergarten. So even when you're in your own community, you can have whatever experience and context that you have. But if you step out of that or into other spaces, you can be other for a number of different reasons. My appearance is just one. It could be like code switching or choosing not to code switch. There are all kinds of ways of dealing with it. Does it impact my writing? Absolutely. I don't know if I would have been as intrigued with science fiction and fantasy as a genre if I had other experiences. I would just say for me personally, I did appreciate works, stories, and tales that showed other characters who were dealing with social bullying or social what have you, alienation or what have you, and them finding community, finding chosen community, finding their tribe in the quest story or the adventure, or finding out that they are more than what others assume that they are. That's something I've always had to do, especially as being basically a teen mother. I had my first child when I was 18, and I was the valedictorian of my high school. So I'm always kind of shutting people down in terms of what they assume I can do or what I can't do. And that probably informs quite a few writers in our field, because one, as Michelle said, it makes the character more interesting to relate to, even if that hasn't been your experience. It's someone that we can root for, and it's easier to tell certain stories when you're not the character that has all the power and all the privilege. We can shine the light on things that might go unnoticed in other circumstances. So it's a good way to do that.
So how about the rest of you? Do you have any thoughts on that, or?
Well, I think as a cishet white guy, I should be very careful about trying to talk about the other. I'm not sure I'm really qualified to speak to that, but if there is a feeling, I think many writers, many artists have, of feeling passed over sometimes, of feeling ignored, of feeling less than. Imposter syndrome, I think, plays part of that. I tried to use that to inform the character of Anya in the Dark Arts series. She's the female lead character. And as it turns out, she's the one who's actually got the most power. She's the one who should have been the chosen one if there was going to be one. But she kind of got cheated out of her destiny because her master kind of ended up having fatherly feelings for her. And instead of sacrificing her the way he was supposed to, he trained up the ostensible main character so he could throw him to the wolves instead. But it turns out Anya, when we first meet her, she's got tons of resentment because the main character is suddenly being treated like the favorite where she used to be the favorite. So I think that I took a lot of the sort of the resentment that I had coming up through the corporate world and the professional world and always feeling like I was having my neck stepped on by somebody for some reason. And I channeled that into the character of Anya, someone who used to feel loved and favorited and centered, and then suddenly isn't anymore and wonders what the hell just happened. So I think that maybe that was, how I took those feelings of alienation and channeled them into a character.
Michelle or Alana?
So I really like that example, David, by the way. I think that's interesting, an interesting perspective that I think probably a lot of people don't really think about. Going back to what Cherie said in terms of, just being a woman of color who is living in America, otherness is just a day-to-day experience. My earliest experiences with racism and sexism happened within my own family. I was raised by my mother's family, who is, my mother's family is of PA Dutch descent. I was raised by an all-white family, essentially, in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. It has some very strong feelings about race and gender, and that was back in the 70s, so it was even more fun then. So I also identified with fantasy and science fiction and characters in horror stories because they often overcame something to become, again, a better version of themselves. And so through my own writing, I have taken a deeper dive into my otherness, and it's kind of functioned as a way of healing and learning more about not only myself, but my ancestors and the story of America. And so, a great starting place for me was just writing about other women of color, which I continue to do. And I like to put them in as, the most difficult situations I can think of, just to strengthen them. They usually start out pretty strong and they aren't really aware of their own strength. But when they're put under the fire, they become a much better version of themselves. And prove to themselves what they can do.
And Alana?
So, I mean, if we're going to talk about personal experiences, maybe I shouldn't go there. But just to talk about the work itself, I would say that in my trilogy, there are, some of the viewpoint characters definitely represent the other, especially because the poets who have, all this artistic and political and later actually magical power in the novels, their structure is extremely sexist. There are no women poets. So, my one character who is a woman is obviously very much an outsider. And in my books, I sort of, I veer between characters like her who are outsiders and this fascination that I have with being the insider, so then there's also just the male poets who are like rock stars and who have everything coming to them so easily and they don't even know it. You know how people who don't really have problems think they have the biggest problems? I just find that also fascinating. So I just love veering between characters like that and characters who are more obvious than other and exploring those contrasts. And this might not sound like an other thing, but to me it was important that one of my viewpoint characters is a girl who is not pretty at all. She's not thin. She doesn't have special colored eyes, nothing. I wanted to have a character who was absolutely ordinary looking because I just felt like there's just not enough of that in fantasy. I know it sounds funny, but it's just like, I just want there to be this normal girl with a normal weight problem, and just have her, try to struggle through in a world where that can be so challenging. And then there's also the strand of I have characters who are coded as Jews, and there's some strands of anti-Semitism, things like that, but it's not central to the novel, and I think most people don't notice, and that's fine.
So this one, I was going to direct to Michelle. I was reading Invisible Chains, and so it's kind of fascinating to me that in that book, obviously she's spending a lot of time struggling against not becoming an other in the context of her vampire friend. But the thing that's kind of interesting is the fact that, do you think that she herself might be from an outsider's perspective of other people that she's around, might be seen as an other simply because she's a conjurer? And so do you think that other people are looking at her at the same way that maybe that she's looking at the vampire that she's trying to not become? Does she wrestle with basically that sort of perception of being an outsider from two different directions?
Powerful Black women are scary, apparently. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is that, identity is very complex, obviously. And so, yeah, she struggles with this idea of becoming a monster. But ironically, the larger society around her has already sort of cast her in that role, whether she is a conjurer or not. She is always going to be outside what is considered the mainstream. So yeah, she does. She fights with this idea of becoming too powerful. And by becoming a vampire, she not only would become extremely powerful from what she's witnessed in the vampire she's spending time with, but also she would lose some form of control over herself, because she witnesses him becoming, in many ways, a slave to his own desires. And she doesn't want to increase this concept of slavery in herself. And so she avoids one type of otherness and chooses a different type of otherness. But she doesn't really, she's going to have to choose one. One of the things that I struggled with when I was writing the novel, one of my mentors in the writing popular fiction program, Lucy Snyder, she tried to convince me that my protagonist needed to be likable for readers. And I struggled with that. And I still struggle with it because she has to be strong and she has to be powerful. And so there are going to be times when she's going to have to do things that are terrible in order to survive or keep the people that she cares about safe. And I think there's this idea within our society that women of color are here to serve particular roles. And one of those things that's expected is to make other people comfortable around us, whether it's through appearance or the way that we speak or dress. It's an expectation. And so the idea that my mentor wanted me to make my character likable, I still have problems with that. And so I think that what's probably going to happen in the sequel is there are going to be times when she's not very likable.
Well, I personally felt that I didn't really see any issues with likability with her. I saw someone who was basically stuck in impossible circumstances, trying to make the best decisions that she could for herself and the people around her. So I didn't personally perceive a problem with likability with the character. I mean, she's certainly sympathetic with the things she's kind of dealing with.
Right. I think she was worried that it was going to become a vengeance narrative. Which is a potentiality of that kind of narrative, but and I think initially I wanted more people. I wanted my character to kill more people, but I really pulled back.
Every author wants that.
Yeah, right. Piles of bodies.
But I really pulled back, and with that concept in mind of likability.
Yeah. Well, I think you struck exactly the right note with it personally. Just my own particular thoughts on it. But so Sheree and Alana, you both feature music as a really important part of your narratives, and so I was just kind of curious about, they both seem to be sort of doorways to other kind of realities or dimensions and that sort of thing, and say, how much does music play in inspiring your acts of creation? Do you listen to a lot of music, or do you perform music yourselves or whatever? Because it's obviously heavily woven into the things that you've created. Sorry, didn't mean to stump the panel.
Sherry, do you want to take it first?
Sure, Sheree. 9 Bar Blues is a collection of stories. Obviously, the blues is referenced in that. I am born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee, crossroad of culture, blues, rock and soul, gospel, all the good music you can think of, even hip hop. Everything is there in Memphis. But I say all the roads lead back to Mississippi as well. So there's that. For me, music is definitely a muse of mine. In some of the stages of my writing, I am listening to music, but mostly music with no lyrics, if that makes any sense. I listen to world beats and jazz music. I love a lot of Alice Coltrane. I love Pharoah Sanders. And there's a particular Red Hot Impulse CD compilation that I listen to that really just gets my mind in a creative mode. I love that. When I was looking at putting together the stories for 9 Bar Blues, I could have used a number of other things because natural science is a big part of my interest as well. And so I noticed that quite a few of the stories have insects in them of some kind. One a pretty big one at one point, but I noticed that I had explored different musical genres, particularly Black music, over the years, and I realized it was kind of a soundtrack to not only my life, but also to some of the characters in the story. So, for example, Head Static, which has a story of an immortal DJ, and her sidekick, a musician. She had a mission, she and her sisters, but hip hop was a big part of it. House music was a big part of that. The rhythm of the writing, and also just some of the plot of it as well. So I got to do some crate diving and all that good stuff, and work in an area I really love in River Clap Your Hands, which was originally in a collection honoring Samuel R. Delaney, tribute for Chip. That story has a mermaid who, in the background, there's some Aretha Franklin in it. So it's just between Negro spirituals and gospel, blues and rock and roll and soul and all of that. I wanted to not only capture the music of the places where the stories are set, but also the musicality of the characters. Part of the work I do as a writer, or part of the work I wanted to try to do as a writer, was to capture the musicality of different tongues. Our mother tongue is English, but in the South, it is influenced by other cultures as well. There is Africa, there is Ireland, there's Scotland. There are indigenous cultures that all influence this kind of gumbo yaya language that we speak. To me, since writing is symbolic, we are putting on the page symbols and scripts to represent abstract concepts, ideals, and feelings. To create that sense of storytelling, for me, the fun of it is also trying to capture the genius of people's dialogue in their speech. Or give you a sense of it on the page. So yes, music is part of what I do when I'm writing and I'm thinking about it. I can't really do music when I'm editing, because then I'm focused on the writing, on the author's music that's in their head. So I don't do music then, but I do have some kind of white noise going on. And since I'm in New York and I'm on the Upper West Side, that white noise is traffic.
yeah, that's absolutely the same experience for me, is that I can't, if it has lyrics in me, it will throw me off. And I think it has to do with the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere of the brain, is that you start doing language, your brain is trying to process it, and so it's messing with the part of your brain that's trying to write. So yeah, it's the same thing for me.
I can't have words going in when I'm trying to send words out.
Yep. Alana, how about, so any other thoughts about music and magic and your universe?
So I came to the idea of having poets have power through, actually I was taking a college course on the Celtic poets, and they were talking about, here is a society where poets have power, and I was like, wow, that's like the total opposite of anything I've ever experienced. So that sounds like a great idea for a novel. And I didn't know it was going to take me 7 years to write the book, but so for me, that the entry point was not so much music as it was language. And in the course of the trilogy, the Celtic mythology intersects with Greek mythology. So there's like, using poetry both as a form of enchantment and also as a form of myth making, and drawing on some of our oldest traditions. I do use music when I'm writing as a kind of a bribe, because I never want to write, actually, even though I also always want to write. And so it's like I kind of sit down and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to listen to music now, which I'm only allowed to do while I'm writing. So now that I'm listening to music, I have to write. And that's how I get myself to work, because I have to use all kinds of psychological tricks to actually get myself to start writing, because writing is scary.
You see, that's why I drink.
So I want to talk a little bit about sort of it's a little bit of the kind of nature nurture kind of thing, and the relationship of magic in your various works or whatever. So David and Alana, you both have this almost Hogwartian kind of situation with your characters. They go through very formalized training, to do the magic that they do. And Cherie and Michelle, you have traditions that are being passed down through the family. It seems like a much more personal kind of magic. And so how do you feel about the nature and nurture thing? Is magic something that is inherently something that you have to learn, or is it something that's more experiential? It comes from yourself more than about studying, formulas and that sort of thing.
Well, I know that in the Dark Arts series, the premise of how people learn magic came from 15th and 16th century Renaissance tradition, ceremonial black magic, books like the Clavicula Salomonis, Lesser Key of Solomon, stuff like that. So I based it pretty strongly in the actual traditions, and then I grafted some cinematic elements onto it to make it better suited to an action fantasy. But what I liked about the magic system that I developed in Dark Arts was that it's egalitarian. If you at least have a modicum of ability to read and you can focus over time, in theory, anybody who has the discipline can learn to do magic. It's not something you're born to. It's not something that some people have and some people don't, which in my mind always seems to speak to a class division in society. It speaks to haves and have-nots. In fact, if anything, I think the magic system in Dark Arts is about as anti-Hogwartian as you can get. I've always found J.K. Rowling's magic system, although it's entertaining and fun for kids in a cinematic sense, it's a bit twee for my taste. And what I liked about the system that I developed based on ceremonial magic is this premise that everything in magic, from the smallest trick to the grandest illusion, is all premised on conjuring and controlling demons, which makes it dangerous and makes it costly. And the premise behind magic, in my world at least, is that there's a cost to it. You can have power, but it's going to have a cost. Nothing comes for free. Everything has a consequence. And that was also how I kept my magicians from becoming overpowered. The more power they take, the more painful it becomes for them, and the less time they actually can hold on to that power. So I felt like the system built in some good checks and balances and was about as far away from J.K. Rowling's approach to magic as one could get.
Okay.
So definitely Dave is right that Hogwarts is a very class-oriented kind of thing, and that is something that I dealt with in my trilogy, where there is, like you said, it's kind of like Hogwarts, although I've never talked about the inspiration for it to anybody before, but when I was trying to read stuff that would inspire me when I was trying to figure out my world, I came across this this thing in Robert Graves. Robert Graves wrote this really trippy, crazy stuff that I'm sure is not true, but he thought that the Welsh poets, they composed, that they had a kind of school, and that they would compose poetry by candlelight late at night in each in their own stone cubicle. And I was like, well, I can't not use that. That's amazing. Even if it never happened, and maybe even especially if it never happened. So going from there, I ended up with this academy. And because in the trilogy as it begins, the magical elements of poetry have departed, and what's left is the political power. Of course, you have all these people from powerful families who want to send their younger sons off to become poets so that they can, help out the family, with its clout. And that's why you have this problem when the magic does return, that a lot of people are engaging in this magic for the wrong reasons, just to enrich themselves. And then you have a subset of characters who were actually drawn to it for the sake of art. And in the case of at least one character, one character just wants to wash his hands of all the magic stuff. He just wants to focus on the art, because that to him is what matters, and not the magic, which ends up just becoming an alluring and corrupting force to his mind because it conveys this unearned power. So the elitism of Hogwarts is something that I enjoyed playing with and subverting in my trilogy.
Hello. So, so Cherie, you're looking like you wanted to say something there, but
I wasn't sure if Michelle wanted to speak, but
okay.
First, but some of the traditions that I draw upon are traditions that are in my family. So I guess in a way you could say they are passed down. But it's hoodoo. It's American hoodoo, American Southern hoodoo, which is influenced by, of course, if you go all the way back to the source of West African African traditional religions, Ifa, Yoruba, all other regions. I mean, the continent of Africa has thousands of languages and thousands of religions and cultures. Some we don't even exist anymore. We can't even remember it. So, it's the source of humans, culture and civilization. But during the transatlantic slave trade, many peoples from across the continent were, of course, taken to different places. And with them, they brought their culture, they brought their spiritual beliefs and their traditions and their cooking and all of that as well, their language. And we have those African retentions to this day. So if you go to Haiti, then you have Vodou, Vodou, or however you spell it. If you go to Brazil, there, Candomblé, other religions. If you go to different parts of the world, in the Caribbean, you're going to have Obeah and other things. There's lots of traditions, but they're influenced from the same roots. In the American South, Hoodoo is not a hierarchical religion. It's not, I think of some of the other traditions more Catholic in the sense that there are, priests and middle people and other things that you must do. Hoodoo has a different approach to personal magic and power and your connection to the divine. Each person has that connection. Now, I also come from a tradition that believes that magic exists. It is part of our world. The way the sun is a part of our world, the way the ocean and the rivers and the trees, it is there. And perhaps some people are more attuned to it or more interested in it. And when you gaze at it, it gazes back at you or what have you. So all of that, those beliefs, which are more complicated, hard to kind of discuss on a panel, are kind of in my mind when I write about characters that are either interacting with the supernatural or connecting to other ways of seeing and being, whether it is a tradition of having second sight, or having been born with a call, which was always a sign of a child that had an old soul and was connected to their ancestors, connected to spirit, and just the ways that you address it. I really love David's comment about him creating a world, a magic system in his books that had natural checks and balances, because there are principles about how you use this power and when you use it, and you're not supposed to use it for yourself. In the tradition that I am from, it is something that you give to the world, and if you misuse it, it has consequences. It comes back on you in ways that you will not anticipate and in ways that are not going to be pleasant for you. So there's a kind of a checks and balance for that. But humans are humans, and the people are going to do what they're going to do and have different. Some people are willing to take those consequences, and go with that. So, but yeah, I have one of my stories on Disney's Policy Dream Book deals with the question of heritage and inheriting this kind of power, and whether or not you have a choice in it. Is it something that you want, and if you're personally suited for it, and what impact it will have on your personal life and destiny. It's not an easy thing necessarily to be the person who sees things that others don't want to know. You don't always want to be the Cassandra or the voice that's speaking the unpopular ideals, but sometimes that is your responsibility. And how characters or how people bend to that will or bend it in their way to their own desires. It's the fun part of writing those kinds of stories. But yeah.
I just wanted to say, by the way, really quickly, Madam in the Map is now one of my favorite short stories ever.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Thank you.
I just really, really love that story. So, Michelle, do you have any other sort of final thoughts on that, on magic and tradition?
Sure. So I like the way, I just want to say, I like the way that Cherie brought to attention that there are different types of magic that come from, they're influenced from the West African traditions. It's not just one particular religion or practice of magic. I focused particularly on voodoo because of where the story is set. It's set in antebellum New Orleans. And magic is really, it's nature and nurture, I guess, because it's passed from the women in the family. There are 3 generations of women in the story who are related, and they each possess abilities, but they also pull on the traditions of their culture and share the secrets that are shared with them. So, and again, I want to focus on the concept of secret, because it is not safe for any of these women to be sharing these ideas with people in general. It's dangerous for them to even talk about their religions. They're supposed to be hidden. And in terms of my protagonist being within the highly French Catholic influenced Louisiana, there were ways of hiding voodoo by making use of Catholic saints to sort of mask the deities within voodoo. And so you would have to be out in the open, you would have to hide them behind other masks, essentially. But so, there's this idea that magic is passed to you through lineage, but you also are being taught different practices. You have to learn how to make use of the natural elements around you. While making use of it, you also have to keep it a secret.
Well, I really want to thank all of our wonderful people here today for being with our panel. We're kind of getting up towards the end of our time here, so I want to just go down the row here and just ask each one of you about where we find you, your works, and that kind of stuff. So, David?
You can find my official website at davidmack.pro. That's davidmack.pro. I just had the website recoded and rebuilt, so it's finally on HTTP secure. Not that that means anything, because I don't sell anything. And if you'd like to learn more about, specifically about the Dark Arts series and its 3 books, I have a website that I made just for the series called midnightfront.com. And that's the title of the first book, The Midnight Front. So midnightfront.com, you can learn all about this. And you can find me on Twitter at David Allen Mack. That's David Allen, ALAN, at Twitter.
Wonderful. Alana?
My official website is ilanacmeyer.com. The first book in my trilogy is called Last Song Before Night. It's available anywhere.
Wonderful. Cherie?
Hi, my official website, it's nice to be able to say that, is reneethomas.com. And you can also find me on social media, on Instagram under my name, and on Twitter under Black Pot Mojo, and Facebook under my name as well. It's CherieRenee.Thomas. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Michelle?
So I have a blog, Girl Meets Monster, and that's michellerlane.com. I'm all over social media. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook. I should probably spend less time there, but you can find me on all of those platforms.
As we all should.
Well, I just want to thank all of you. Thank you for wonderful insights. I hope I didn't throw you too many curveballs, but I really appreciated wonderful, thoughtful responses from all of you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And so for the rest of you who are watching, we have a really interesting panel coming up next about Greenwood and Black Wall Street. And so we're going to take a short break here while we get ready for that panel, and we'll be back at the top of the hour with Greenwood. So talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. We've had a wonderful first couple of panels here, and we're getting really excited for our next one up, which is our Greenwood panel. And I'm going to bring my panelists in here who are waiting for us here in the green room. So I'm going to add them in here. And so I want to thank all of our wonderful people for joining us this morning. And so I understand Grace was explaining to us while she was in the green room, she's in an airport, so she's going to stay on mute while until she speaks or what have you. And so I appreciate trying to control the background noises, because sometimes that can be a little bit of a distraction. So before we start diving into topics, I want to really quickly first just run down the row here and give everybody an opportunity to introduce themselves. So I'll start with Carlos here.
Hi, I'm Carlos Moreno. I am the author of The Victory of Greenwood, which deals with the history of Greenwood from its origins all the way to basically the present day.
Wonderful. Grace?
Hello, everyone. So I bring you all greetings from the Chicago Midway Airport. I'm a professor in African American Studies, assistant professor at Virginia Commonwealth University, and a fan of popular of bringing history into media. So, yeah, looking forward to today's panel.
Wonderful. Thank you. John?
Hello, my name is Professor John Jennings, and I am a comic book artist and comics writer and comics historian. And basically, I am the editor of a piece about the Tulsa Race Massacre called Across the Tracks. It's the third book in our new imprint, Megascope, which is books by and about people of color. And so, yeah, so I'm here to kind of talk about that particular project. So,
okay, wonderful. So I kind of told all the panelists before we got started is that I have a little bit of a personal connection to this story, not intimately so, but I grew up in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so it was even though that we've had all the attention and focus on it this year because this is the 100th anniversary of what happened. It was not something when I was growing up that was well known or talked about, at least outside of the Black community. So just to kind of to talk a little bit about my own experience with this is that, growing up, I had, this was my textbook, Oklahoma, A History of the Sooner State or whatever. This was the textbook that was given to every single student in junior high. This was your Oklahoma history textbook. And so this covered everything from, from actually when the first Spanish conquistadors came through and ran through Oklahoma up through the 1950s. And so there was not a single mention whatsoever about what happened in 1921. Not a paragraph, not a line, not a peep whatsoever about what happened. And so I was completely unaware of what had happened in North Tulsa growing up, other than occasionally I would hear people say things about North Tulsa. Well, it's dangerous up there. It's what have you, and which was unfortunate, but it wasn't until I was in college and I had laid my hands on a copy of a photographic. It was a history of the photos from the Tulsa Tribune. Because I'm interested in history and so on and so forth. And so I was flipping through this wonderful book of old photos. And so you see all those lovely pictures of the Art Deco buildings in Tulsa and all this fantabulous stuff. And then I'm flipping across and I land on this page. And there's all of these blocks of Tulsa in ruins. And you see these big clouds of smoke. And then there's one of them that has this, someone has painted the words "running the Negro out of Tulsa" which actually became fairly famous, a photo later on. And so and it's talking about what then was referred to as the Tulsa Race Riot, which of course is part of the propaganda that was used to paint the idea is that the black population of North Tulsa had just rose up and caused this terrible situation. But as you've done research into what's going on, no, that wasn't what happened at all. It's quite the opposite. It was a massacre, and it was white people coming into North Tulsa and burning everything down to ground. And I can't remember exactly, but I think it was on the order of 36 or 37 blocks of Tulsa that were burned to the ground over the course of 2 days. And it was just astonishing and terrifying to me is that this is my house was 3 miles from the heart of where Greenwood was. And so I knew more about things happening on the other part of the state, and of course it did mention the Trail of Tears in there, but of course, again, I'm part Native. I don't look it, but it's like a lot of people in Oklahoma, a lot of us look like me are actually Native American or have Native American blood. So I knew about the Trail of Tears. It was recorded, but again, this was something that was not discussed, was not taught in schools. And right. So it would have been in the late 1980s before I ever heard a peep about what had happened with us. And so anyway, like I say, I the thing about it is that it's remarkable to me that something so profoundly large, something that had a huge influence on Tulsa, on Oklahoma, and actually, the one other thing I wanted to kind of hop to is that the interesting thing to me is that after I found out about it, of course, the first thing I started doing was asking other people questions about this. Now, my family, I was born and raised in Tulsa, but they didn't move there until the 60s. And so this is something that happened there, after I was born there. But my family are from Oklahoma. And so the ones who were old enough to know about it really didn't want to talk about it. Which was disturbing. So by the way, just as a little bit of Carlos here is also my cousin by way of marriage, but it was something that the family didn't discuss. But the interesting thing is that after I got out of Oklahoma and I came out and talked to people in California and some other places, and I remember talking to people who were in the Black community. I said, have you ever heard of this, or whatever? And the amazing thing is almost every Black person I knew the story, had heard about it or whatever over the years. And so I had a friend of mine who his family came from Detroit, and they owned the largest funeral home in Detroit, which is the House of Diggs. And so he knew, they knew about it. And of course, part of that was the fact is that some of the people that whenever Tulsa got burned down, they went to Chicago, they went to Detroit, they went to other places. And so the story got carried other places. But it was fascinating to me is the fact that almost universally, all the Black people I spoke to knew the story. And yet, again, I'm a native of Tulsa, born and raised there. It isn't until I find completely by accident that I find anything about it. So anyway, I'm going to get on to talking about the panel, and we're talking about the relationship, basically about Black Wall Street, Greenwood. It's kind of gone by multiple names or whatever, but it also has to do with different phases of what happened there in Tulsa. Whenever last year, I think there are like a good number of other people who are outside of the Black community, or certainly outside of Oklahoma, that most people were ignorant about what happened, they had never heard of Tulsa Race Massacre. But whenever the Watchmen series and with Lovecraft Country popped out last year on HBO, suddenly there was this huge awakening of, is this real? Is this, when it's like one series, it's one thing, but okay, there's 2 series suddenly talking about this issue now. And so it was kind of amazing that this was kind of an awakening for people about this and sort of learning about it. So could each of you kind of tell me about what was your own personal story of discovery in terms of hearing about Greenwood? How did you first learn about what happened? So, Carlos, you want to take a shot at that?
I am not originally from Oklahoma. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. Went to San Jose State. Moved to Tulsa in 1998, and it was, as a young graphic designer trying to make his way. It was really the community of Greenwood that took me in. All of my first clients were, the Greenwood Cultural Center, the Jazz Hall of Fame, organizations and businesses in the Greenwood area. And I ended up freelancing, doing a lot of freelance work for the Oklahoma Eagle, which is a successor to the Tulsa Star, which was the first Black newspaper in Tulsa, but it was also the first daily Black newspaper in the country, founded by A.J. Smitherman. And so just being in that neighborhood and hearing stories from all of the elders in the neighborhood, hearing their stories, having them teach me about the history. I didn't know anything about the history of Tulsa at all. So it was just a crash course in the history of Tulsa, but in the history of, Greenwood. It just always stuck with me. Not only the stories and the history, but the fact that here's this community that really took me under their wing, so to speak, and kind of welcomed me in when, the rest of Tulsa, it was very difficult to make inroads. So I've always, seen Greenwood as a very welcoming and inclusive place, even though the rest of Tulsa might not be that way. And that's, when I went back and read through the history, that's kind of the way that Greenwood has always been since its founding in 1905, and it's the way that Greenwood still is today. So not a family connection, but a very I developed a lot of friendships throughout the years.
John?
Yeah, so I'm also a graphic designer, Carlos. That's pretty cool. I was like, oh, it's one of my things. Anyway, so I had heard inklings about what happened to Greenwood in my childhood, from my grandparents. We have a almost totally Black town in Mississippi called Mountain Bayou, which is close to the Delta. And later on, I had a roommate that was from Mountain Bayou, but which also plays out very as it becomes an important town. Talking about the Emmett Till case later. I grew up in Mississippi, and so basically I was very cognizant of the civil rights struggle and the Emmett Till case and the shootings at Jackson State. So I always had an ear about those particular types of things. The murder of Medgar Evers, those types of really tumultuous things were kind of part of my upbringing as a child, a Black kid coming up in Mississippi. I really didn't know about Tulsa until much, much later. And I want to say after I saw the film Rosewood, that was about the Black town in Florida that has a similar situation where a bunch of it was a massacre that happened in the town of Rosewood, which is a Black town. That's when I became, this 1997, that's when I became a lot more interested in that particular history. Of course, not to diminish, what happened in Tulsa, but, to me, when I saw Rosewood, it actually started to situate what happened, in Greenwood in a continuum of a history of violence against Black people by racist white people to destroy upward mobility of people who were formerly slaves. So that became part of, let's say, a frame in an ongoing sequence, So that was the first time I really, really focused on it. These days, of course, I teach about the Tulsa Race Massacre in my classes all the time now, but that was the first time I really kind of dialed in Probably because like I think I was coming out of like graduate school, had become politicized in a particular way, and so Rosewood was like the thing that kind of like lit the fuse, so to speak, to actually do more research on various types of acts of violence against my people. So, yeah.
So how about you, Grace? When did you first hear about what had happened?
Yeah, so actually, I heard about it in high school. So I'm originally from Champaign, Illinois, and I kind of got a brief, and I say brief, and it wasn't really until I got to college in Atlanta at Clarkland University that I really got like, similar instances of kind of what had happened in Tulsa. And so college became the real awakening for me. And then grad school, more people about this. And I'm like, why weren't people talking about this, when I was in elementary school or in middle school or high school? And even though I got it in college, by that time I was an adult. So I could actively kind of in a way seek that out for myself. And then once I did learn about it and know more, I made sure to incorporate it in my class. So as a professor, I'm bringing it up for me that, and even when I would bring in the Lovecraft episode and Watchmen episode, many of them were like, I had never heard about this. Like, I don't know what this is. And I'm like, whew, this was like, okay, well, you're about to learn today, so, so it would be kind of like a trickle down effect that I would get it. And it would me actively wanting to know more about it. So by the time Lovecraft and Watchmen come out, I'm already like deeply invested, in it.
We're cutting out here a little bit or whatever on this end or whatever, but so yeah. So go ahead. So
I was just saying, it was trickle in effect. I would get in college, really engage with it more, and then once I got to teaching it on my own, I really just actively started engaging with making sure people knew about it, and my students in particular.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as John just said, a minute ago, is that what happened in Tulsa was not sadly a isolated event. This is something that happened all across the United States, and I think that some people would arguably say is still going on across the United States. It has a different face to it now. But I think with Tulsa, it was a question of scale and scope, but also about sort of what happens later. And I'm going to loop back to that in a little bit. But since we are at least ostensibly a panel about relationship to media and everything else, I want to talk a little bit about how the Tulsa Race Massacre was portrayed in the television shows with Watchmen and Lovecraft Country. And so in the case of both of those shows, even though that we do see quite a bit in terms of dramatic graphics and everything else, in neither case are the stories those really about the massacre itself. They were really used as a backdrop for other things that are going on. And of course, naturally, because this was a thematic thing they're trying to play with in the context of both of those shows. The one thing that I just couldn't help feeling myself, and I wanted to know from you who are creators, but also, Grace, from analyzing this stuff, is that, do you think by placing it in a context where there's magic and there's superheroes and all this other stuff, do you worry about that in some way diluting the impact of what the message about what happened, just from the standpoint of, well, these are sort of fantasy situations that's going on, so does it make it somehow lessen the impact of what actually happened rather than doing just a straight up, this is what happened in Tulsa?
I'll jump in real quick. Okay. So I do agree I mean, there's the catch of backdrop, but then at the same time, it's a way to like awaken people through this popular show, through this, through the other narratives. And, because I like how I was mentioning earlier, love show, they were able to enjoy the show and they were able to learn something. And from seeing that moment, they immediately were like, I need to do some more research about this. So I think it plays a role in that. It has to drop at the same time. It plays a role in getting people's attention and through these creative ways. And great things about pop culture, about TV, about film, is being able to insert history.
So, John, how about you? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I have a lot of things. First of all, what we're talking about really is the fact that history is a construct anyway, right? It is a story, it's his story, but her story or their story, our story, these different stories that have not been told or uncovered, so it's a fiction, it's a construct. And basically this particular fiction, certain fictions have more more force behind them. Just read a Texas textbook, and you'll see how
there's fiction,
how different. You might as well be reading a science fiction book. And in fact, race itself is a fiction. It's not a real thing. It's actually a construct as well. And we talk about it. Oh, it's a social construct. This kind of thing. Yeah, it's an artifact, right? So to me, it's like you're just taking one piece of science fiction and juxtaposing it with another. The way I look at it, I think everybody that writes about race is writing about science fiction. Because it's supposed to be based in science, but it's totally not real, right? But we treat it like it is, right? So because of the visual politics behind it, one particular race taking power and that kind of thing, right? So when I looked at something like The Watchmen, which I thought was brilliant, by the way, I thought it was a really great.
Oh, I love the series.
I thought it was a great sequel to a really great graphic novel. So what they do is they set up the magnitude of Tulsa and they liken it to Krypton. Everybody everybody who's in America who knows anything about superheroes understands what Krypton is and what that means in popular culture. Being that the character that survived the Tulsa race riot was the first superhero in that particular universe, right? So that means he's the Superman. The Hooded Justice, as I recall, is the first superhero in that space, right? So he actually is like Kal-El. And so the way that they set it up is it's like the Moses story, right? It's Krypton. They take this little boy, he finds this little girl, but they really are trying to get him to safety, very much like what happens to Kal-El, who becomes Clark Kent. And so by juxtaposing those two narratives, you're talking about how important it is for this particular instance, which was beautifully horrifically portrayed. It was done.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is it also sets up the fact that the history of the space. Bass Reeves, he's watching a Bass Reeves film as well. Who was this legendary lawman. So you have so much about Americana set up in that thing, right? The other thing too is that superheroes are obviously the great grandchildren of cowboys. The superhero it goes superhero. Excuse me, it goes cowboy, pulp detective, superhero. That's how it goes. It's the same type of structure, right? Now, as far as the Lovecraft Country thing goes, I mean, it's already a family trauma fest already. I mean, it's beautifully problematic in a lot of different ways. But I have to say that between the two, I felt that the Lovecraft Country one, it hit me in my feelings. It hit different, I think, because of when it came out, in the middle of the George Floyd incident, murder, and also I needed to see a Black person be unhurt, because as you recall, there's this one scene where I forgot her name, the main character, she's carrying the book of names, and she's unhurt, and she's stuff is bouncing off of her. while that beautiful like Sonia Sanchez poem is being said, and then also when they wrote an opera for that scene. I mean, it wasn't unless I was crying the entire time, because it was like a cathartic thing that was happening. So yes, Tulsa was a backdrop, but it also was kind of feeding into like just exactly what was lost, exactly how what Tulsa meant. I mean, what Greenwood means, to people, and what it could have meant, at the same time, because we're talking about this like speculative space. And then you have, Anjanou Ellis, who's amazing, who is a living portal, who's a living time portal. I was like, I was in heaven, but also, crying my face off the whole time. I just, I felt spent at the end of it. I needed to see something like that, I think, in that particular moment. So I felt more connection to it. But I do understand the juxtapositions, the symbolism of the Watchmen using Tulsa, which is like one of the most horrific, events in our country's history, to juxtapose it with like that pop culture moment, what I'm saying, of Krypton being destroyed. So
I hadn't really even thought about it in that kind of way, but that's actually perfect. That's exactly sort of how it's kind of set up. And of the two, and I agree too, is I think that Lovecraft Country was more emotional. With Watchmen, of course, being there, of course, I'm immediately saying, does this actually look like part of Tulsa? And so Watchmen actually does look like Tulsa. Lovecraft Country looks like Wisconsin. It just in terms of the architecture and some other things like that. But I mean, these are what the shoe button questions they talk about with historians or whatever. So, but anyway, Carlos, I wanted to kind of chat with you about the fact that you wrote a children's book. Now I've got Victory of Greenwood, but you also wrote a children's book. And so could you tell us a little bit about approaching this story for children? So I haven't had a chance to look at it, but so if you could tell us a little bit about how you approach something so horrific and terrible and tell children about this.
Yeah, a couple of things that John said really struck me is, not just focusing on the massacre itself, but what was the outcome, right? And so I intentionally titled my book "The Victory of Greenwood," because it was at its heart an attempt to steal Greenwood's land and move the Black community further to the north. And then ultimately this plan fails. Greenwood, the citizens of Greenwood refused to sell their land.
That's right.
B.C. Franklin, who was an attorney who had just moved into Tulsa a few months before the massacre happened, sued the mayor, the city commission, the chief of police, basically the power structure of the city. One black lawyer, well, two black lawyers, he and I. Spears, but that incredible feat of bravery, and he wins his lawsuit, allowing the community of Greenwood to rebuild. And so B.C. Franklin becomes essentially the superhero, right, of this story. And the people of Greenwood rebuild the community and go on to influence not just the city but the entire country in many ways. And so when I was thinking about how to tell this story at we aimed the book at kind of the 1st to 3rd grade level, and a part.
Oh, we lost Carlos.
All
right. Well,
book about racism.
Oh, okay. So you came back. You froze about halfway through all of that. So back up to you. You were showing, you're telling us basically what age group you were you aimed it at, and so start from that point.
Yeah. So I partnered with a publishing company out of Portland, and the name of the company is A Kid's Book About. Their first book was a kid's book about racism. So they really specialize in taking these complex and difficult topics, and they have 40 books. A kid's book about gender fluidity, a kid's book about emotions, a kid's book about divorce, all these different difficult topics. And so this was the first book that they were publishing about a historical event. And so we worked together to really talk about how what was the origins of the Greenwood community, how it came about, what existed in the community of Greenwood, or all the great things that was built by the community of Greenwood. We talk about the massacre. I actually named in the book who was responsible, which is something I didn't do in the adult book, interestingly enough. And I talk a lot in the book about what happened afterwards. And now this plot to steal Greenwood's land didn't succeed. Greenwood was able to rebuild. And then I sort of talk about, there are choices. There are choices that we can make to lift up our communities and to support our communities. And I kind of ended the book on that note. So I think there's a lot of hope. And there's a lot of things for families to talk about. That's really what we wanted to provide, is not just a straight up here are the facts, but really give families a way to talk about this event, but a way to talk about Greenwood as a whole.
Mm-hmm. So I'm actually going to back up a little bit here or whatever. So, we've been talking about the massacre and everything else, but I want to back up a little bit. And of course, Carl has touched on this sort of the aftermath or whatever. So we're going to work backwards a little bit. But I want to go back to Black Wall Street. And so tell me about what Black Wall Street was. What made this Black community different than any other Black community that was present in the United States at the time? What really made it this special place that was there? So, do anyone want to take a strike at that first, or? So, Carlos, or John?
No, I mean, it's funny because, and this is just me. I'm not an expert on the subject, but I think one of the things that was really powerful is that, as I recall, a lot of the Black people that came out from, on the Trail of Tears with some of the indigenous folk, were former slaves, and actually even some of them were former slaves of some of the indigenous people, as I recall, too, right? So that's something else that we want to talk a lot about as far as the relationships between Native American people that were there, like the Osage folk people, and also, the African Americans who were there. And in some ways, Tulsa, Oklahoma itself actually, proved to be almost like a promised land to a certain degree. The Greenwood area was one of a bunch of different Black towns, and there was a lot of land that was actually controlled by people of color, which is, I feel was really unprecedented. In some ways it was, of course, the government's efforts to displace, Native American people and people of color in general, but they had set up a space where, there was a lot of power. And I think what starts to happen, of course, is when Oklahoma becomes they discovered how much oil is in Oklahoma. That's when, again, people who are up to no good or racist, or, have this particular, violent history around racism, starts to try to usurp or to disrupt these spaces. And so, of course, you have a lot of racialized violence even before the Tulsa Race Massacre, and of course, the Red Summer, 1919, where there's a rash of violence against Black folk, post, after the First World War, right? Or in that space. Or is that right? I think that's right? Or during this, there would be, it was around that area. So anyway, so those are some of the things, but I know that a lot of the tracks was fought by this gentleman named Gurley, correct? O.W. Gurley, who was a wealthy businessman, right? And so that's kind of where a lot of the starts get, and then also there's a lot of ownership of businesses, and also sharing of the economics too, right? So that's the other thing too, is that a space becomes wealthy when it keeps the dollar from leaving the community. That's actually how a community becomes wealthy. So you don't buy outside of the town. You actually you pay the person next to you, and that's actually how the dollar generates, right? And that's they really were practicing that, so I'm gonna shut up because I'm not expert.
Well, no, but
Well,
go ahead.
You're absolutely right about Gurley. What's interesting is I found the original land deed from December of 1905, and what's interesting about it is that the name on the land deed is not O.W. Gurley; it's his wife.
That's right. Yeah.
So Emma. So in fact, Emma Gurley is in essence the founder of Greenwood, a black
mother
woman.
of Greenwood.
One of the things that I found that was most striking to me was how much Greenwood uplifted its black women leadership. There were just as many, if not more, black women entrepreneurs as men. And you'd see in the newspapers, in the Oklahoma Sun and the Black Dispatch and the Tulsa Star, you'd see all these articles about, here's Lulu Williams with her, I'm wearing the Williams Dreamland Theater t-shirt. She's a serial entrepreneur. She owns 3 movie theaters and 2 confectionaries. And, you have Mabel Little and there's just dozens and dozens, Susie Bell, of women entrepreneurs, faith leaders, community leaders, teachers. And I've never seen in sort of historic research another community that uplifted its women as much as Greenwood did.
That's interesting.
Which I've always just found completely fascinating. I mean, here's an era where, before women were allowed to vote, before women had, women couldn't even own bank accounts or property, but here's this community that's opening up all these opportunities, and not just opening up the opportunities, but celebrating them in the newspapers, allowing women to speak from the pulpit, which is that was just mind blowing to me.
Wow.
So I thought that was very, very special and something that made Greenwood quite unique.
So Grace, did you have any thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, so a lot of, Carlos and John have mentioned a lot, but for me, thinking about Black Wall Street is, I think of it as a sense of Black wealth that a lot of people don't think existed. So oftentimes when you're talking about wealth and you're talking about business and entrepreneurship, you do say, yes, there are Black businesses or Black owned businesses, but to say that there was this community that was thriving and building and people were just coming all over, and that Tulsa housed some of the largest and biggest spaces and biggest businesses. And for some people, that's like unheard of, or to say that there's Black wealth that doesn't exist. And so in a way, also Black Wall Street as a movement, as an idea, as an actual existing place was a threat for people, particularly white audiences, because it's like, if Black people have wealth and they have money and they can do for themselves, what are they capable of doing? And so for many, that's a scary thought, when actually, shouldn't that be something that we endorse? Shouldn't that be something that we embrace? So for me, just when I think about, what it is and the history of it, I look at this place that, what if it had still existed? What if it was still here today? Like, what impact would it have on businesses, on entrepreneurship as a whole? What would we be looking to? What would be housed there? So, I see this place of what could have housed so much power and so much wealth and so much community and so much fellowship. And, the fact that it existed, says a lot. And, all I can think about is like, what if this was still here? Like, the memory of it is great. And I'm glad that we do have that. And for me, I'm just like, what if it was still here? Like, what would we do with this? And what would happen? So, yeah.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you bringing up that point or whatever, because that was actually a question I was going to ask or whatever. But you beautifully stated it. It's just the fact that the slightly more insidious thing is the fact that it wasn't just the murders that happened, but it was we want to erase the idea that Blacks can have power, that they can have wealth, that they can have whatever. And so it's if you want an example of systemic racism, there you go. And so, because if you could erase the idea that this is possible, or what have you, once you change the landscape of what's possible, what can be imagined, then it becomes very, very corrosive and destructive.
Yes.
I
mean,
go ahead, John.
Well, really quickly, because you guys are like brought up so many amazing points, like what Grace is talking about. Then that's why the power of speculation is so important. The what if, I mean, because what we're talking about is a level of wealth that's lost that would have affected not just like the Black community, but America, like the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. It's like there have been studies showing like just exactly how much generational wealth could have actually changed the landscape of the country. That's how, and that's the thing too. Like, I mean, my friend Stacy always talks about this idea of like Black utopias and the fact that we've already had Wakandas. You know what I'm saying? We've already had Wakanda. We had several of them, right? These utopic spaces where, in spite of like superhuman opposition, like the type of like oppression and fear and violence that is like, overt, and in spite of that, these people who were former slaves, or the scions of former slaves who were not allowed to even, do anything, not even vote, not anything, right? Built these spaces in spite of the type of like opposition is just, as Carlos said, that they were superhuman. You know what I'm saying? And so, yes, Grace, I think you're absolutely right. There were a lot of like really scared racist people who did not want that to happen. And then to kind of piggyback what you're saying, Neal, like, yeah, you have to destroy the idea of it, which goes back to the fact that, these systemic erasures of our history and what is continuing, right? Don't teach critical race theory. What they really mean is like, don't talk about racism, don't talk about the bad things about our country. You know what I'm saying? So these battles are still happening, right?
Yeah,
so.
I was, one of my notes here is the horrific House Bill 1775 in Oklahoma, which basically just says, don't talk about, you're not allowed to talk about this sort of thing in schools. Mm-hmm. And so right. I just feel like we're right back to what happened right after the massacre happened. Yep. And it's just like, don't talk about it. My family are about 90% teachers. And the idea that we're all basically, we got gags on our mouths and we're not allowed to talk about this is just infuriating beyond belief. And so so again, thank you so much, Grace, for bringing up that point and talking about it, because that's something that I actually wanted to talk about.
Could I just add everything?
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
So one of the things too that motivates me, like just as a person, a Black woman, someone who lives here in America, it made me realize how important it was to own something, to have something that I can pass on to whoever may come after me, or who that I can, create a legacy for, and some people may think it as simple as like home ownership is like small, but like that's real, like, because a lot of people don't have that. And so Black Wall Street, if anything, teaches me to make sure that I own what I have, that I have ownership of something, that I can build off of something, that I can leave so that it doesn't get erased, so that someone else doesn't know about it or doesn't get forgotten. So if anything else, like I said, that memory, that legacy, that continuing forward is definitely something that Black Wall Street also plays a big role for me.
Wonderful. So, Carlos, you're on the ground there, in Tulsa or whatever, and very involved in what's going on with Tulsa and development that's going on. So I just wanted to talk to you about, with Watchmen, with Lovecraft Country, what's been the reaction there in Tulsa, in terms of what's gone down, and in terms of the Greenwood community? How have they kind of responded to these things?
I think overall it's been very positive. The families that I've talked to and the descendants that I've talked to, it's very much appreciated that this history is being brought to light. I think that if there is any sort of criticism, it's that we're so focused on the massacre itself that we're not looking at the broader picture. And there's so much more, to your point about not being able to teach history, there's so much more history that we don't know. This land was Cherokee on the northern side of the northern kind of maybe almost 2/3 of Greenwood.
Part of the Cherokee Street
was
part of the Cherokee Strip.
And then in the business district, what we normally think of, quote unquote, Greenwood, which back then was known as Deep Greenwood, the business area, was owned by the Creek tribe, by the Creek Nation. And so, as a amateur journalist, historian, teller of these stories about Greenwood, we don't know how, from a historical perspective, how this land came from being native owned to being black owned. We don't have a real, a paper trail that can tell us through historical documents how this came to be. Who were the intermediaries, and how is this land being bought and sold to become this, mostly black owned area. And Greenwood was a lot more diverse than most people think of. We've, in our historical research for the book, we found grocery stores that were owned by Russian Jewish immigrants, the Villarreal family having a grocery store in Greenwood, Asian family having a general store in Greenwood. So how does this neighborhood and the jazz clubs in Greenwood would invite anyone and everyone. It didn't matter if you were black, white.
Yep.
It didn't matter, what race or color you were. You were welcome in Greenwood to shop there, to enjoy the music, to enjoy, to buy, hats and shoes and clothes, and, to go to the movie theaters. The producer for the Williams Dreamland Theater was a white man. And so I think that what Greenwood wants to see is a more complete history and story of Greenwood. Let's talk about Greenwood's influence on the Tuskegee Airmen, for example. It was Simon Barry and Bessie Coleman, who were early black aviators in Oklahoma, who inspired the Tuskegee Airmen, who would, fight for our country in World War II. It was Greenwood that, Tulsa did not have a public transit system until it was bought by Simon Barry's company. So it's a black man who's responsible for the transit system in Tulsa. We don't talk about Emmett J. McHenry, who graduated Booker T and grew up in Greenwood and founded Network Solutions and was the exclusive domain provider for domain names during the 1990s. If you bought domain names early on, you were buying them from a black man who grew up in Greenwood.
That's
crazy. The commercial, in a way, the commercial internet exists because of a black man who grew up in Greenwood. Why don't we tell that story? His name should be in the same sentence as Steve Jobs and Tim Berners-Lee.
That's amazing.
So much more history, and there's so many more stories that come out of this place that need to be told.
Yeah, I was going to say right quick, Carlos, like that was something when I was talking to Dexter Nelson, who's works with OK Pop and with the Oklahoma Historical Society, that one of the things to kind of piggyback and echo what you're saying is like, he said that, one of the things that incenses him is that everybody thinks about Greenwood being destroyed, and the entire story that you said about like them fighting for, like hunkering down, living in tents, suing the infrastructure. They actually, he was telling me that there's a building, right, that's in Greenwood that actually is stamped 1922, with the building stamps. And so we focus on that in the graphic novel, we wanted to actually not show muzzle flares, not show, the destruction, but also really focus on the building of Greenwood. And like you're saying, like focus on hope, focus on the fact that in spite of all of this stuff that, I was doing like some reading and stuff, but yeah, there's a point, I think, in the, afterwards when, people get together around this Christmas tree that was brought by, was it Red Cross, I think? And
yeah, it was
kind of like, forgave, their attackers, as Christians. And I was like, the type of fortitude and kindness and resilience is just staggering to me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's the things that we wanted to focus on and across the tracks, because suffering sells, right? I just did not want that to be the key element of a book on the imprint, So.
Yeah. I really, that stood out to me very, very much, is that, and how you ended, and that Christmas celebration, because that is detailed in Maurice Willow's report. And he led the Red Cross relief, and it was actually his grandson. And Neal, you may remember Bob Hauer, who was a very well-known news personality. So Bob Hauer is the grandson of Maurice Willows, the Red Cross relief leader.
Oh wow!
So Bob Hauer published the all of Maurice Willow's reports about how the Red Cross helped Greenwood to rebuild, and that's, so that shows up in Across the Tracks. They raised enough money to be able to bring in a big Christmas tree and put it into the center of Greenwood and have this, Christmas, celebration. And Greenwood was very grateful for the Red Cross. They called the Red Cross the Angels of Mercy. So just reading that story and it was impactful for me, and to see it in the comic book was something special for sure.
Well, thank you for that. We wanted to make sure that people didn't think of, just to and I feel like myself getting emotional about it, but I was like, the riot, the massacre happened over 2 days. That's it, 2 days, like a blip in the history of African American history. It was just like it's just a moment, a horrible moment, but it's like, it was only 2 days. And so, for that space to just be known for what was done to them, is just, it's a disservice, and I love the fact that, the current mayor is, behind trying to excavate these spaces and understand what the hell happened in that space, and actually try to move forward together, I think is, I don't know, again, like just the level of strength of the people in that space is just, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. I really can't.
Well, we're getting up against the time for our panel here or whatever. But I want to thank all of you, first of all, for taking the time to come in and talk to us about this. I really appreciate that everybody's busy and everything else. But so if each of you would tell us basically where we find you, if we want to find out more about your work or just keep in touch about stuff. So where can we find you? Carlos?
thevictoryofgreenwood.com. And so we've got some articles there. You can buy the book. I'm also on Twitter, cmoreno237. So that's how to find me.
Okay, wonderful. Grace?
So you can find me on Instagram at lovejones20. You can find me on Twitter at gbreezy20. Also find me on my newly launched website, blackfuturefeminist.com. And so yeah, and if you ever want to stop by VCU and stop by my class,
love to.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that.
So it's always open. The door is always open. So yeah, those are where you can find me, and yeah, wherever there's a theater near you, as they say.
John?
So my website is johnjenningsstudio.com. So you can find me there. You can buy Across the Tracks anywhere where fine books are sold. That includes Amazon, Barnes & Noble, your local black bookstore, whatever. You can find it there. Or you can go to Abrams Books and check it out there. On Instagram, I'm John Jennings Art. You can find me there on Instagram, and on Twitter, I'm J.I. Jennings. So that's how you find me. So.
Wonderful. And so I would invite you, all of you, of course, well, Carlos isn't an issue, but Grace and John, if you're ever in Tulsa, I hope you'll go by the Greenwood Center that's going on. It's amazing.
Absolutely.
No, I definitely intend to. I hate that we just did a thing because I do the back matter for Bitterroot, and we did something with the Centennial there with Dexter. So I hate we couldn't be there in person,
Wonderful. Well, anyway, thank you all again for attending. Well, we've got a Star Trek panel coming in behind you here, and awesome. so anyway, take care and thank you again for attending. We will be back in about 5 minutes with the next panel, and in the meantime, we'll see you, and we'll see all of you next time. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. All right, stay in touch, y'all. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Good afternoon now to all of you lovely viewers and my wonderful panelists that have dropped in for us today. Thank you again. We've so far we've had a really wonderful set of panels before, and I want to talk about hope and optimism and all the wonderful things about Star Trek, or at least that's my own particular take on it. Maybe you think something differently about it, and we're going to find out all about that here in just a couple of minutes here. So first of all, I just want to go down the row here and have all of our panelists introduce themselves. So David, start with you.
Hi, I'm David Mack. I'm a longtime writer for Star Trek. I wrote some episodes of DS9 back in the 90s. I've been the author of many Star Trek novels. My 29th Star Trek novel will be out in November, and that's Star Trek Coda Book 3, Oblivion's Gate. I've written for Star Trek in comic books, reference materials, CD-ROMs, live theater, just about everything except for feature films at this point. And I'm currently working as a consultant on Star Trek Prodigy, and I was a consultant on Season 1 of Star Trek Lower Decks, and an uncredited consultant on Season 1 of Discovery.
All right. How about you, Derek?
Hi, I'm Derek Tyler Attico. I'm a Star Trek author, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, 2-time winner, science fiction author. I'm currently working with Modifius Games, working with them on Star Trek Adventures, creating new adventures for role players in the Star Trek universe, which has me really excited. I'm obviously a Star Trek fan. I've been watching it. It's ingrained in my DNA at this point. And I'm happy to be on the panel.
Wonderful. All right. And so, Andre.
Hello, I'm Andre Bormanis. I worked for many years as the science consultant on Star Trek, final season of Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, 6 out of 7 seasons, and then Voyager for its whole run. Also wrote for Voyager and then became a writer and producer on Star Trek Enterprise, written for various other TV series since Star Trek, and most recently I'm a writer and executive producer on The Orville, starring and created by Seth MacFarlane, and working on that show with Brandon Braga, another longtime Star Trek writer and producer, and also working with Brandon on The End Is Nigh, a new series with Bill Nye the Science Guy that will air next year on Peacock.
Wonderful. Okay, and Larry.
Hey, I'm Larry Nemechek. I'm a longtime fan of Trek. I guess we all are. Turned a journalism and theater background into self-publishing. Did an encyclopedia for Next Generation before there was one, which became the Next Generation Companion, which was kind of I guess a classic. That came to LA with that, and basically, yes, worked as a consultant author. I edited the official magazine Communicator for 8 years. We updated the companions several times. Since then, done the book and map set called Stellar Cartography. And what else? We sold, we had one story sale to the show, to Voyager, but basically interviewed all the creatives behind the scenes from my book time onward. I now run a digital background scenes company called Portal 47 for fans. We do location set tours for fans. I've done a column in the official magazine for like 22 years. And I'm working on a documentary. We're circling back to finish up my documentary, The Con of Wrath, which is about a very special, interesting moment in Star Trek history from 1982.
And I saw that lovely picture of you and Janet sitting from the Voyager documentary a couple of days ago. So, and Kelly.
Hi, I'm Kelly Fitzpatrick. I'm a science fiction and fantasy author. I am also a winner of the Star Trek Strange New Worlds contest with my TNG story, The Sunwalkers. I've written several essays and commentary on Star Trek, and I am currently a contributing writer to Star Trek Adventures role-playing game from Modifius Entertainment. And yeah, really loving getting to work on those projects.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again. So you're all working on stuff that I love or read, or I'm at least paying attention to, or whatever. Because as I tell everybody, my first fandom was definitely Star Trek, and my gateway drug to all things fandom. And as I tell everyone, is say that Star Trek, science fiction conventions as we know them came from Star Trek conventions. There were earlier science fiction conventions, but the way that we recognize them, the form that we recognize them, definitely took a cue from those early Star Trek conventions. So I want to kind of dive in a little bit into the subject. So the name of the panel is "But Is It Trek?" and that might be controversial or it might not be controversial. But I'm not necessarily trying to say here is a particular show or there's a particular show. Is it Trek? Is it not Trek? Or what have you? But I want to talk about sort of the core of what Star Trek is, what it means to all of us. And so I would like to talk to each of you is basically say what so Star Trek means different things to different people. How did it enter your life in the first place? And what messages do you feel have most personally affected you? And so who would like to take that?
I guess I'll jump in.
All right, David. All right.
I like the temperature of the water.
All right, so you go right ahead.
I grew up watching Star Trek in syndicated reruns in the early 1970s. Basically, as soon as it hit syndication, that was when I was old enough to start watching TV. I was born a couple of months before the show left the air in '69. So I grew up having Star Trek as one of the sort of fundamental influences in my life. I guess I imprinted on it the way a duckling imprints on the first thing it sees that moves. And for me, that was Star Trek. So it has informed my worldview. It has inhabited my imagination pretty much my entire life. I cannot think of a memory without Star Trek. It has pretty much always been there for me. So, for instance, for me, the Star Trek universe is almost as real in my head as the world that I live in. Like, I can mentally move through the corridors of the Enterprise or DS9 or whatever. I can think of its history at the same time as I think of real history. So I guess for me, what I've always loved about Star Trek and the message that I've taken away from it as a kid and which has carried forward with me into my work for Star Trek is that we can have a better future than the world that we have now, but we have to choose it and we have to work for it. And even if you achieve it, it's not going to be something that will just then persevere. You're going to have to work to maintain it. The lesson is we can be better than we are, but we have to make that choice and we have to encourage others to make that choice with us.
Great. So how about you, Derek?
Well, a lot like David, Star Trek, I started watching it as a kid. It's been a constant in my life, at every turn of my life, every point of my life, from a child not really understanding some of the stories and knowing what they were about, to a teenager. And I've gone away from Star Trek and I've come back to it. Personally and professionally. And for me, I found that there were four, I've talked to David and Kelly about this, there were four elements of what I call the four pillars of Star Trek. And that's hope, friendship, exploration, and science. And throughout my life and throughout my time of watching Star Trek, in every iteration, whether it's, novels, TV shows, movies, anything, when you look at Star Trek, it has those four elements in it. And like David, and I think like many of us, I've looked at that future and guided myself just from the way I was raised, but I identified with those guidelines. I identified with what the Federation was and what it would hope to be and what it meant to be and how it looked at the past and learned from the mistakes of the past and grasped, for the future. And so that's something that I look at always, think about always, and when I'm writing it, and just in my average everyday life, I always I'm thinking about the ideals and morality of Star Trek.
Okay, Andre, you're up next.
Well, I have a very vivid memory and an early memory watching with my older brother an episode of the original series when it originally aired in 1966. The episode was The Naked Time. I was 7 years old. My brother was 10 or 11. And I didn't understand it at all. I thought when they were down on the, on M113 or whatever the planet that was freezing over, I thought that was some part of the ship they hadn't yet explored. The ship was just so big, they hadn't explored their whole ship yet. I had no idea what I was seeing, but I was fascinated by it. And like some of you have already said, I really got to know the show years later when I was in high school, and it was in syndication in the 70s. And of course, it was my favorite show, and watched every episode repeatedly, the reruns of the reruns, as my mother would say. And I also at that time read The Making of Star Trek, which was kind of like my Bible for a while. I had no idea how TV shows were made, and I was just fascinated by the process and looking at the way that the ship was designed and how well thought out it all was, and process of coming up with stories and writing scripts, all the production challenges and the budgets and the time pressure. And it was just amazing to me. And back then, I never would have imagined that there would be another Star Trek on television, or even more improbably that I would end up working for the subsequent Star Treks. And for me, the show represented kind of what the future was going to be. It's what I expected the world to become. It seemed like the logical outcome of where we were in the 60s and 70s in a lot of ways with respect to the space program, certainly, but also this sense of inclusivity, the fact that everybody was welcome, that everyone was treated the same, not just different races, but different species, small people, anybody. And I think that part of the appeal of Star Trek is that everybody's welcome and everybody has a place. And I think that that's why so many people who feel like outsiders have been so drawn to the show over the years. It's disappointing to me that the world has not moved more in the direction that we all sort of took as a given for the future back then. But we still have the ideals of the series to hopefully guide us forward on a better path. And and as always, I remain optimistic, and I think that that's another legacy of my own interest and involvement in Star Trek. Is as bad as things might seem on any given day, in any given era, things will someday get better.
Kelly, do you want to hop in there?
Sure. So like everyone else here, I grew up watching Star Trek, and for me it was Voyager that was on. And I just was very taken with, obviously the show is exciting because they're in the Delta Quadrant and they're exploring and meeting new species. So I was very taken with just the wonder and the exploration of it. But I also was really inspired by Captain Janeway as this leader who is, strong and confident and knows her stuff and is completely thrown out of her element, and yet maintains composure and is able to really not just keep her crew together, but really build something beautiful on the ship, this group of people. And she has to work in the Maquis, and they have to decide, how are we going to balance our Starfleet ethics and values with our mission and with our desire to get home. And I loved watching how all of that worked out, and that was very inspiring to me as a young person. I really enjoyed seeing the EMH and Seven sort of work through their journeys of personhood and identity and those sorts of things. And I guess also just the theme of perseverance. Like, I think Voyager is unique in the franchise in that they're so far from home, they really have to just sort of kind of, dig deep and rely on grit and each other to get through situations. And so I see all of those aspects kind of working through in different ways in the different series as I've become an adult, and really appreciate that we have this media that just really seems to be always relevant. I can still go back to these shows, new and old, and still appreciate them and still get something out of them. And as I progressed as an individual. I became a high school teacher, and I've spoken about this before, but Captain Janeway's leadership very much influenced the way that I saw myself as a teacher and tried to bring those ideals, into a classroom. So I really see Star Trek as something that it's not just entertainment. It inspires people to kind of decide what sort of humans do we want to be and what sort of world do we want to build here. I think that's a beautiful thing.
Wonderful. And Larry, did you ever watch that Star Trek show? You ever heard of that?
Wait, is this not Star Wars, but Star Trek? Okay. Yeah. Well, no, I famously blame my 9th grade science teacher who shamed me one day into going home and watching it after school. And, original series, yes. And all the Storm and Drang since then. But there's, and I guess now looking back, the words I'd say were it was the world building and it was the universe. I mean, I wasn't a big I read science fiction, but I wasn't a sci-fi fan. But I was a history buff even by then, and I loved science. And I had hobbies. I mean, I had all the mix of things, but it took years to realize that what stuck me in was the background. I mean, yes, the making of Star Trek, back when you could count all the Star Trek books on one hand, or the behind-the-scenes making of books. And I just remember reading that and saying, aha, they did plan everything out once I got hooked on watching them every day, and getting into not arguments, but proving things to my 2 or 3 friends at school that cared too. But I remember Gene saying, well, if we, you want to have a show set in the future, you want to be on rocket ships and meet aliens, cool. But the reality of that is if we blow ourselves up here on Earth, if we poison the Earth, we'll never get that far. So all the assumption is that we did overcome all that. So it's not a Pollyanna. It's well, if you're going to go down this thread, then that's what you have. And now we talk about, does a spacefaring civilization get to a point, or only the ones that can reach into space are the ones that have settled those issues? So hopefully any other aliens we have met are going to be, the same psyche, or else they will have self-destroyed somewhere along the way too. But I really, in hindsight now, look back and think I just took Star Trek for granted that way. All the things that grabbed most people, it was, the optimism, the representation, the storytelling, the adventure. I mean, I took all that for granted, I guess, and I just loved the backgrounding. And it's almost come full circle to me. I've had all these years of hearing everyone else talk about what the show meant to them. Because to me, there are all kinds of good entertainments out there. There are even the franchises of genre things now, and the one aspect, you had the four pillars, Derek. I talk about the 5 C's sometime, but the one that sets it apart and the one that gets kicked around a lot, and we can say the C word, canon, but to me, it's even more so than Star Wars or some of the other series that have a pretty good involved background, is that it's been 55 years and there's been an attempt to keep stitching this together, and some people want to, go, oh my God, it's hopeless, we can't keep this up. But to me, that's what sets Star Trek above even the other cool, futuristic, geeky, aspirational, representational universes, because I like having stories set in a universe that I don't have to keep relearning over and over again. And I guess that's what now I look back and say, sucked me into Star Trek. Aside from it's a positive, not dystopian, view of the future. It has awesome characters and has had pretty good success in casting, and we get the commentary flavor, and we get the little stories and morality plays and all that. But if you want to say, why has it been around for 55 years? And yes, yielded, whether they know it or not, the media fandom culture that we have, it's Star Trek.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a real, this is going to have to rack your brains kind of a thing or whatever, but so, is what particular episode or what Star Trek movie that you saw do you feel really sums up the best about what Star Trek either is or it should be? Is there? Can you filter that down to a single episode that you think really encapsulates what Trek means to you?
No.
So Kelly's shaking her head. You have something there? So I'll start.
I mean, this is a very steep ask here, but I guess if I had to narrow it down to one, it would be Voyager's Blink of an Eye episode, in which they come across a planet that time passes much more quickly on the surface, and they kind of get stuck. Voyager gets stuck in the sky of this planet and becomes accidentally part of the planet's culture, and actually inspires that the people on the surface to reach for the stars. And so I like it because they're trying to follow the Prime Directive. They're trying not to interfere as much as they can, and yet we sort of get to see both sides of humanity's existence, because we see ourselves as the people on the surface, as the culture that is, going through war and devastation, but still reaching toward a spacefaring, optimistic future. And then we also, can potentially see ourselves in the crew of Voyager, who is, already there, but still then facing questions of their own. And I love seeing those two worlds meet. It just feels like a really beautiful representation of everything that I love about Star Trek.
I think I would probably go with Next Generation, The Measure of a Man. And the reason why is that it's not an action episode. It's really what Star Trek has always been best at, which is a thoughtful episode. It's an episode about ideas, about challenging ideas, in which Starfleet tries to insist that Data, despite having gone through the academy as an individual, having been granted rank, promotion, they're trying to argue that he's Starfleet's property now, that they can do what they will with him because he's just a machine that they've allowed into their little party. And it's up to Picard to argue, no, this is not an automaton, this is not a machine, this is not property. And he really manages to get to the root of what Starfleet is doing and why it's evil, and that it's when you dehumanize the other, it's easier to enslave them. It's easier to treat them as less than, to pretend that they don't have feelings. And if you're going to do that to synthetic life, to androids, you could easily do it to any form of life. Once you start dehumanizing the other, once you go down that road, there's no coming back, really. So I think that really sums up what's great about Star Trek, is that it forces us to say what we conceive of as being, the boundaries or definitions of life or personhood or consciousness. It forced us to think in broader terms, to say, maybe it's more than we thought it was, or maybe it's more nuanced than we thought it was. And for that reason, I will always love that episode.
Wonderful. So who else has something they want to dive in? You have a good example? I realize it's like tough to take all those years.
It is tough to pick from all of the however many hundreds of episodes now that have been produced, 500 or 600. Mm-hmm. It's funny, people ask me about episodes sometimes, and oh gosh, I really love that one. It's like, I'm trying to remember, tell me again and they're like, well, you wrote that one. And I was like, well, I did. That was 24 years ago. And I don't have a very good memory. And I worked on so many drafts of so many different episodes just in my tenure as the science consultant and then a writer-producer on Enterprise. It's 330, 340 episodes I worked on, So it's a little hard for me to kind of think back and remember. And, it's like, what's your favorite song? It's like, I don't know, there's so many songs. But I'll tell you, the ones that made the biggest impact on me, I think, if I think back to the original series, and this is not necessarily a great episode, but by any other name, when the Kelvins from the Andromeda Galaxy, had taken human form and they were going to hijack the Enterprise, take it back to the Andromeda Galaxy, and then, colonize our galaxy. Alien invaders, right? Well, of course, by taking human form, they were subject to the, vulnerabilities of human emotion and jealousy and anger and all of that jazz. And Kirk, of course, uses that as a weapon against them and manages to, in effect, defeat them. And at the end of the episode, the leader of the Kelvins, Kirk is basically telling him, look, you don't have to be colonizers. You don't have to invade. We can send a robotic ship to Andromeda with a message saying that, we have any number of uninhabited worlds in our galaxy, and you're welcome to come and create colonies. There doesn't have to be any kind of a war or conquest, involved in this. And Rejak, or whatever his name was looked at Kirk and like, well, what? you would welcome alien invaders? And Kirk says, no, but we would welcome friends. And it was that attitude and that sense of being above the pettiness that most people would feel, or the desire for revenge, and the dismissiveness. Oh my God, they're bad people. We don't want anyone to do anything to do with them. Let's just blow them up, and then hopefully we'll never have to hear from the Kelvins again. No, that was not the way that those things were resolved. Similar thing at the end of Space Seed, with Khan. Khan tried to kill Kirk, took over the ship, and at the end, Kirk let him go. Said, look, you guys, came to do something that is potentially great, and we're going to give you the opportunity to do that. Here's this planet, SETI Alpha 5, which we find out, of course, 15 years later was not such a great idea. But at any rate, those were the moments that were meaningful to me in many episodes of Star Trek.
I think about one that I come back to a lot, and it's Where No Man Has Gone Before. And it's like the second pilot, the Gary Mitchell episode. And it's, I guess William Shatner, and I guess everyone was just starting out, Leonard Nimoy and that whole Spock-Kirk relationship. But it's about friendship, and it's about power and corruption, and how power brings out what's inside of you and brings out more of what's in you and who you are. And that really resonated with me. And I think that episode stands the test of time. These two men were really good friends, and one became so powerful, he became a near God, and it corrupted him, and what that did and what that said about who we are and we can become, and the choices we can make in life, and how those choices affect us and can affect those around us, was something that resonated with me from the first time I saw it to every time I watch it. I'm all in every time I watch that episode. So I think that's certainly one of my favorites, and one that I always come back to.
And it was a great way to showcase Kirk's friendship with Spock.
Yes.
Which,
yes.
This
yes.
half human, unemotional, quote unquote, character.
Yes. And with Mitchell gone, I think it allowed Spock to kind of take that place, and I loved how that kind of worked. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely.
Larry, you have any thoughts?
Well, I was not built for the internet world with listicles and number ones and number twos. I always hated coming up with narrowing things down. But pieces, pastiches, what everybody has said so far, yes. And again, I feel like I took a lot of Star Trek for granted over the years. Like, well, yeah, of course they're all this. But one of the moments that stand out for me, risk is our business. That speech is all about the. I mean, I was a NASA kid before I was a Star Trek kid, and that was all cool and exploring. And I was also a history buff. And anytime Kirk would, the risk is our business speech, but anytime they would do that thing where they reminded you that these were our people, that Kirk would have he'd do a Genghis Khan, Napoleon, Hitler, Lee Kwan, and he would do that from the past into the future to remind it this was not a galaxy. Well, they didn't know to say this then, but this is not a galaxy far, far away. This is us, supposedly, going in. And so you always felt driven. And so it's like, well, if they could get to it, then it's going to inspire us to do that. But then fast forward, and you have a couple of times, I think, in the neutral zone with the icicle people who are thought out. Picard is talking to the stockbroker. It comes back up again in First Contact, where they're trying to help the audience wrap their hands around what's the post-scarcity society look like. Thank you, replicators. Lead and gold are the same thing now. And he says, we don't worry about petty things like materials and acquisition. We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. And somewhere between those two poles, and it comes up again all the time in the other shows too, but somewhere in those two poles are the moments that it's kind of, it's like they're letting you look behind the curtain, peek behind the curtain to see what's motivating, on top of, the great characters and cool stories and adventure and comedy even, or whatever's going on, that the underpinning and the subtext of it all. And that's what was so sneakily subversive, and why the show got canceled after 3 years. It didn't come out and do all this on the note. Well, at times it did it on the nose, black on one side, white on the other. But you know, and so yeah, my favorite episode. One of my co-favorites was during the Babel, and yes, the Spock family was great. But it was the first time we got off the ship. I remember thinking, can we get off the damn ship a few more times? I want to see what all these planets are talking about and wrangling over, and how they got along and how they got where they are. And, you know, does everything have to be so damn Earth-based? Which was, you know. So I'm all set for Star Trek West Wing. That's my, you know, that's what I want to say.
Oh, Star Trek West Wing. That was a novel called Articles of the Federation by Keith DeCandido.
So
that's exactly what fans called it. West Wing meets Star Trek. You'd love it.
So I'm going to go get just a tiny bit controversial here. So Deep Space Nine made several kind of big changes to the franchise. First of all, it was the first series to boldly stay where no one stayed before. But it also introduced a long-standing war. It was not a one-off conflict or whatever. And I know that Gene Roddenberry always fervently did not want war to be a part of what Star Trek was. And so the question that I have for all of you is that, can Star Trek challenge the vision of Roddenberry and still be Star Trek?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
Okay. I mean, what's great about DS9 is that it's not about sitting where no one has sat before.
It's everybody.
It's about building something. It's about making a claim and saying, we're going to not just fly away at the end of a week and leave this to be someone else's problem. We're in it for the long haul. We're here to help build a better future for these people. We're here to earn their trust. And it really wasn't about the war so much as it was about Bajor and its relationship to the Federation and how it got caught in the middle of that war. Those were the real repercussions that were visited. But I mean, if anyone doubts Deep Space Nine's pedigree and its right to be called, true to Star Trek, just look at the first season episode Duet. I mean, the emotional and the just the sensitivity that went into that, where you basically, it takes this notion of the Cardassians as this monolithic race. They're the bad guys. And then suddenly you meet this guy who isn't a bad guy. He was a coward, and he admits he was a coward, and he was in a place where unspeakable evils were happening, and he wasn't brave enough to stop it. And he blames himself to the point where he takes on the persona of the person who was responsible so that he can be punished as proxy. I mean, there's a lot going on here, and essentially it forces Kira to challenge her own preconceptions, her own prejudices against the Cardassians from her years as fighting as a guerrilla soldier, or as a rebel against them, and forces her to realize it's not a case of a culture or a civilization, that there are going to be individuals who are capable of change, who desire peace, who desire, rapprochement. And eventually it comes down to the line at the end of the episode when an angry Bajoran stabs this Cardassian, on the promenade and kills him. And she basically says to this guy, why did you do that? You knew he wasn't the real Gul Darheel. And the Bajoran says, he's a Cardassian. That's all that matters. That's enough. And she looks at him and says, no, it isn't. And that's a major growth moment for Kira, but it's also a statement of moral purpose for DS9 as a series. And I think that is the sort of thing that often gets overlooked.
Yeah, I think that, the concept is big enough to accommodate different perspectives and different, implementations. And, Deep Space Nine, I think, was kind of hobbled a little bit by the fact that it was a space station. And Star Trek, by definition, is about going places, right? And it's interesting to me, having, spent some time studying policy for the U.S. space program and working in graduate school at the George Washington University and doing work for NASA, that our space program, after the lunar landings, kind of got stuck in low Earth orbit, probably for much longer than it should have been. And I think in a weird way, DS9 was kind of an embodiment of that, sometimes you need to stay in place to learn some things before you can start moving on and moving out again. So I certainly have a great deal of respect for Deep Space Nine as, you know, as Star Trek, and just as a TV series generally. They had a truly great writing staff led by Ira Stephen Bear, with, you know, Ron Moore, of course, who went on to do Battlestar Galactica, Outlander, For All Mankind. Renee Echevarria was on that staff, Bradley Thomas and David Weddle, a lot of terrific writers, and Michael Piller, of course, you know. And so definitely it you know, it's worthy of the name. I do think that the fact that it was taking place in what Michael Piller described as sort of Dodge City, you know, we're going to let the action come to us. Yeah, that's not perfectly valid premise for a show. I think the fact that they didn't get off the station as much, they didn't go to new planets every week or every other week. Yeah, it was a challenge, you know, for the audience.
Well, they picked up after they got the Defiant.
They got the, and that's why they got the Defiant.
And that's why they got it. But it changed the whole show.
Yeah.
I had a fan on Twitter just yesterday ask me about Captain Sisko's morality, and did I think that he was a good captain or one of the best? And it's interesting because I pointed out that, yes, he did what he did in the pale moonlight to bring the Romulans into the war. And I'm sure that Gene Roddenberry would have had, you know, something to say about that, because that's not what he probably envisioned as what Star Trek and Star Trek captains should be like. However, when you look at the decisions that Sisko made, it didn't, that decision didn't change who he was. And he made that decision because he had to, and because it was the entire Alpha Quadrant that was at stake. And you look at other people, you know, I can go back to Gary Mitchell and what his authority and his power did to him, and you look at Sisko and what his power and authority and what he did with it, and having that discussion on Twitter with the fan, it was like, oh yeah, I see your point. So it still remained Star Trek, even though it may have gone in a different direction than Gene Roddenberry envisioned. I think because everyone on DS9 respected so much what Gene Roddenberry set up and what had come before, you know, not just TOS, but TNG, that no one really wanted to deviate that far from those guidelines and rules. And I think it shows. I think it shows in the show over 7 years.
Well, I just realized, Derek, is that a Risk Is Our Business TV?
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of interesting because, like, on my podcast, The Trek Files, where we pull things from Gene's files and make it relevant to today as well as history. And people get this whole thing about, you know, was DS9 too war-y for Star Trek? And that was, you know, Discovery says, hold my beer. But it's a thing that people get all in a wad about what Gene thought and you know, would have wanted and all this. And for starters, it's an amazing kind of lesson in, speaking of the sacred texts, you know, like Sisko is the emissary. Mm-hmm. It's kind of an amazing thing that Gene was around through two generations. There's young, you know, there's like young James Bond Gene that gives us James Kirk, and there's older Guru Gene that gives us Picard as more thoughtful. You know, two different eras of TV and storytelling and different eras in Gene's life, and there you can pull quotes from Gene all over the place. Sure. But to remember what context they're in. And there's also even the level of where was TV and storytelling. And a lot of what people go back, I believe, because Ira said he can't believe that Gene would not have supported the war stories, because the war stories they did were not about glorified shoot 'em ups and bang 'em ups, and that was part of the excitement. But at the core, they were still about how are humans, how are humanoids, especially humans, dealing with the grief of war and the loss and the balance. And that's why they put up the casualty boards and have people go and, you know, mourn over the people that they'd lost. And that was always a very, you know, it was not a glorified war at all. It wasn't a space battle, you know, Yahoo shoot 'em up war. And Majel, even when I was editing Communicator, Majel even famously wrote a letter as the Dominion War got underway and said, I'm opposed to this. And it was kind of a mini scandal at the time. But again, this is Majel, I think herself, Majel Barrett Roddenberry, Gene's wife, the first lady of Star Trek, carrying the torch for Gene after he died. for another 15, 20 years. But in that lockstep of a lot of things, I think grew out of just the fact that Gene knew the technology of the 60s. If you blew your budget on a space battle, you had about 27 cents left over for a script, maybe. and to not and even in getting into the movie era and getting into the trap of a space battle show, whoever was going to be the heir down the line that would take the torch from him eventually, not to let Star Trek turn into that kind of a show. And the fact that the technology becomes such a no-brainer, now we have CG, even beyond the the realm of physical models and motion control. And the fact that CG now can be so, what do you want? You want an alien dog, or do you want 15 ships in the space battle? I mean, whatever it is, it doesn't skew the storytelling. And now you can do, and the Dominion War shows were done before CG. That was Gary Hessel amazingly pushing the envelope. But you could seamlessly, it didn't have to be about the CG. I mean, it could still be if the wrong person got the keys and went down that path. But thankfully, it's never been that way. The core has still been there. So people go back and read Gene talking about war and don't do this and don't do that. And a lot of it was him or he's covering up the fact that he doesn't want to raise the expectations with some bunch of network suits that we're going to go there because we're going to have this high and mighty reason not to, when he's really guarding against the fact that we can't afford to, so let's not raise the bar. And then worrying when he lost control of the franchise and others were doing the movies, the same thing. There he's really actively talking about let's not become just a glorified space war. So a lot of those Gene quotes over time you can kind of read between the lines and see. But I agree with Ira. I think Gene would have loved to see the humanity because Gene certainly saw his share of that as a bomber pilot, and rescuing when he was a Pan Am pilot, civilian pilot, and getting his passengers out of a crash in the desert. I mean, Gene saw his share of that whole wartime generation. So I disagree. I think, yes, Star Trek, it's big enough to have comedy and courtroom drama and certainly war, as long as humanity is still at the core of the war stories.
Yeah, I agree with Larry. I think Gene would have appreciated an episode like It's Only a Paper Moon, which was, about Nog going through post-traumatic stress disorder. I think Gene would have appreciated an episode like that.
So, one thing that I want to get into, because we're starting to get low on time here or whatever, but I feel like it's the biggest thing that we need to talk about, and that's IDIC. It's the thing about it is that with the new series out there right now, it seems like we're spending a lot of time battling, talking about the heart of what IDIC is about, and so the question that I'm wondering is it because our audience has fundamentally changed, which is why we're having to explain that idea to new audiences? Or why do you think there's so much of a battle regarding IDIC and gatekeeping in Star Trek right now with the new series?
Is there a battle over IDIC? No one told me.
Right? I mean, didn't Gene... It's kind of straight to the point, right? Infinite diversity and infinite combinations. So there it is for you. I mean...
I thought it was infinite drama over Idiot's Canon.
Oh, I'm not going to touch that, David. But, I mean, infinite diversity in infinite combinations. Say it 3 times fast, say it slow, say it. I mean, it explains itself. It's a brilliant idea.
Which was conceived to sell little baubles so that Gene could
right. Right. But at the same time, I mean, 55 years later, man, it's brilliant. So, I mean, what's the...
We reach.
Right. What's there to argue over?
We are the one.
Right. What's there to argue over that? I don't know.
Only the Herberts.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got a hard lip, Herbert.
I don't know. That would be the first thing I would say to an alien, if they came down, we welcome you, infinite diversity and infinite combinations. I mean...
Yeah, I'm not really sure how this can be misinterpreted or misconstrued by viewers, and it's really just kind of annoying when it does come up that I'm like, did you miss the whole point of like the whole franchise if you think that there's not space for that diversity and difference in the franchise? Yeah, I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm not at all familiar with this debate that's going on, and to be honest, I have not seen much of the post-Enterprise Star Trek offerings. Because I still have some friends at CBS. I guess I got invited to a special screening of the first 2 or 3 episodes of Discovery when it came out a few years ago, and similarly for Picard. And that's about all I've really had the chance to see. But I guess that because there is maybe some pushback in the real world against diversity and inclusion, at least in terms of, Black Lives Matter and the pushback against the so-called 1619 project to teach school children about the history of slavery in the United States, and then the critical race theory, which is an academic thing that, again, way past my time. I'm not very familiar with what that is, other than I guess it's about sort of subjectivity and personal identity being at the root of our understanding of the world, as opposed to some kind of objective reality, as I struggled to understand it when I was studying physics way back in the day. So maybe that's part of it, the cultural change, the challenge of, the last 4 or 5 years in this country and others, the fact that we have so much disinformation, the internet being, I read something this morning actually about how things that are false, demonstrably false, are tweeted 70% more of the time than things that are demonstrably true. I don't know why that is. I've got an old friend from high school who's just come out with a book about this, Jonathan Rausch.
The lie can go around the world while the truth is still putting its boots on.
Yeah, it's just, I don't get it, frankly. I'm kind of just maybe getting too old to really understand why things have become that way. And it surprises me to hear that of all the things that, one could nitpick about Star Trek, people are pushing back against it. Really? I don't get it.
To me, that just seems like that's the heart of the show. And if
you
don't get
it
that,
is, absolutely.
You don't get Star Trek if you don't get that particular principle.
It's what you say to a really bad pitch. It's like, I'm sorry, have you watched the show? Do you? Yeah.
So the last thing is going to be a really quick question here. Is so Star Trek's, unquestionably, it's influenced all kinds of other different shows and movies and everything else in the world. It goes, what non-Star Trek thing have you watched that is absolutely Star Trek without having the label?
Galaxy Quest. Yes, it is the best of the Star Trek movies.
I took David Gerald on a tour of the Orville sets a few months before we all went into lockdown. David Gerald, of course, wrote The Trouble with Tribbles and was involved in the development of Next Gen. Everybody knows who David is. Seth MacFarlane, by the way, when he met David, or after he met David, he said to me, "That guy looks way too young to have written for the original Star Trek." Yeah, he does. But David told me when we were having lunch that he said that, when people ask me, what's your favorite, post-original series Star Trek TV show and your favorite post-original series Star Trek movie, he says, my favorite post-original Star Trek movie is Galaxy Quest, and my favorite post-original Star Trek series is The Orville. And he felt that they're just both truer to what he felt as a writer on the original, his perception of the spirit of Star Trek.
How about any of the rest of you? Have any sort of feel-alikes to you guys?
I just read Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir, and it's a fabulous book in its own right, but I think I liked it a lot because it has a lot of Star Trek vibes. It has that optimism. It's very hard sci-fi, and there are strange new worlds and new life forms. So I really enjoy getting hold of a story that's like, ooh, this has the same texture.
I love the influence Star Trek has on, Orville, of course, on Galaxy Quest, and even Battlestar Galactica, because a lot of the things that Brennan couldn't do or wouldn't do on Next Gen, he did do on Battlestar, and without cutting his teeth on Next Gen, he wouldn't maybe have written Battlestar had he gotten it the same way.
You talking about Ron Moore?
I'm sorry, Ron Moore. I'm saying.
And it wasn't Next Gen. It was Voyager. He was frustrated by things he wasn't able to do on Voyager.
Right.
And he said, we should be doing this. We should be doing that.
Right.
And he kept getting pushback. So he took a lot of that frustration and he channeled it. And he said, "This is what I'm talking about." And he put together Battlestar.
Right. So
instant classic.
So Star Trek is still in the room. Even though it's not being seen, it's still in the room. And I love that influence.
Yeah, it's driving the conversation
in our culture.
He had frustrations on DS9 too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was the core. By then, it was the franchise envelope, and Rick Berman was the arbiter of how far you push the envelope at the time or whatever. But yeah, it was him getting to bust loose.
My two nominations for Star Trek things that are not Star Trek was Master and Commander. And also, if you ever read the book John Scalzi's Red Shirts, which is
I read it. I mean, obviously he put it together as a parody.
Right.
Yes. The thing that always sort of struck me about it is how if you read it, he deliberately wrote most of the book in this rather pulpy, almost slightly incompetent style. I guess as a mockery of what some people think tie-ins are. But the whole thing is redeemed by the codas at the end. He has these three codas, which are done in first person, second person, and then third person. And the way that those tie up all the lingering storylines from the rest of the manuscript is just downright brilliant.
Yeah. Well, we're actually up against the wall for our time, but I want to thank all of you for coming in and talking Trek for us. It's one of my favorite things in the world to do. But if you would just kind of just go down the line here and just tell us where we find you and where we pick up your Star Trek stuff. So, David?
Me again?
Yep.
All right. I'm David Mack. You can find my official website at davidmack.pro. That's davidmack.pro. I'm on Twitter at David Allen Mack. That Allen is ALAN. My most recently released Star Trek book is More Beautiful Than Death. Pick that up. And my upcoming Star Trek book is Star Trek Coda, Book 3, Oblivion's Gate, coming out at the end of November. It's part of the whole Coda trilogy where we're tying up 20 years of ongoing shared literary continuity. We're bringing it to an end because, of Star Trek Picard blowing all of our backstory out of the water. So pre-order that.
I'm Derek Tyler Attico. You can find me at Derek Attico, DerekTylerAttico.com. You can have a conversation with me at DAttico on Twitter. And I've got some stuff coming out with Kelly, and I have some stuff coming out with Modifius Games, a new book called The Shackleton Expanse. And I'll let Kelly talk about what that is going to be. It's a lot of fun.
Okay. Larry?
Yes. So everything Trekland is at LarryNemechek.com, Portal47.net, which is our backstage monthly experience for fans, interviews, live interviews, roundtables, things out of my documents, archives. I totally didn't mention the two live shows I do every week, which is Trekland Tuesdays live at 1 p.m. Pacific. Tuesdays with me on a topic and then fans going at it. And Saturday, Dr. Ali Matu and I, Dr. Trek and Dr. Ali, one of us is a real doctor, on Life Support Live. We're going boldly through uncertain times. It's a nice mashup of Star Trek geekery and mental health and just helping you live your life more fun. And then Trek Files is my podcast from the Roddenberry Network. We're on hiatus right now, but we'll be back in the middle of July. It's weekly. It drops on Tuesday. I think I mentioned it earlier. And yeah, LarryNemechek.com, Larry Nemechek on Twitter, Larry Nemechek's Trekland on Facebook and Instagram.
Andre.
I got nothing. I have no Twitter.
Smart man.
I have an Instagram. Alfie Suki Gwenny is my handle or whatever they call it, and it's just cat pictures. I have a website, skybynightproductions.com.
I love it.
More cat pictures. The good news is, season 3 of Orville is back in production. We resume production toward the end of January. We should be finishing this summer 10 episodes. It's kind of amazing the amount of, we're going to be on Hulu, and Seth has pulled out all the stops. They are going to be, each episode is extremely ambitious. They will probably all be longer than the standard 45 minutes you're used to seeing on network television. Cinematic in scope. I'm hoping don't know when the air dates will be. Maybe by the end of the year, maybe not till early next year. And I'm also doing a book about the Orville universe that will be out sometime next year. And that's about it for me. And the end is nigh. We're going to be shooting that in Montreal, Canada. Brandon Braga is already there, and I'll be joining him in a couple of weeks. And it's 6 episodes, Bill Nye, telling us all how science can save the world from disaster.
Cool. Kelly.
I'm Kelly Fitzpatrick. You can find me at my website, kellyfitzpatrick.com, and on Twitter at kellyfitzwrites. And as Derek stated, we have an upcoming book that will be coming out this year from Modifius for Star Trek Adventures, and that is the Shackleton Expanse source book, where we got to create new worlds, new playable species, and an entire region carved out in the galaxy for GMs and players to enjoy. So check that out.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful panel, and really enjoyed talking with all of you. And hopefully, we'll be seeing all of you one way or another sometime soon. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Good to meet you guys, Derek. Yeah.
Great meeting everyone.
All of
You too, yes.
So for all of you who are watching the panel right now, we're going to follow Star Trek with an exploration panel. So we're going to talk about space exploration, sea exploration, and everything in between. So that'll be coming up at the top of the next hour. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back at 2 o'clock with Above and Below. Thank you.
Bye, all. Very nice to meet all of you. And
Yeah,
Larry,
thank
of
you.
course, good to see you. Say hi to Janet.
Trek well, everybody.
Take care, guys. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre.
Sure. Bye.
Okay. And we are back. And thank you, everyone that's been watching since we started this morning. We've had a fabulous run of panels so far, and I've been looking forward to this one all day. I tell everybody, it says, I get to talk to NASA people today and sea explorers and all. Yeah. Well, and X Prize and all these other wonderful
Schmidt
people.
Ocean Institute, yeah.
Yes, Schmidt. But no, I get to talk to explorers, and so it just excites me to no end. I mean, if I was able to have another career, this would have been something that I would have loved to have done myself. But I appreciate all the wonderful stuff that you're doing and bringing your explorations down to us and sharing with us all the wonderful, cool things that you are discovering. So I guess the first thing that I want to do is we're just going to go around and have everybody please introduce themselves. So I'll start with Jonathan, since he's right on the right corner over here, and we'll just work our way around.
Hi, everybody. I have been here all day long, Neal, and it's been just great. I tuned in this morning, and I have to say that last panel, the last two panels were especially good. Everything's been great, but that Trek panel, I'm just such a Trekkie. And if I can just take a moment, I just have to say, I too, by the time I was 10 years old, I'm 6 months younger than Larry. This became my Bible, and was not only into the show, but by the time I was 10, was off to Radio Shack and ordering things from Heathcock to build my own version of the bridge of the Enterprise so that I could play with my friends. And I think it was Andre maybe who said, sorry, my tribbles are purring here a little, something about Captain Kirk. Everybody wanted to play Captain Kirk when they were, and I was always Captain Kirk when we played. And I went to Equicon, which was the 1973 Star Trek convention in Southern California. I was just a kid, and I met so many of the stars of that show. It was quite an experience for a kid to be able to do that, and meeting Majel Barrett and Gene Roddenberry. And little did I know, 10 months later, someone who would become a very close friend of mine would be born, and that's Rod Roddenberry, Majel and Gene's son, who was born in 1974. And so my whole journey, like so many of those folks in that previous panel, started because of Star Trek. And as Larry said, the Apollo program. I was looking for my Equicon program to show you guys. I didn't find it, but I did find this. My mom saved my Apollo 11 t-shirt from when I was a little kid, and Apollo landed on the moon. So this has been great all day long, and I'm really looking forward with my very good friends here. Now, Sam and I are going to be good friends. We've not met before, but Jodica and I are friends and colleagues. I am also part of the Schmidt Family Foundation's Marine Technologies Board of Advisors, and have worked closely with X Prize as well. So this is just fabulous. Thank you for doing this. These days, I'm part of the NASA Frontier Development Lab and the European Space Agency Frontier Development Lab, Schmidt Ocean Institute, and a variety of other space science and exploration things. Thank you for doing this.
Well, of course, I don't know anything about Star Trek. I've never heard of the series. It was just some random thing that. Anyway, so we're going to take to Jodica, my good friend Jodica, and so please just tell us all about you.
Thanks, Neal. And it's lovely to see both of you. I also actually watched the last two panels, and they were great. I don't know if Sam's got any Star Trek stuff around him, but I'm wearing a T-shirt right now that has. Oh my God, it's R2-D2 with a photo of a Dalek, and I loved him in Star Trek. So we're all somehow connected to Star Trek, I guess. I'm the executive director of the Schmidt Ocean Institute. This is a philanthropic institute that was founded by Eric and Wendy Schmidt in 2009. And we operate a research vessel that is currently in the middle of the Pacific in the Phoenix Islands protected area, an archipelago, and it is actually live transmitting from the deep sea. So this is just the perfect time to have this panel. But as Jonathan said before this, I was at X Prize and I was executive director for the planet and environment for X Prize. But my job right now involves exploration in the deep sea.
Wonderful. And how about you, Sam?
Yeah, so I've been for about 30 years.
I've had the opportunity in so many different areas. So I've had the opportunity to work across many areas in the agency. So working solid rocket motors, working prize competitions, partnerships office, getting people connected. So it's been an adventure, and right now I'm working on the human landing system to put people back on the moon.
Very, very cool. So I want to kind of, Jonathan told us a little bit with his stuff, but I want to kind of go in a little more depth. So how did each of you sort of develop a serious interest in exploration, and how did you first get involved with it? So who wants to take that first?
Well,
you
I'll go first.
That's fine.
Yep, no problem. Actually, I actually grew up about 15 miles from Jodrell Bank, which at the time was the largest radio telescope in the UK. Actually, that's where I'm sitting right now, about 15 miles from Jodrell Bank. So I was always actually interested in space, but also we have a very strong culture of science fiction here as well. And I grew up watching Doctor Who and my all-time favorite, Blake Seven. So I always had this, vision of exploring space and exploration in general. But I was also interested in nature and, just the land that we live on and the ocean. So very broad, but from childhood, huge interest in exploration.
Wonderful. So, Jonathan, how about you? What was your...
So let me get ready here. Yeah.
It's too bad you don't have any props.
I just threw all these together pretty quick this morning, but mostly growing up in Southern California, having through circumstance lived on an Indian reservation and gone to school with the Native Americans there for a little while when I was young, being exposed to traveling around the world from the time I was very young, being dragged around the world with my grandmother when I was a kid for many, many years. I think it just got in my blood. But the science piece of it, the science fiction piece of it, growing up reading Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, watching Star Trek, playing Star Trek from a space perspective. Interestingly enough, the reason I'm part of the Schmidt Family's Foundation Marine Technology Advisory Board is because I'm actually an ocean scientist originally. I am the Science and Exploration Fellow for this gal, the woman you see on the cover of this particular book. That's Sylvia Earle. She runs an organization called Mission Blue. Never would have thought when I was young and when I was doing ocean science that I'd be able to call this person my dive buddy and friend. And then got into space as well and tech as well, and with a career in Silicon Valley, and managed to apply that mindset of exploration to all of the things that I did. As a matter of fact, my job title at Autodesk when I was there for 12 years, was explorer in residence. And it was my job and my team's job to do that, to be out exploring. What's next? What are the places that nobody's shining a light? Where should we be paying attention? And of course, the technologies developed at Autodesk have been used for all kinds of things under the sea and in space to help people imagine, design, and create these amazing things. So it's been a journey of open-mindedness and innocent wonderment, and being able to recognize that half of being smart is surrounding yourself with people smarter than you. And I think that's true for exploration as well. And I'm not done yet. There's all kinds of stuff to be done.
And that's part of why I do LockDownCon, is so I get to talk to smart people all day.
And by the way, Jonica is literally locked down. She failed to say something, but she is literally in the UK on lockdown and can't go out right now.
It's true. I'm in quarantine, so
naughty.
No, from travel.
No. So Sam,
in lockdown.
So Sam, so how about you? How?
So it's funny how exploration, to me, for me, it started with Isaac Asimov, reading books. I get that. But the other aspect is I really feel that exploration is inherent to us, to people, to a society, to a culture. If you ever wonder about that, just go to the beach. You look around, you see little kids just digging holes in the sand. You walk, what are you doing? What are you digging for? I'm digging for treasure. I mean, they're exploring all the time. People inherently want to naturally explore. So, to that end, though, how is it fostered? Like within my family, whenever we had family vacations, we'd be driving. My dad and my mom would stop for the night. And with my 3 siblings, everybody had a task. One person had to go find the Coke machine. One person had to go find the ice machine. The other person had to go find the room. And the other person had to go find out if they had a foosball or pinball, a game room. And that, we're always going off exploring as our kids. And we were told to go run off. And as a parent now, I realize all they wanted us to do is go run around the hotel and burn off energy. But to us, we were all by ourselves, 7, 8 years old, having the responsibility to go off and explore and find where everything was at within the hotel area that we were staying at. And it's just, you take that into a kid and you foster it, you grow it, you get them to read stories, you get them to start to imagine and dream and wonder, and all of that builds up to just the person that you wanted to be and go off and find more things. And then I've just been fortunate enough to be able to have the opportunity to do that with NASA. So I've got to just continued to ask a lot of questions and probe a lot of areas and try to find new things, new technologies, new areas, and space areas.
I couldn't agree with Sam more, right? We've been, for a long, long time, we have been explorers, and we have been going, and we have not only had the skill sets, it turns out, to do good exploration, and the tool sets. This is a Homo neanderthalensis skull. This is an actual Homo Neanderthal stone tool. We've had the tools, we've had the skills, but most importantly, I think what Sam's tapping into here is we have the mindset for exploration as humans, and we just keep going, right? It's phenomenal. This prop I have right here, the golden record that's aboard the Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1977. We have 2 things, exploration devices, that we have sent out that are outside our solar system right now, sending things back. We've been doing it a long time. We're going to be doing it for a long time. And it's one of the things that just is making the human journey as wonderful and amazing as it is. Couldn't agree more.
So about that skull that you had, is that the dude who couldn't find the Coke machine?
Zach.
Kind of does look like my brother.
Some of my friends come over, and I have about 20 of these. I've been fortunate to connect over the last 12 years with Wits University in South Africa and with Louise Leakey in East Africa doing some paleoanthropology projects. And so I have a whole bunch of these, and people walk in and they see them and they aren't sure what to think at first when they do.
I have to say, Jonathan, I think your house would be great to explore.
Yeah, we're going to have an expedition just to your house. That would be awesome. So we'll kind of start digging into the main kind of part of the panel here. And so mankind's been exploring the globe for a really long time. But I think there's a common misconception that we actually understand the world a lot better than we actually do. And so where do you think basically are the biggest blank spaces on the map, or the things that we need to understand more about right now?
Well,
I
wonder if the ocean will come up.
I haven't mentioned the ocean yet. Actually, it's interesting. We've all mentioned space and ocean, so I think there's certainly linkages between the two. But as for planet Earth, the ocean is a hugely unexplored area. Actually, just this week, the SIBA 2030 announced, and this is a program to map the seafloor by 2030 at high resolution. They just announced that just over 20.6% of the seafloor has been mapped. And the ocean takes up about 71% of our surface area on this planet. So only around 20% has been mapped. And that's an increase from last year of about 1.6%, which doesn't sound huge. Of course, bear in mind COVID was going on, but and so a lot of vessels came into port for a while there. But 1.6% doesn't sound huge. However, it's about half the size of the US. So it's just a huge amount of space that we have yet to explore. And that's just the map of the bathymetry, which is the seafloor. And then there's the 3-dimensional aspect of the ocean, which is, from there on up. And on average, the ocean is about 4 kilometers depth. So there is probably around 95% of the Earth's living space has yet to be explored.
Can I build on that just a little and talk
Please
about
do.
Our favorite living organism and why that matters so much? As we all know, what we breathe is not oxygen, it's air. And it's about 20-ish% oxygen and some nitrogen and other things in the air that we breathe all the time. And most of us, all of us, grew up hearing about why the Amazon rainforest is so important, or why all the tropical rainforests and forests around the world are important, is because all these plants are producing oxygen, and we need that 20-ish%. We've evolved with a specific percentage of oxygen in the mix, and we thrive in it. And it wasn't until, I'm going to say a word here that I'm guessing very few people have heard of before, Prochlorococcus, prochlor for short. It wasn't until 1986 that we even heard about this thing called Prochlorococcus. And thanks to Dr. Penny Chisholm at MIT and the Chisholm lab at MIT, we now know that it's kind of a big deal. You see, about likely over half of all the oxygen created on planet Earth comes from photosynthetic organisms in the ocean, not on the land. So it's a big deal. It matters. It matters in keeping us alive. And now we know, and it's only been a few decades, that Prochlorococcus is responsible for likely at least 20% of all the oxygen creation. So this little microbe, photosynthetic thing that lives near the surface, it's photosynthetic, so it needs photons to photosynthesize, so it doesn't go too deep, is responsible for helping keep us alive. The very living thing that we depend on is in the ocean. And that's just one of the many things. When we think about things like climate, of course, climate is driven by what the ocean is doing. So understanding it is so important to our survival. And I tell people all the time who say, save the planet, let's not worry about the planet. It's going to be fine without us. Let's save us. Homo sapiens, right? We're the only left species alive today of that big bush of things that came before us, Australopithecines and Neanderthal. Well, they were a different type of Homo in case of Neanderthal. But we're the only species left of this. At one time, we were down to 10,000 of us on this planet. And we're pretty neat. Like I said, we launched a couple of things that are outside the solar system. We are understanding the very beginning of our universe in ways that is astonishing when you think about the fact that a collection of molecules is now looking back and trying to understand where we were created. Our molecules, where were they born out of? Where did they come from? How did they even become this, right? I can go outside and scoop up a handful of stuff and it'll have carbon and potassium and nitrogen, all the things that are in my meat sack and your meat sacks. And yet somehow these are metabolizing, reproducing, and reliably passing on information. We're gazing up at the heavens and looking back. We're neat. We should save us. And to do that, we must understand our ocean.
So Sam, what do you say? What do you have to say about that?
I think you bring up a good point, Jonathan, in the sense that, so I think Jonathan brings up a good point, and that exploration and discovery is one facet. Understanding, that's a whole different area and world to explore into. We have discovered and we know where rainforests are. We know our seas and our oceans are going up and down, but understanding what's causing it or what's the effect of it, that's vital to our survival. Exactly like Jonathan was saying. We with NASA and the USAID have partnered to create a program called Xalavier, so SERVIR, and we're partnering and create hubs across the world to support Mesoamerica, Eurasia, Central and South Africa, and have an understanding of what are the impacts from natural disasters, what is the impacts from climate and climate change, how is it affecting their land, how is it affecting their seas, how is it affecting their crops, and we give that data freely to all the countries, to anybody who's looking for it, and just are offering that up for people to have a better understanding of what's going on within their local regional area to make life better for themselves, make lives better for their community, their nation, and a whole. But I think as we gather the more data and we do the exploration, that's great. But really is the key thing is, like Jonathan was saying, is getting an understanding of what we have and what we're dealing with.
And that's why we do it, right? We go from exploration to discovery to understanding.
Yeah, and I just want to pick up on what you both just said, which is, once we understand something, that's when we really start to care for it and we put a value on it. So whether that's an economic value or some other kind of value. So first comes understanding, then comes that value component, and then you really start to care for something. And so that applies across the world, whether it's the ocean or the rainforest. Sam, you mentioned, and Jonathan as well, climate. So I think there's a core component, and that's understanding. But before understanding comes that need to explore.
We've come a long way. Here's another prop. This is the. Sorry, I got a ton of them. This is a 3D print of the Babylonian map of the world, and this is what folks a few thousand years ago thought the entire universe was. Right here. This was it. The world was, I should say. They had some notion of there was something going on up above. And it wasn't until just 100 years ago when a guy that we've all heard the name of took this particular image on a glass plate, a guy named Edmund Hubble, just a little less than 100 years ago, 1923, and he expanded our horizon a little bit by exploring the heavens. This is what gave him the insight to prove that, in fact, wait a minute, there's not just our galaxy that we're in, but there are other galaxies as well. And at the time, people were saying, wow, there might be dozens or hundreds of these other galaxies. And of course, now we know it's a much bigger number than that. And it's because of our explorations that we have made such amazing discoveries that expand our horizon, that expand our worldview to be able to do this. And there's always these little rivalries, and most of the time they're fun. Sometimes they might get a little serious between sciences, and especially between space and oceans. Oceans people are very often, Jodica is probably laughing right now, always going, why is it those space guys get the billions and billions of dollars all the time and we don't? You're cracking up. I know you are, because it's a total oceans scientist thing to do. And the reality is, though, I tell people all the time, I think that perhaps there is no single technology, tool set, capability that has helped us to understand our oceans better than the ability to launch something up into orbit, turn it around, point it down at Earth, and get that data. So it's a bit silly for us to worry about these kinds of rivalries and really think about how, in fact, yeah, it is all one thing. This is our place. This is our planet. Sure, we can go to other places. We can move to Mars and build colonies and things, but hey, this place, we've evolved after a long period of time to thrive here. Let's keep this thing going for a while, and let's work together to do it. Space, oceans.
You know one thing I find. One thing I find interesting was the commentary by Jodica saying that we understand the ocean's floor and we understand the ocean's surface, but in the middle, we're not really understanding it very well. If I heard you correctly, Jodica. And as the similarities we have even in the atmosphere, right? So we have weather balloons and aircraft. We can explore the first 20 miles of the atmosphere. And then we can put sounding rockets to maybe 80 and 100 miles up. But between 20 and 100, the ionosphere, we have no real understanding or knowledge of how it works, how it operates, what's going on within that area. And so the ability to better understand that portion of space atmosphere, and then as well as a better ability to understand what's going on in the mid portion of our oceans, how do we find that out? We're looking for the technologies that'll get us into those mid zones and be able to do some real exploration and even with some better understanding of what's going on there.
In the space community, it's said that space is hard. Oceans
is harder.
It's harder. Deep ocean is harder. Right? We've sent 24 people to the moon. How many people have we sent to the bottom of the deepest part of the sea? Right? A handful. Very few. And most of those just recently, up until a few years ago, it was 2.
Yeah. I just want to talk a little bit more about the space-ocean link. So back in the 1930s, there was a chap called Auguste Piccard who actually invented the... he was the first one to fly into the stratosphere, and he got up to about 15 kilometers in height. And he invented this capsule that carried him up there. Interestingly, I think it was his grandson, Jacques Piccard, who was known for, Sam just mentioned how many people we sent down to the bottom of the ocean. Jacques Piccard, along with Captain Don Walsh, were known for their record-breaking Challenger deep dive, which was 10 kilometers down in the Mariana Trench. So the Piccard family held, both the first record for the highest and the record for the deepest journeys and of exploration. And, tying it back to where we started this panel with Star Trek, who was named Picard in Star Trek, and which family was that after?
And as a matter of fact, his grandson was the pilot of the Solar Impulse plane that flew around the world on solar power. He's a good friend of mine, Bertrand Piccard.
Bertrand Piccard, yeah.
Family of explorers.
So I just want to know, how is their wine?
It's all connected. Gene Roddenberry knew this story.
So I want to get a little more, kind of dive into a few things what recently emerging technologies are having the biggest impact on the things you're studying right now? I mean, can you think of some particular technology or something that's kind of changing the game for you?
I have a big one, and it's 100% of what we're working on at the NASA Frontier Development Lab and the ESA Frontier Development Lab. It is a public-private partnership. We did this so that we could engage with researchers from around the world with very few limitations on who participates. What we work on isn't secret, but there are just rules about how money is spent when people who aren't American citizens are involved in physical places that are around the world, aren't in the US. And so Google, NVIDIA, Intel, IBM, Planet, Lockheed Martin, and others are a part of this public-private partnership that is focused on using AI. So that's the answer for me, is AI, to solve some of the greatest challenges that we face. We're in our 6th year right now, and it's phenomenal. I, as a person who's been in Silicon Valley for 30 years and been doing technology longer than that, I can't think of any other single technology that's actually an older technology, right? First developed in the late 1950s, that is having today and going to have impact on the kind of things that we care about on our path of exploration, discovery, and understanding.
So Sam, you were trying to say something there, I think?
Yeah, so I'm going to say 3D printing. The growth of 3D printing into metals has really made a game changer for us in the space industry, especially for rocket engine design, rocket engine manufacturing. There's small companies starting up all over. There's a company out in Boulder, Colorado called Ursa Major Technologies. They're a bunch of guys from various private space companies, the two of them at large, mostly. They left the companies and started their own rocket engine company. Started just 3D printing engines, and they've got contracts across the DoD. They're looking to get contracts with NASA, and it's just the ability for them to turn an engine around, a whole design of a brand new engine. They created it and printed it and test fired it in 16 months. And to me, that's unheard of in prior years. It usually would have taken us anywhere from 3 to 5 years to come up with a concept of a design to first test firing. And these guys pulled it off in 16 months. So, the advent of 3D manufacturing has just been a huge game changer for us.
You know, if we can add on to that, I couldn't agree again more with how significant additive manufacturing, that's the fancy words we have for it, 3D printing, is making an impact. And this is connecting to the Star Trek panel. We all know about the replicator, and a lot of people think of 3D printing a bit like the replicator from Star Trek. One of the companies that I've been a part of since it's the very idea of it was a company called Made in Space. And we put 2 3D printers on the space station. And our experience was that the 3D printer was a little less like the replicator and a little more like the transporter. We had a moment where one of the astronauts could not find his ratchet wrench. And things get lost in the space station. If they're not tied down, Velcroed down something, they could float around and be anywhere. He couldn't find it. We have a ground station at NASA Ames that was controlling the 3D printer. One of the engineers overheard him talking about not being able to find it, very frustrated. He needed it. And so got the specs for the wrench and sent the file, because the astronauts don't control the 3D printer. It's controlled from the ground station, and sent the wrench, basically sent the design to the printer, had it printed, radioed up and said, hey, open the magic box, opened the door, and pulled out a wrench. Now, technically, that's the fastest time anything ever went into space, right? If you wanted to send a new wrench on a rocket, you'd have to get in line with all the different launches, and it'd have to be a part of something, and who knows how long it could take. But it worked a bit like the transporter more than the replicator by being able to say, oh, lost your wrench? Push a button, there it is. Yeah. So yes, Sam, 3D printing, from 3D printing engines, rockets. There's a company in LA, did you mention this, that's trying to 3D print the entire rocket, as a matter of fact.
How about Jodica? How about underneath the
No
sea?
doubt.
What's changing things down there? Oh,
Well,
sorry.
I think. Sorry.
Sorry, Sam. I'll let Sam go. So
No, I was just gonna add in the other 3D printing aspect is we had a competition at NASA to 3D print habitats. And so the idea that we'd 3D print our habitats on the lunar surface, utilizing the regolith, the lunar soil, as well as any sort of astronaut garbage, a lot of the plastic packaging for foods, the packaging for experiments. So that was the competition. And we had 2 teams successfully develop the technology to be able to 3D print a 15-foot habitat that was built with regolith and garbage.
So for the oceans, there's actually a couple of technologies. First of all, we're moving into the era of autonomy and robots and remote control, which is great because the ocean is so vast that there's no way that we could possibly cover it all with vessels, with people on board. So we do need that help to scale out, to explore, to map the seafloor, to understand what's in the ocean. But complementing that is an improvement in communications, which seems very basic, but it's so difficult to communicate with the ocean. So we actually on Falcon are testing a low Earth orbiting system of satellites, which is, I'm sure you've all heard of these that are going up. And I think that will revolutionize how we can communicate with the ocean. So right now, even before that, though, we had a fairly sophisticated communication system on board the Falcon, which, by the way, it's a free resource for scientists and technology developers around the world to use this vessel. But what we do is live transmit dives from the deep sea so that you can sit in your living room. All of last year, I sat at home and I was able to watch alongside the scientists as our ROV Sebastian, that's our remotely operated vehicle, went down into the deep sea, it can go down to depths of 4,500 meters. And it returned amazing imagery. We're able to grab samples with that, but it's all through communication that I could be sitting in Los Angeles and see what was going on under the water in the Coral Sea, off Australia, for example. And then you can tune in along, like I said, with the scientists, and you can hear them talking. And So I think communication and the ability to communicate is hugely important for the oceans. It's an opaque substance. It's very difficult to communicate through and from. I remember even in 2014, 15, I was on a vessel in the Pacific, and we could only receive emails if we were facing west. It's any other direction.
Of course, that makes perfect sense to me.
That's 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I think that and robotics, autonomy are two huge pieces.
Robotics and ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, are nowadays and have for a few years now, right?
Yeah,
available to consumers. Another company that I was privileged to be a part of when it founded was Open ROV, and you can get your own Open ROV device, and you can fly it. The Trident flies underwater, and it can go 300 feet deep on its Kevlar tether with cameras and other sensors. The citizen science community has embraced it drastically. That's another thing. It's not necessarily a technology, that is, but this whole citizen science boom that we're starting to see. We've had citizen science, especially in things like birders and people paying attention to weather for hundreds of years. People have been collecting data and really being citizen scientists. And now we have something called CAMS, which is helping to better understand asteroids and track meteors as they come into Earth's atmosphere. That is an amazing, you should check out CAMS. I think meteorites.org. Anybody can go check this out. It's amazing, meteorites.org. And the same kind of thing with citizen scientists in the ocean now with their open ROVs and all these amazing sensors that they're able to put on it and go out and do real science now. I think we're going to see more and more of that. And with space and oceans, it used to be only nations could do this stuff, right? It used to be only 2 nations could do space. And now, for heaven's sakes, Luxembourg is a very small European country, is very committed to the space domain. And rockets, small rockets, places like New Zealand have their own launch pads now. Andy Weir, his book Artemis, he based the lunar launch system in Kenya, which I don't think is that far-fetched. If you've read Artemis, you'll know why he did that. You should go read that book. So
we all knew from back in the day reading the old books that we're going to be launching stuff from the equators. And so my big question is whenever we're going to get the cool ramps with the rockets, when worlds collide. Remember? Okay. Anyway, so
Neal, can I just quickly pick up on the citizen science and the crowd?
Oh, absolutely, please do.
Stuff? So because we have that ability to live stream the footage from the ROV directly around the world, and you can go on the Schmidt Ocean Institute YouTube channel and watch those videos. But I have a little anecdote. Last year, we were live streaming a squid, and the scientists who were on board and who were on this expedition, they were not squid experts, and we're not squid experts, but we were transmitting this, and we only realized the significance of that discovery, and I'll tell you what that is in a second, once we started to see the Twitter chatter. And the discovery was this little cute squid. It's called a ram's horn squid, Spirula spirula. It's like, I don't know, maybe a foot. It seems like a foot tall or something. You've probably seen the shells from this squid. They're spiral shells that you see on beaches all over the place. But they've never been seen in the wild. They've only been caught in captivity. And in captivity, they swim the other way round. So last year, we had the first sighting of a ram's horn squid in the wild. We didn't know the significance, but it was the scientists that were watching the live stream that were not part of this expedition. It literally turned their world upside down because this squid was swimming the other way round. Every other squid they've seen, the ram's horn squid, it's flipped. So now their whole theories about this squid is completely changed since last October.
So it was an Australian squid, right?
Well, this was Australia. It was Australia.
So naturally, it was swimming the wrong way. So no. So you just kind of talked about discovery, which actually segues into my next question, which is, so what discoveries have you recently made that either you've been personally involved with or just something you've been following really closely that you've been the most excited about? Something that you've found recently?
I've got 4 great examples. One was yesterday. Can I tell you the one yesterday?
Go right ahead.
Yes. So yesterday we caught on camera this amazing footage of a glass octopus. And I don't know if I can show you the picture, but if you go on the Schmidt Ocean Institute Twitter stream, you'll see this video. Talk about aliens. It's basically a see-through octopus is what it looks like. So have a look at it. It was around 680 meters or so in depth in the Pacific. So that was yesterday, but I already mentioned the ramshorn squid, but last year we had a couple of other big discoveries. One was last April. We serendipitously caught sight of what's now the longest sea creature in the world. At 45 or so meters in length. It's a siphonophore, and it's like this long spaghetti-looking creature. So that was an amazing, huge discovery, and it was globally picked up. And then last October, as part of a routine systematic mapping, and this is why we need to do this, the scientists and those aboard Falcor discovered a new coral reef that's taller than the Empire State Building in the Great Barrier Reef. And this is, there's not been a new coral reef discovery for 120 years, because when they last mapped this area, they used lead lines, which is basically a weight on a rope. And that's how they would map the seafloor. They'd keep dropping it down, measure the length of the rope, and that's how deep it was. And now, of course, we have far more sophisticated technologies to do this. And there's this huge reef, and we dove on it with Sebastian, and it's perfectly healthy, and it's part of the Great Barrier Reef system. So even within the last year, I personally have not been there, but been involved with these through the Schmidt Ocean Institute.
That's awesome. That's wonderful.
Very exciting.
Hey, Sam and Jonathan, so what discoveries have we been making recently that really excites you or interest you?
Yeah, so I'm going to give a world peace answer to that one. And the thing is, it's not that a new discovery, but it's just continual amazement for exactly what Jonathan was saying, our citizen science community and the capabilities. Getting solutions from grade school kids, getting solutions from retirees, getting solutions from other individuals that are just going off and helping, and the opportunities that are out there through 2 different realms. I mean, what the organization that Yoka used to be a part of, XPRIZE, and NASA, we have the nasa.gov/solve organization, where we do open innovation prize competitions. And the people that we engage with in our prize competitions, and all of those are listed on the NASA Solve website, but it's all the opportunities that people have to showcase what their intelligence is, what their solutions are, what their ideas are, what their creativity is, their lateral thinking, all of that, all for the ability to win prize money for developing those technologies. So to me, that open innovation aspects is huge, as well as at science.nasa.gov, we have a crossbar across the top, and you can click on the far right, citizen science. And like Jonathan was saying, we have opportunities out there for people to participate in our star counts, in asteroids and meteorites, in impacts on the lunar surface, asteroid impacts on the lunar surface, and all other aspects. But it's all open for people that have a curiosity or an interest to be engaged. But more importantly, what's just continuously amazing is the discoveries that these individuals have. Just like Yotika was saying with her aspect on the squid, people are observing and they start commenting and they start giving their input, and then other scientists take that and going, oh my gosh, we didn't even see that. And so the idea that you can get those solutions from citizen scientists, because they come in with an untainted, unbiased perspective, maybe they're not formally educated, but they're self-educated and more knowledgeable in that aspect to contribute to exactly what we're trying to discover. And to me, that's always amazing to see what we can come out of it, what comes out of it from our citizen scientists and our citizen open innovators.
Wonderful. How, Jonathan, you have any thoughts on that?
It's a bit like asking my favorite song. That was in the last panel too. And it depends, right? And there's so many, but I think that the thing that truly helps me to be in, and I find myself constantly in this state of innocent wonderment of just how amazing all of us are. The more we have these things, the more we see people from around the world, thanks to better communications, as Jyotika was saying, the ability to have people connect via the internet. We are casting such a wide net these days. Your previous panel talking about the fiction construct of race and how I believe this is going to help us to be better with all this stuff. We are realizing more and more what is possible. And that's the thing, I'll just come back to Trek, I promised for the last time here, that Star Trek did for me. It made me I don't think of myself as an optimist or a pessimist. I really think of myself as a possibilist. What is possible? And in my lifetime, I've seen so many things that seemed impossible one day, and then they weren't. They were just being done. And that's wonderful. And if that's true, then why wouldn't we think about the preferred future for all of us and move in that direction as possibilists? So all of these discoveries, all of these new ways of thinking about how we do exploration, discovery, and the amazing understanding that we get out of it. Love it. Just, I'm fired up and ready. As President Obama used to say, fired up, ready to go. I even put this prop out. This was the coffee cup I had when I was in the White House drinking coffee with President Obama, talking to him about all this stuff and OSTP a few years ago. It's a big deal.
So this is going to be probably a big thing to tackle because we only have a few minutes left here or whatever, but I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out anyway. In some ways, it seems as though we've lost the cultural curiosity that we possessed during the space age. And I said, how do you think we get ordinary people engaged? So we've talked about the citizen science stuff a bit, but you're kind of already, in that case, you're already dealing with people who are already engaged. And my question is how do you think we reach out and get a hold of the people who aren't engaged, the people who are not getting involved with those things? So what are your ideas about how we reach out and we reinvigorate that culture of curiosity?
Well, I don't know if Sam or Jonathan. I will take a first stab at this, actually. So it's almost like I planted that question, Neal, but we are actually going to be hosting a workshop in a couple of weeks with an organization called Necton that's looking at this very exact thing of how do we get everybody who's not already interested in the ocean into that space and interested in finding out more. And actually, by the way, registration is open till July 1st. I can give that link at the end. But we're inviting experts from the arts, from literature, from sports, from the gaming world, from social media, from food, from fashion, to talk about why do people have those interests and what is it that we can work with them to weave in this excitement about the ocean. I think for the ocean, part of it is that in recent years, the ocean has been under a lot of stress, and we are somewhat, the news loves negative stories, and it's not inspirational, and we need to make it inspirational. And I think, to me, space is inspiration. I don't know, Sam and Jonathan, you may have a different opinion here, but I look up and, even on TV and in films, the future technology, the inspirations, they're in space TV and space shows and Star Trek and in movies. And for the oceans, at least, it's not there. We don't have that futuristic look, with one or two very few exceptions.
So we're getting right up against the wall here for time.
Sorry.
Is there any other? No. You're fine. I know this is. I'm just saying that we just have a minute or two left.
Huge topic.
So yes, yeah, it's gigantic. So it could be a whole panel just by itself. So John, Sam, do you have any final thoughts on that?
I have one, but
Yes.
Sam, please go ahead.
So the motivation aspects, like Yotica said, the emotion aspects, that is so difficult because, for us, for me, I'm in my 50s. As a little kid, it was Jacques Cousteau and the show there that fascinated me with the ocean and wanting to, maybe work at Scripps or something like that. But I ended up in space with NASA. And it's how do you inspire people when we're so fractured with social media and all the different platforms there, with all the different multimedia platforms, whether it's YouTube or anything else, or it's not just ABC, NBC, CBS any longer. It's Hulu, it's YouTube, it's there's so many platforms. How do you reach out and grab the audience when you can't really afford to go on every single platform that's out there? So the challenging part is being able to come up with a multi-platform program, episode, effort, campaign to get the information out there, to get people to start questioning their world and start wanting to become curious, to start the exploration and then the understanding. And then, like Yotica said, after that, the love of what it is, whether it's space, the ocean, or Earth.
That's wonderful. Jonathan?
Yeah, I'll have one word answer and then maybe build on it very quickly. Storytelling. I'm so glad you brought up Jacques Cousteau because I'm about the same age, a little older than you, Sam, and the same exact thing. I was inspired by the stories that were being told. I'm thrilled to say his grandson, Fabian, is a friend of mine these days who's continuing in that tradition of storytelling. And there are so many amazing stories to be told that we can inspire people with. We have to find ways to do what Desmond Tutu said. He sort of famously said, yes, we must jump in this swift moving river. I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, where people are drowning, but at some point, and save them. But at some point we must go upstream and keep them from falling in the first place. And a lot of people have sort of fallen in, and we haven't done a good job with our storytelling. We have too many people that are gaining their understanding from a single social media post and not being presented with inspirational stories that help them want to dig a little deeper, go a little further, understand a little more.
Well, I personally want to say I want to thank you for all of you for being inspirations and making us curious and giving us a window on all of the worlds that you're looking at and sharing your time. And so, is it really quickly? So Jonathan's got his URL up there.
That's my Instagram, and that's my URL. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. And Sam, is where can we keep track of what you're doing or what's going on with you?
Yeah, so I just use about.me/Sam Ortega.
Okay, wonderful. And Jotica?
I'm on Twitter at Jovian Storm, and then we've also got the Schmidt Ocean Institute Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube channels. And anyone who's interested in the workshop, it's called Ocean Rising Workshop. And you can sign up, tinyurl.com, Ocean Rising Workshop, July 1st. Even if you just want to sit and listen, you're welcome.
By the way, that's a great Twitter handle for you. I've always loved your Twitter handle. Wonderful.
Play on my names. Neal, thank you.
Well,
Dana, for this.
Thank you so much. I'm probably going to be pestering all of you in the future for visits to various things. So anyway, take care, and so I'm gonna let go of all of my wonderful panelists here, and we're going to get ready for our next panel. If those of you who are watching, our next panel is we are going to have Mr. William Wall, who's a great friend of mine, but he has a new show with robots that's a children's show. But we're going to get a look at BotWorks. We're going to take a brief pause here, take a break. But whenever we come back, we will pick up at 3 o'clock with BotWorks. And so stay tuned. We got some more good stuff coming your way. I sense that we've got a theme going on here today. We've had Star Trek, we've had space explorations, and we spent a little bit of time talking about robots in the last hour. And so naturally, we're going to follow that up with somebody who's got a whole bunch of robots, my good friend, Mr. William Wall. And so maybe you can tell me, first of all, just a little bit about you, and we'll kind of move on from there.
Hello, everyone. Well, thank you, Neal. This is awesome. I'm happy to be here. It's the first time the robots are being seen like in their charging state when they're not, the world. But yeah, so about me, well, my name is William Wall. I'm a Taurus. I like long walks on the beach. Did you want details?
So obviously you didn't spring out of the ground, completely full formed here or whatever. So just a little bit about sort of what was the path to becoming a filmmaker. Sort of how did that happen for you?
Oh, well, at first, when I started my adult life, which took a while to actually start your adult life, the 20s didn't happen. But so I thought I was going to be a synth pop rock star.
What, you're not?
No.
Okay.
No, I was yet another person trying to sound like Depeche Mode. And so, so I kind of let me see what happened. Oh, I made a music video, and then that sort of introduced me into I've always loved film. I just thought it was like a million miles away from being possible to do, because, I'm old enough to remember the time when, video cameras weren't so great and you had to use film if you wanted anything of quality, but film was expensive and took a lot of knowledge. But then I got to the point when I made my first music video, I'm like, oh, that's not that bad. Maybe this could be a thing. And that's how it kind of started. And so I realized like music wasn't working for me. So I'm like, maybe film will, because I'm actually having more fun doing film than music. So that's how it started.
Well, I understand that. I was someone that's kind of ping-ponged around. I started off, I wanted to be a game person until I realized that I would suck as a programmer because I'm bad at math. And so went into radio, television, film production. And then, of course, naturally became a writer for computer games because it's completely normal, and ping-ponged around myself. And so I totally understand how that can happen. So, but the important thing is that you find your way and you sort of look for your passion and head that direction. So
I very rarely feel like anyone actually decides exactly what their thing is. I feel like when you try to decide and you control it too much, it doesn't work. But if you fall into it, I realize most people fall into their thing. Like I didn't set out to do a robot kids show. I wanted to be Spielberg. I'm not saying that's off the table. I'm just saying it's not what I set out to do. And so, but it's kind of just leading me down this path, and so I'm going to go with it until.
But if you're going to be Spielberg, you're going to have to grow a beard, dude. So that's.
I know. Can't do it without the beard.
So I want to talk about. So you've had a very long and very public affair with robots. And so
that sounds bad, Neal.
So where did your interest in things robotic begin?
Oh, when I was a kid. I mean, Star Wars. I was born May 77 when Star Wars came out. So I don't actually know the first time I saw Star Wars. I have no idea. But as long as I can remember, I've known of R2-D2 and C-3PO. And then Vincent and Bob from the Black Hole. Those were huge for me. And then a little bit later, Short Circuit. And I've always just had a great, deep love for robots. I don't know. I don't know why. There's just something about their, now keep in mind, people like, with robots, like, I don't like robots I just want to throw this out there because nobody ever asked me. I don't like robots that try to look human, like the Sophia
Androids.
robot. Right. I feel like I'm fine with anthropomorphic forms, but I do always feel like robots should look like robots. You know, they should have color, and you know, they're never going to look like us.
Well, you have that sense of yeah, you have the sense of the. Sorry.
You go. Oh, well, they're never going to look human. There's the uncanny valley that you can't get past, and so I just feel like robots need to look like robots. You know, that's it, and never make them look menacing, because people already have like a robot phobia, which is weird. So, you know, they have to be cute because they're going to be in our future. They're going to be part of our life in the future. So, might as well make them cute and not creepy. That's my theory.
So, you know, we're going to focus on BotWorks, but I just wanted to kind of quickly talk on, you know, before we got to BotWorks, you had a couple of other robot adventures or whatever. So there was Zero, and then of course you had the Emmy Award-winning short that you did, Daisy Bell or whatever. So can you tell us basically how those two projects sort of came about? You know.
So Zero started because, you know, I was a filmmaker here in San Diego, and I had, you know, a bit of resources, you know, people, you know, to act in my films and things. But it originally started, well, actually, I'll take that back. The first music video I ever made when I was a musician, I'm like, hey, I'm going to make this music video about this robot that falls in love. It has a TV, and he falls in love with the robot from Metropolis. You know, and so that was the first thing I did. And I made that robot out of a lamp. And then, so I got into filmmaking with humans. And then I moved to Maine for 9 months. And there's nothing in Maine. I didn't know anybody. Really? There's nothing. There's trees and maple syrup and snowmobiles. But so I didn't have anything to do. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to do that thing I did with the music video. I'll make a robot and make a film about a lonely robot. And that's what I did. And that was Zero, who is, where is he? You know, he's somewhere. There he is right there. See him? Zero. He's in the junk pile now.
Oh, poor Zero.
I know. I don't know if anybody noticed that in the show, if they recognize him.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
So then that turned into, that was going to make a feature film of that. We almost got funded and everything, but then it just sort of fell apart at the last minute, as most things in my life do. Where was I? Oh, and then
how about Daisy Bell?
Oh, right. So like then I was kind of see that the movie Zero won awards and things, but I wasn't never happy with it. Like I have a hard time watching it now because there's so much wrong with it. And I know like every creator is their own worst enemy, but I really knew I could have done better. And so I thought, so I did. I made a new thing. I made a new robot and little story wrapped around it. And that became Daisy Bell, which did pretty good. You know, all things most successful film I've had.
Yeah, I think winning an Emmy, you know, qualifies for having done okay. You know,
that was pretty fun. Yeah. But that led me to BotWorks because I kind of realized how much fun I had, you know, making the robot. I mean, it's very difficult to make a robot. You know, it's a lot of work and you have to learn a lot of skills to do it. But that kind of led me to, you know, maybe I shouldn't make artsy short films with these guys. Maybe I should entertain people, make them laugh. And, you know, and that's where the BotWorks idea came from. I imagined a similar theme. The backing story for the show is that there was an eccentric Howard Hughes type billionaire that had this, he was a recluse and he built this robot factory in the desert. And he built these robots that, you know, helping make other robots. And he dies and the robots are left to their own devices, you know, and yeah. And so they're trying to figure out their place in life, I guess. That's the sort of backing story. But I just kind of realized, like Jim Henson had his Muppets, and I don't know if anybody's ever done it with robots. Had this sort of family of misfits that make people happy.
So I was actually going to make a comment about that. Is that your show definitely has a very Muppet Show kind of sensibility, and so was that at all sort of in your head whenever you were doing it?
Yeah, yeah. It was like Muppet Show. I love the variety show feel of it, and just the pure joy. It's like, how could you watch Muppets and not the Muppet Show and not feel happy? It was fun. It was funny. It was fun. It made you happy. I don't know if we quite have the same energy because they have an army of puppeteers, and we don't. So it's difficult. But and they had a budget, we don't. So yeah, it's not easy, but yeah. Also, Muppet Show, Monty Python. Just a little touch of Monty Python in there, a touch of Pee-wee's Playhouse, I guess. Just a little bit.
Well, there's definitely some things about the show where I feel like you're kind of winking over the shoulder of the kid at their parent about some of the.
I wanted to do that. I wanted to just find the edge of like, is it okay if they? There's things I had to reject because I thought it was going to get kids in too much trouble. Because I had a lot more planned for the segment called Parental Unit Pranky Time.
Right.
But I'm like, I'm going to get these kids in trouble. And, like, I can't, there's only so much I can do. Especially like, because there's, the Parental Unit Pranky Time. I'm kind of realizing that maybe the show isn't, because, when you think kids show, you think little kids show. Like most things now, it's like preschool, like, there's Blippi on YouTube, which is for some reason big. And, like the preschool's more stuff. And I'm realizing this isn't preschool. This is sort of like maybe 8 and up, but I want it to be funny for me. I'm not interested in a show that I don't enjoy too. And I'm sorry, I'm not 2. So it's going to be hard to enjoy a Shapes and Colors show. Except because originally Botworks was supposed to be for younger kids, but then I realized it's not. The things I want to do are more grown up. But this may segue into first time I'm talking about it, a spinoff for the littler kids, because I kind of why not try it? I have the set. I have more characters to introduce. Which, so I may segue this into a preschool show.
Well, that would be a lot of fun, and I like to say, again, I think that the designs that you incorporate, I think, definitely are attractive to little kids, and I think that there's that automatic kind of attraction to these things with big eyes, and they're sweet and nice and kind of talk kind of slow, and so I think that's going to be kind of nice and reassuring for kids.
Right.
So the one of the
it's always important for me because a lot of kids don't have a lot of reassurance. They don't always have parents that are reassuring and tell them it's okay, everything's okay, and because we had that when we were kids, Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street, it's okay to be different. And, I don't know. I just think every avenue where every show for kids needs to have some sort of kinship with them, like something they need to connect with them, because I don't know what other kids are going through in the, out there and what kind of life they have. And they just need that, I think. It's important for me to give them the opportunity to connect with, the robots and let them know that they're not alone out there.
So one of the things that beyond sort of like the Muppet Show thing, it's something that I also see with all of the stuff that you've done. I see that there's a lot of affection for vintage vibe to everything that you have done. And so do you have any thoughts in terms of, is that studied in terms of you've really thought about being a vintage, or is it just something that kind of slips in?
I don't. It was never a purposeful choice. I like aesthetics. I like style, and I guess the vintage aspect comes from the fact that I don't think the modern era has a discernible style. Maybe in 30 years we'll look back at the 2020s, or whatever, the 20 teens and stuff, and say that there was a style of the era. But when you look at the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, they all have a very distinct style. The 80s, even the 90s, flannel and all that. There's definitely identifiable aesthetics. And modern era, I'm having a hard time seeing it. Having a hard time seeing exactly what our style is now. I love design motifs. I love, like in Lord of the Rings, they had they used Art Deco for everything involving dwarves, and they used Art Nouveau for everything involving elves. Just distinct style representation. And for Botworks, I wanted a mid-century, a little bit, 1965 look, a little, just like, but like imagine them, like, what would a futurist imagine, a robot factory to look like in 1965?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say, from the standpoint of somebody in 1965.
Yeah,
so that's the idea I went with.
Yeah, in some ways, it kind of reminds me too, is if cars would have been about robots. I kind of got that vibe a little bit too.
There's an automotive motif. Now this guy here, Tokyo Disco, he's a little bit of an oddball. He doesn't feel 60s to me at all. He's more 80s, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. I can kind of see that, but own it or not.
Like Spark It. Definitely. I painted him after the 1966 Ford GT40s at Le Mans.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I love the paint job, the Gulf livery. It's like powder blue and orange, and it's gorgeous. I've always loved those race cars, and so he got a race car motif. So did GT, my stunt robot. He got just a kind of standard Wimbledon white and red stripe, looking like a vintage race car. I like automotive. The automotive look kind of works for them, I think.
Yeah, well, and again, for kind of aiming at that sort of mid-scene, when you talk about style and you think about industrial things, the 50s and 60s, there's a very strong aesthetic, there to the way things look or whatever. So I definitely feel like you kind of have captured that, a bit. So, because we've already kind of talked about a couple of other robots, do you have any other cast members that we haven't seen yet, or?
Let me see. Well, there's a robot I'm making now. The show takes so much time, to do everything that I've had less time for making robots. But I have started the new one. He is of the same class as Tokyo Disco. Or I'm sorry, Casio Disco. I renamed him Casio Disco, and he's going to be called Atari Disco because like my two favorite things when I was a kid was my Atari and my Casio, and so he's going to get a brother named Atari Disco, which I'm very happy about. I can't wait to make him. I got his top of his head made, and that's about it.
So are you going to give him little wood panels down the side?
I thought about it, but I can't in good conscience make the wood panels. I can't make a robot with wood panels. I can't do it. No.
So
and we have more human characters coming up.
Okay.
So God, I wonder if I should name them. All right, I'll give you a name. We got a new character called Ruby Rocket.
Okay.
I'll leave it there. You'll see later.
All right. Ruby Rocket. All right. I will be watching for him as I'm sure that everyone else will be. So let's talk a little bit more about the process and everything with making the bots. So generally, how whenever you're building one of the new bots, take us from start to finish in terms of what's the process for you manufacturing these things.
Yeah. I wonder how much goes into the trade secret category. Honestly, like, here's the thing. If I sat down and I drew a robot and I said, that's how it's going to look. First of all, I would never make it look like that. And second of all, it wouldn't be as good if I just start building and seeing with a basic idea, but I will never draw it out. Because a lot of what I do, I manufacture as little as possible. I try to reuse other things, like, for example, like, what's an example? See, the robots, they all use different parts too. Like I'll reuse a lot of motorcycle parts. Like his body is a gas tank from a 1963 Yamaha Riverside. Which also helps with the 60s aesthetic, that they're made from vintage motorcycle parts. Whereas he is not, like, he's made from the top of his head is a 1971 Ford Maverick hubcap. So, I mean, yeah, the parts are all over the place. But that's what I start with. If I find something that inspires me, the shape, the aesthetic, something about it that just wants to be a robot. So I find a way to make it a robot. So no, there's not a lot of design. And I feel like if I sat down to design them, it would not be as interesting looking if I did it that way. Because the shapes talk to you, without, I don't have the burden of having to create something from scratch. All these things are talking to me, these discarded things that they want to live again in some other way. And so I let them talk to me, and they create these things.
So are you like doing a lot of welding or in terms of that stuff, is it?
No, the biggest tool, if somebody asked me what the most important tool is in my workshop, it's the tap and die set. To be able to drill a hole, tap it, so you can screw something in. That way you can put a hard, you can bond anything to anything in with industrial strength just by using a tap and die. And so all these guys without a tap and die, there's no way I could put them together at all. So that's the most important tool for me. In fact, I did some welding on the original Zero. Over there, that way, right? Yeah, right there. He had some welding on him, on his head, but for the most part, it's either rivets or primarily screws, nuts, bolts. That's how they go in. But they're all metal because real robots are metal. They're not plastic. That's my philosophy.
Well, and also too, again, going with the idea if you're going out and using parts from cars and from motorcycles and things like that, and you're going for that older vibe, then that's going to be steel. It's going to be metal rather than plastic. You're not going to be putting a Kia robot together, probably. So.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. They're just more substantial. There's something permanent about metal. I don't know. Well, in most movies, when they have a robot, they're made to look like metal, even if they're not. But like I think the original R2-D2, he had a metal shell, but the inside of him was a wood frame, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, or like Short Circuit, it's all cast fiberglass pieces, I believe, or something like that. But it looked like metal.
Now, as far as I know, I mean, these are all puppets. Do you have any actual like mechanics inside any of the robots?
Yeah, I have it. So Casio is the most different one because it's got a rotating head, and I looked into how there's a R2-D2 Builders Club. And they share all their secrets on how they make these beautiful machines, beautiful robots. and they all share their design, you know, how they did things. And so I looked up how they did the rotating head mechanism, which is essentially a motor with a rubber tire on it that spins the inside of a Lazy Susan bearing, and that's how he turns his head. But most of them, they're servos, RC servos.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, and then for the up-down head motion, it's a linear servo. So it you know, it's an up-down motor. So it's just a series of servos and things. So like Sparkit is probably the most complicated. He's on a 12-channel radio because his neck mechanism is the most complicated because he has left, right, up, down, and then a tilting action too, so he can tilt his head. Because I realized you can get a lot more emotion if they can tilt their head. So that was very difficult. I don't ever want to do that again because engineering of it is very, very hard. And I'm not an engineer. Like I'm not a mathematical person at all. Measuring things out and getting precision is not something I do. I eyeball everything. You know, I'll try to use a ruler and things. Never turns out right. So I just eyeball everything. So there's no precision in what I build ever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I built the set. I don't think there's a right angle in it. I'm surprised it's standing. Yeah. I'm serious. I'm not mathematical.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more, you know, it's better if you're not mathematical, just say you're an artist, because then imperfection is acceptable in that case. So we'll go with art. It's more art.
It was an art choice.
Right. It's all
right.
Yeah,
So.
artistic choices. Right. And that's my artistic choice. Imperfection.
So it's fun that you know. So we talked about you've your human your guests or everything. So you've got Jordan, who of course is another friend of ours from here in San Diego.
Yeah, Jordan, he was amazing. Like he's the kind of guy you turn the camera on and say, "Hey, the robot's gonna jump, jetpack over a train that's coming at him. Go!" And he just goes with it. There's no script. I wanted to try something new. Instead of controlling everything, I want everything to sort of go on, take on an organic thing, and give the performers a chance to make it shine. Now that's a risk, because it's hard to create on the spot. But that's why I got people like Jordan and Mark Atkinson and who else have I had? I think that's it so far, right? I got more coming up though, more human actors coming up, and I just want to give them a chance to create, on the spot, and we'll shape it in editing, because like for example, like every time I've had Jordan, he gives me an hour worth of material, and just trying to get through it and pick what's in it. Because he'll give me stuff that's hilarious, but it's just like so off the rails for the actual stunt at hand that I can't use it, and it's a shame. It's a shame that people won't see all the stuff he does. But
so you just have a whole gag reel just from Jordan's.
It would be a feature film length, just talking about the stunt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's great that you got Jack, coming in and doing the art segment and everything too. Yeah. It's sweet kind of having a kid there, because I think that also kind of helps in, here's somebody who looks like me and everything. And so I really love that you got Jack in the show.
Jack is funny because he's actually really natural, and he's good, and he's just like, hey, we're gonna draw a robot. Hey, I'm Jack. And he's just, he does it. But he's like, if I was that age and my dad made a robot show, I'd be all about it. Jack said, that he just doesn't seem too excited about it. So I said, hey, Jack, we got to film more. We got to film more Doodlebots. And he's like, oh, really? Well, I'm kind of busy this week. So he's not super excited about it. I don't know why though, because he's really good at it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to force him to be in the robot show though. But if he wants to come back and do more Doodlebots, he's welcome.
Well, I think that's that's kind of a nature of his age too.
Well, and plus he's his own creative. He has his own YouTube show, and he does like video game based stuff, and he does like little puppet shows and stuff. So he's a busy guy. He's got a lot of YouTube going on. He doesn't have time for dad's stupid.
Yes, it's just like he's turning into too big a star for you right now.
Yeah. Well, he's super creative, and and I'm trying to like use his powers for evil, and he just he wants to use his powers for good, I guess.
Oh well, it's evil petting zoo. No.
Right.
So we talked a little bit about your set you've got here or whatever. So is everything a permanent standing set, or do you have anything like swing sets set up, or
No, I thought about doing that though, because I have a little bit more space, and I thought just to add a wall, a flat or two, so I can have a movable wall. That would be really nice. Because I know I keep using the same like 3 angles, but it's just because it's all I got.
Yeah.
But it'd be great to expand it. Yeah. Maybe go vertical. Do it like a second tier would be fun. More difficult, but fun. Yeah, I got some more space I could utilize, but I got a lot going on. I got a workshop. I got storage. I got the set. I got so I have to. It's like playing Tetris a little bit here. I'm not the most organized person, Neal.
Well,
Neal,
what?
I'm an artist.
Yes, you're an artist. So that's your answer to everything. It's like, well, you haven't paid your tax. Yeah, you haven't paid your taxes. I'm an artist, and
it's my excuse to be lazy, bro.
it answers all possible questions. I'm an artist, and it solves everything.
That explains everything.
So let's see. So obviously you've done the shorts. You're doing the show. So are you thinking about launching off and doing like a feature with all your cast of robot friends here?
That was the plan first. Was I wanted to make a feature film, and I have a treatment. I wrote some of a script. Actually, I restarted the script a couple of times, but then the pandemic hit, and I was like, you know what? Nobody's going to be financing small independent feature films for a long time. I mean, even when the economy is great and everything, it's hard, really hard to get financing for anything like that. So I thought, you know what? Let's do it organically, and we'll just do a free YouTube show and just try to, make people happy, and find some fans, and we'll just have fun. An excuse to be creative on a consistent basis instead of writing a script and waiting around for somebody to throw money at me, which is very unlikely. So
that usually involves going to a bar, and standing up on it.
Yeah, I'm 44 now. I don't think that's an option. Gravity is taking its toll.
I don't know anything about that at all, man. Sorry, gotta take a drink here. We're both doing our A&W today.
Oh yeah, you got root beer?
You betcha.
Well, hey, bro.
See, I do the diet stuff simply because I have to.
But I'll do the hard stuff for you.
Yeah, this is the only stuff that honestly that one of the few diet drinks that actually tastes like the real thing. So there's our commercial spot for the con in A&W. So
that's my I think my blood type is AW.
Oh yeah, same here. Yeah. I drink this stuff morning, noon, and night, which is probably not a good thing, but anyway. My brain is going dead. This is what happens when we're getting towards the end of the day or whatever.
Yeah.
So what? Okay, I'm sorry. So with the robots that you've got or whatever. So have you thought about Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Do you want me to tell you? Okay, I want to show you something I built for the. So I'm going to do an upcoming episode. I'm just going to tell you the premise. I'm not going to tell you what happens.
All right.
So the robots break into Bill Gates' estate and they steal the internet. That's what the internet was like. So yeah, and of course Bill Gates has it at his house, and so yeah, they steal it, and they're going to threaten to turn it off unless you subscribe to the channel. So that's the premise. I won't tell you what happens. So I'll leave it on so we can continue LockDownCon.
Yeah, that would be good, because if you turn off the internet, then everything goes away. Did you ever see the IT Crowd episode?
That's where I got the idea.
Right.
I'm so glad you saw that. I saw that. I'm like, that's brilliant. I can make a better prop than that, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and except in their world, it was just a prank on their boss. In my world, it's really the
real.
Internet. It's the internet.
and of course it's wireless, because
it's wireless.
Because we all know the internet is wireless.
It's got the antenna right here. Yeah. So that's how it transmits the internet. High tech.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna wrap this one up for now or whatever. But if you could kind of tell us about where we're gonna find BotWorks.
I want to show you one more thing.
Oh, okay, sure, absolutely.
The robots are making. They decided to use the robot making machines to make things for sale to help finance the show, and so they started making lamps. Here we go. Here is one of the lamps. This is just one of the models, little robot lamp, and it's blacklight powered. So it's like an accent light. It's like it's just a little, robot nightlight, I guess. But that's what they're making. That's the first model, and then there's going to be others too.
That's awesome.
So those will be out really soon.
Oh, cool. So where are those going to be on sale?
Facebook? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'll probably just put a few on Facebook, see if my friends want to buy them. And I'm probably going to donate 10% of each sale to charity. I'm thinking ASPCA maybe, because we like animals a lot. But there's a lot of causes that I like to. Maybe I'll change it up. So every time I sell one or sell a batch, I'll do one charity, and then the next batch will be a different one, another cause that I care about.
No, that's awesome.
Robots care about.
No, that's awesome. That's a great way to promote a good cause and do something great for the show too. And so promote that whole thing of supporting the world and everything else. So that's awesome. Yeah. So I want to thank you for coming in and sharing a little bit about your show with us today. And and so where we can find BotWorks where?
On YouTube. If you just search BotWorks on YouTube or BotWorks Robots, because we don't have enough subscribers to get our own channel name yet. So I need you to go and subscribe, and that way we can get our / channel name.
Yes.
But yeah, just go to YouTube and look up BotWorks or BotWorks Robot. I think just BotWorks does it.
Okay.
And it'll pop up.
Okay. Wonderful. And do they have like they have Twitter or anything else like that?
No, they don't tweet yet. No.
They don't tweet yet? Okay.
No, they don't have the social media team quite together yet for tweets and stuff. So for now, you get the show.
All right. Well, thank you so much for dropping in and sharing the show with us. And hopefully I'll be seeing you sometime soon in person. So you take care.
Thank you, Neal. Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
shirts look exactly.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Are you there?
Jen is.
Good.
Al's here.
Hello, hello, hello. Wonderful to see all of your bright, shining faces right here. We are back for the final panel of Saturday here. Let me see, make sure there's everybody on stage. I need to add somebody to the stream here. And so make sure everybody's mics are on. And
Hello.
there you go. Hello. So we're starting a little bit early here, whatever, but we've got, a lot of people here, so it might be easier to actually give ourselves a little bit of time. And it's not as though we have a group of people who are shy. And I suspect it might take a little bit of time for everybody to do their stuff. And so I'm just going to start working down the line and first just introduce who you are and what your show is. So we're just going to go down the line here. So I'll start with Steve, since you're here to the right of me here.
I'm Steve Garrett. I'm the host of Within the Realm, which is a show that it'll take too long to explain what the heck it is. So we'll do that later.
All right. That sounds good. Jen?
Hi, I'm Jen. I am starting a new podcast called Goldie Thoughts, but I've been podcasting for about 3 years, most lately of Wheel of Time show. But welcome, thank you for having me, rather.
We're glad to have you here.
Thank
and
you.
So the nerds.
I'm Jen Payne.
And I'm John Curtis.
And we're the Nerd Couple Show.
Yeah. So, first of all, my gamer handle is Rand, LA Rand for Randall Thor. So, Jen, we got a lot to talk about.
We got a lot.
One of the many nerdy things that we talk about.
Very wonderful.
Our whole show is all nerd, everything nerd.
And so, Nick, I'm going to hop over to you since we just popped you in here.
All right.
And so, introduce yourself.
I'm Nick Watt of Retro Rents podcast. We kind of do, talk about everything geek, gaming, and nerd culture, I guess, with my co-host Al over there.
How did you go?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Al. Also host of the Retro Rents. It's another show that's kind of hard to explain. We talk everything games, everything geek, whatever's on our mind that week, and from my own front, kind of sharing the games that I grew up playing with my kids, who seemingly want nothing to do with half of them, which is fine with me.
So this is kind of an extension of what that introduction was, but it said all of you have your own particular geeky kind of bent to your show and different kind of angles or whatever. So what are the subjects that you cover on your show that inspire you, and what on earth possess you to grab a mic and start sharing your weirdness with the world?
It's not us giving feedback, is it? It might be Nick, because Nick
I
came
think
in.
Nick. Yeah, I think Nick, you might want to mute. You're getting some feedback there.
Okay.
Bud.
Oh, there it is. I would have gone crazy with that for an hour.
So we'll just go ahead and start with Steve.
Well, what brought about the podcast is that my oldest son had introduced me to a handful of podcasts. I think This American Life, some of your general NPR kind of things, and in keeping with the hubris that is being Steve Garrett, I can do that. I got a mic, and I can figure this stuff out. So I produced several pretty horrific episodes that are still on the internet somewhere. So I'm going to leave them there just to keep me humble. But learning it on the fly. People talk about when you start a podcast, record several and release them. I mean, literally, when I finished recording it and doing some editing, it's on the internet. And so, that's something you're not supposed to do, but that's what I did. And so that was 2017, late in 2017 when I started that. And I've come a long way. And, even earlier this week, I'm still learning stuff. But, what I wanted to do was I have all these stories. And this is something that Mr. Hallford is very familiar with, because some of those stories involve his dad and his uncle and other folks that we both know. These strange stories. And but when you pull out and look at the wider world, they kind of have a point. And so that's
unlike me.
Yeah, they sort of have a point, but that's the idea is that stories have a point, and you are in stories all the time. So that's part of what I'm trying to pitch.
Okay, wonderful. Jen?
That's interesting. So going back on what Steve was said, by the way, that was awesome. I love that about your podcast. So I started my first time podcasting in 2017 as well, with a White Tower project with me and my co-host from Wisconsin. And I didn't know anything about podcasting, anything whatsoever. But she and her husband had a podcast before where they discussed Tolkien, because she's a huge Tolkien nerd. So she had just finished reading The Wheel of Time, the book series. And she goes, "You seem very adamant about fantasy," which I've been about fantasy, everything fantasy my entire life. And she goes, "Let's do like a synopsis, but like with our crazy bent of like every couple of chapters." And we did it for years. So we just dove head deep into The Wheel of Time, but it was kind of constricting, right? Because the setup was the same. Every single time you go on, okay, it helped because you knew exactly what you were going to talk about, but it also conversely didn't help because there was no creative process really, because also The Wheel of Time is 14 books long and extremely huge, thousands of pages for each book. So I was like, this is going to be like a 7-year project, and she wanted to do other things. So I still am using my podcast now with Goldie Thoughts to get back on my current project. So I learned a lot about podcasting through her and for doing that for years. So I was like, I've already have a fan base of people that really enjoy listening to the White Tower podcast and us and our crazy like takes on different things of The Wheel of Time. So why don't I just do that with more fantasy? And I'm kind of not only using a podcast, but also Twitch game streaming. Like right now I'm playing Betrayal at Condor, which is how Neal and I met. And doing, other fantasy things I've lived through my childhood. Kind of like Wheel of Time is an older story. Betrayal at Condor is kind of an older game. That's kind of, I think, my flavor. Like I like the old Sierra games and stuff like that. So, but I also really, really, really enjoy high fantasy, epic fantasy. I'll be talking about that as well as more like stuff that's going on in my real life. So the podcast is an extension of kind of like a brand that I'm in the process of now just attempting to build from my roots with The Wheel of Time and video gaming. So I guess that kind of explains it a little bit, hopefully.
Cool.
Okay.
So who would like to dive in next? Okay, Al?
Yeah, I started the Retro Rents with some friends of mine around the same time for purely selfish reasons. Nick and I have known each other, oh my God, almost 20 years now.
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, I guess. But one of the reasons I wanted to do it with the friends that I had was this was something we always did on lunch breaks. We all used to work together in some shape or fashion. And this is all we would do. We would sit, we would talk games. And that was, part of the fun. But one of the most selfish reasons why I did it, from my own bent, was I wanted to talk to the people whose names I saw in the credits growing up of all the games that I loved. And not even, this isn't what got me here, but my big get was Neal Hallford. Betrayal at Condor is one of my favorite games of all time. and that was kind of an inspiration to start this podcast. I wanted to get an understanding of the creative process that game designers, go through, whether it's writing, animation, script writing. I mean, we've talked to Christy Marks, and it's really just kind of my weird bucket list of awesome people I've always wanted a chance to talk to. And I grew up with a lot of radios. This is like one of the rare times I'm in front of a camera, but I always wanted to have my own radio show. And this is kind of the culmination of a dream of doing things that I would have been doing with my friends anyway. And then getting to talk to people that I've always thought were amazing and super inspiring and got me into games to begin with. So like, it's kind of my dream project. It's been going 4 years now and I haven't lost interest. So I feel like that's a great sign with me. And it's been a ton of fun, and I could do it forever. And that's the Retro Rents in a nutshell.
I'm going to move to Nick. See?
Yeah. I mean, are my levels a little better now?
You're still a little bit hot, but
a little hot. I'll try and fix it on the fly. We'll see how this works.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, it's almost the same reasons. I mean, kind of piggybacking on that is, it's like we always got together during like lunch breaks talking about, just the latest, geek thing, movies, comics, games and whatnot. And one thing that I always loved was behind the scenes stuff. Like I'm a junkie for, the behind the scenes DVD segments and all that kind of stuff. So like kind of transitioning into, getting to talk to, the creators behind, games and the things that we love, like it just hits on, a perfect tone for what I'm looking for.
Okay. And so nerds, it's your turn. You muted.
Yeah, because anybody ever told you sound like Seth Rogen? Because that's all I can hear.
I get that a lot. I do get that a lot.
You could just be an impersonation show, make a lot of money till he shuts you down. At least get really big guests. Our story is pretty simple. We're two nerds, we're a couple, and we just wanted to do something creative together. But one day we had watched Terminator, the latest one. And we literally had a knockout, screaming, yelling fight over whether it was a reboot or a remake, like legit angry. And from that, the Nerd Couple show was born.
Exactly. So we're just expanding that to all the things you guys mentioned, anything from NPR to fantasy to gaming, and expanding nerd culture and bringing the argument to the people.
Yep.
Essentially.
Very easy peasy.
Cool.
Miss Squeezy.
So just the very kind of simple, kind of basic question. I mean, we might be able to kind of extrapolate from the things that each person say, but would you say that your show is more about informing people about something, or do you think that it's more about commenting on something? And so I think I know what the answer is to that or whatever, but I'm going to let each of you kind of take your own stab at that.
People might think we're commenting, but we are informing you.
Well, our show is live, and we have a lot of people participating in the argument of itself. And then we'll take the answers and we'll bring it to the world outside of the show, via social media and things like that.
But the answer is we're informing you of the things that you should be thinking.
Yes.
So how about you guys?
For us, it's both. Nick and I will comment on the stuff that we're playing, the stuff that is really caught our eye, and then it's informing. Like our listeners love to hear the interviews we do with other people and get a peek into, again, what has gone into making the games that they love and who are the people behind them. So it's definitely a mix of both for us.
Cool.
Absolute commentary for me. Absolute commentary. I mean, the goal would be to be informative with me, but I also respect and appreciate that people have different opinions on things. But still, I wish it could be more. I have like exactly like the Nerd Couple said. They have the ideal. They have the goal. I really appreciate their model there. But yeah, if I'm going to be truthfully looking at myself to give an informative answer, my informative answer would be I commentate mostly. So I think I'm going to have to stick with that.
Well, what I do is I inform people. I tell a story so I can get around to telling you what it really means. What you need to know about it. And but I will have to say this. I would love to sit down with the nerd couple and have a conversation about the whole Planet of the Apes thing. So.
Which one now?
What do you mean, which one? It's the whole thing, man.
Oh, yes.
So see, we're going to get this started early.
Exactly.
There's one coming out because we can do a show around that when a new one comes out. We can.
Okay. Well, I want to hear what you have to say about it.
Well, of course, Steve's stuff that he's often telling historical things. That's sort of why I kind of, thought in Steve's case, he's often doing history.
Right. I frankly consider myself nerd adjacent. And
One of our hashtags is all nerds welcome. So there's no nerd shaming here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will tell you this about my nerd credentials. I kind of did not, having known Neal, did not consider myself quite a nerd. But when they rebooted the Star Wars movies, we went to go see them, and I found myself explaining everything to my kids. I went, oh my gosh, I did pick up on this stuff.
I am an expert.
Well, and also too is I tell the story to other people is the fact that Mr. Garrett lived next door to my uncle. And so he was the first person I knew who was a cartoonist. Oh, sorry. I've got it on Steve.
Unless it was supposed to be Steve's thought.
Right. It's inside his head. No. So Steve lived next to my uncle JL, and so he was a cartoonist. He was the first person I ever knew who drew comics or cartoon strip, and so he actually ran in the local paper. Down in the small town where my uncle was, and he had stacks and stacks of Captain America things, and so he was my Captain America expert. He knew everything about Captain America. So he may pretend that he's not really a geek, but he's really a geek. So
I was going to say that's not nerd adjacent, man. You're going all
Let me just say, where I grew up, it was not cool to be a nerd. So you had to butch it up a little bit or something.
Well, that's Oklahoma in the 70s. Not exactly the most nerd friendly culture, but
I got rocks thrown at me for reading Tolkien.
So no! Is that a real thing?
That's absolutely true.
I thought you forgave me for that by now, Steve. I mean,
it's funny we talk about these old stories and stuff coming back because there's really a rehash of that. Are you guys finding that? You guys talk about reboots and stuff like that. And me going again back to the Wheel of Time roots. There's an Amazon show coming out this year or next year about the Wheel of Time. And that is going to be the entire fandom for the past 3 years. We've been waiting anxiously. We're okay, it's
going to be super disappointing.
No,
I don't know. You don't know.
Far in your heads.
I'm just gonna be I'm thankful that it's getting at least something. Whatever we get, it's got to be better than that one trailer that came out. Whatever that was awful.
Oh,
that was
God, I remember.
You guys know what I'm talking about. Okay, thank you.
I tried to finish
it. It was Billy Zane, so they got him. But I think that was just from what I heard about the back lore. I think the studio trying to keep the rights to it, but eventually they lost. And fortunately, now Amazon has picked it up, so now it's in the hands of Bezos. So we'll see what comes of that.
So is it going to be filmed in outer space?
Realism.
If you want the people's opinion, it should be.
Better consult Gary for that one. He's got experience.
So So for those of you who regularly have guests as part of your shows, how do you typically go about finding those people and getting a hold of them? And then sort of as a follow-on to that, who has been either your favorite or your least favorite guest? And you don't have to use names. And you can't, and Al and Nick and Jen, you can't talk about me. So
come on! Oh, I've said the whole list. No,
we hung out with Neal for 3 hours.
Actually, my very dear friend who I've put in movies is Patrick Gorman, and we had him on because he played old Captain America in which one was it? Endgame?
Endgame, yeah.
Yeah. So they basically morph his body and his movement and his voice with
Chris Evans,
and make this really cool old Cap.
So he got to talk about being on set with Chris and Anthony Mackie and all these guys, and it's really cool, man. Jealous.
That's wild.
That's awesome.
Actually, one of the ways we got a guest was there was a viral video. Remember that guy who just finished his Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh, yeah. He finished like a week-long Dungeons.
No, months long.
Oh, it's
campaign.
months long.
Yeah, Bryant, I think was his last
Bryant
name.
Collins.
So we're like, let's just reach out to him on social media and see if he responds. And he did. He's like, yeah, I'll be on your show and talk about our campaign. It was great.
It was great.
Yeah. My show's still too new for myself to have guests on, but if I'm talking about my podcasting history, and I think this applies based on the subject of this panel. Yes. So when I first started podcasting with Jess, I had two goals. One was to be at a con, which I eventually got to, and the second one was to do an interview with fantasy reviewer Daniel Green, who was still very small at the time. He's still kind of niche. But he ended up coming on our show 3 times. So I was extremely excited. And I remember being like, oh, it's my goal to have you on here as an eventual podcast thing. So now where do I go? And we ended up being friends. But yeah, so I guess it was just young people, right? Like people my age, because the stuff that we're talking about today and the things that we're interested in are not necessarily things that I could strike up an easy and quick conversation with around people in my age group. So when I first started out podcasting and I first started doing this, I was like, I don't know what my target audience is going to be, right? Because this is kind of a weird thing, and I'm young, and some people might be put off by that, because they're like, is she trying to intrude on the space? But I found him because he's even younger than I was, and he was talking about Wheel of Time, and his YouTube thing, because he was a booktuber, was talking about matchups, fantasy matchups in history. So it would be Aragorn versus Land from the Wheel of Time and stuff like that. And I was like, oh my God, this person gets it. This person knows these books, so they're not afraid to put their face out there with older material or classic material or things that I would be interested in. So the reason why that was important to me at the time is because I had somebody that I felt like I had kinship with. So I guess that would probably be my guest at the time. I've had a few others, but to answer the other question of what you were asking, Neal, is how would I find guests? Sometimes, if you get really involved into a niche thing, like old games or something like that, the way that I've found is people just normally gravitate to each other. I will have people coming in my DMs or something and be like, you should follow this person. They like this. It's retro stuff and they're just like you and you have similar platforms. And it's a very easy community that I wasn't aware of when I first started. Once you put yourself out there, if there's anyone that's kind of similar to you, that it just comes natural after a time. You'll end up being guests on each other's shows, and it'll just be a lot of fun, especially at this moment in time, Wheel of Time audiences and stuff. Now that'll probably change once the show comes out, but for right now, it kind of sells itself after a while. So they talk. Us nerds talk. So
really, they do.
I think Jen's right. The way I find guests literally is just to ask them, and I've been turned down by the biggest names, but which is a badge of honor. And I've been ignored by some of the biggest names. But I think one of the things that what I heard Jen saying, which she didn't quite say, it was also being easy to find. Once that you kind of get known in the space, I've had a lot of people seek me out, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't know anybody knew I existed. But the podcast world is a pretty tight group.
Yeah, I can kind of build on that too. I mean, like Steve, I just ask. Part of what I do for a living, in my day job is building that kind of relationship with people. And since I can't say Neal as our favorite, which sorry, Neal, you were awesome. But I would definitely say in a very close second, we got a chance to sit down with Lori and Corey Cole, the designers for one of my other favorite series of computer games, which is Quest for Glory. And that kind of opened a lot of doors for us to talk to some other people through their amazing publicist, Roberta. She's incredible. And she's actually who got us in touch with Neal. But generally, for me, it was reading the credits and like, I want to talk to that game designer. And I have no problem reaching out on Twitter and being like, hi, I'm pretty much nobody, but I'd love to talk to you. And here's a sample of my show. And here's when we interviewed Christy Marks. And we'd love to get a chance to sit down with you. I can't say we've ever had a least favorite. Everybody's been really, really cool. My big get is still going to be Richard Garriott. We were like 2 passing ships in the night. We continue to try to set something up, and then a pandemic or other things just happen, and we have not been able to connect, or he goes underwater to the bottom of the ocean. But in general, it's just reaching out. Like one of my favorite things about this has been how amazingly open people are to just talk about the things that they've done creatively through time. And it's just a privilege to me. So yeah, everybody's awesome to talk to.
Well, don't feel bad. I actually had Richard on the hook for the convention, and at the last minute, he was too busy. So,
come on.
You got to talk to Lori and Corey Cole. Okay, that's awesome. That's amazing.
They're amazing. They were so much fun. Twice, actually. We've had them on twice. And yeah, they're incredible to talk to.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we had them on our game design panel last year, and that was really amazing, and it was really great to kind of talk to them. Of course, I having worked for Sierra Online through Dynamics, they were people whose names I had heard, but I never actually got to meet them in person because I was in Eugene and they were down in Oakhurst whenever Sierra was still down there and before they moved to Seattle. So this is kind of some of you have kind of already answered this, but if there was a fantasy guest that you could have on your show, so who'd you have? So I think Jen has something she wants to say. I just have a feeling.
Brandon Sanderson.
Uh-huh.
Brandon Sanderson. If I had Brandon Sanderson, that would be awesome. That's the end of it. That's it.
John has been campaigning for Mark Hamill.
Does anyone know how to reach Mark Hamill? Stalkery way.
He always wants to tweet things to him like, "Stop being a stalker. We need to come in as a professional."
Okay. By the way, he has liked some of the tweets. Each time I got to screen grab it, and then I refer to him as best friend Mark Hamill.
One day he'll be on the show.
One day.
Awesome.
I'm sure he'll see this and he'll just well, what was I thinking? So
right.
How about you, Steve? You got a fish that you're trying to land?
Well, I've got those dream guys that I just don't know that I'm ever going to land. Harrison Ford would be one. And not necessarily fantasy, but I've put it up as a goal to have Paul McCartney would be the big fish.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And I can't even get close enough to stalk him. So
I'm going to give you inside info here.
Mm-hmm.
He does hang out occasionally at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you a story about what he did to one of our piano players one time. It was at the Polo Lounge, and one of the regular piano players was playing. Paul McCartney said, "Can I join you?" And he just sat down with him, and he started playing the piano for the entire lounge. It pretty much made that guy's life because it was. You should have seen the smile on his face.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, that's a heck of a story.
That's a story. That's cool.
Polo Lounge, you might find him there. Just saying.
Just hang out at the Polo Lounge looking for guests. You.
Okay, there you go.
That's what I do. So, so this one, like I say, there some of these there'll be a little bit of posers, but so what episode or your show that you've done might have caused either the greatest controversy or the greatest buzz, and not necessarily in the way that you expected?
We have a few, but I'll let them go first. Yeah. We haven't heard from Al or Nick. They'll let them go first.
As far as what, not controversy, but buzz. And again, I didn't do this just to get on here, but Neal's episode took freaking off. Like we had people listening tons of new listeners that had not heard us before. And yeah, I mean, I can't say we've ever had one that was controversial aside from one that I uploaded and realized like I completely messed up on the editing and had people on Twitter saying, oh yeah, like this song is playing through the first 2.5 minutes. I'm like, oh my God. I don't know if that's a controversy, but it certainly stopped my heart.
So Steve or Jen?
Go ahead, Jen.
I don't know if I'm going to answer this question in the right spirit of it, but I will give it my best shot. I guess
Go
I can
ahead.
say.
There are no right answers.
Pretty much almost like our entire show, The White Tower, was extremely controversial. So I guess every episode, because what we would do is we would take this story and we would put a modern feminist bent on everything. So the Wheel of Time is basically, I'm going to put it very short, a story about gender binary magic roles. And Just and I's goal was to come in there every episode and tear things up about, you know, how things could be adapted, how things could be different. Eventually we got one of the show consultants from Amazon that was listening to us. What? Yeah. Yes. So it was very interesting. They're great though. She was great. Sarah's great. But yeah, it was pretty.
Why were you nervous to answer that question?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Awesome.
Oh, well, I mean, like it was just us just being girls and fun. Like we didn't think it would be a thing because when we first it was years ago. When we first started, it was like what people like what? Like people like this stuff like listened to us and they listened to us because we came there to be antagonistic. Okay, all right. We would have commentary. Again, commentary. To go back to Neal's original question, it was a commentary about this fictional story, and we're like, okay, this would never fly in today's world. Like, could you imagine if you were going to the supermarket and Tom Maryland was acting this way, creeping on young girls, blah blah blah, and it would just get a lot of people, especially guys, that would just be like, yeah, I've always thought that, and I'm like, what? So I guess it was probably every episode. Yeah, it was pretty fun. So I don't know how that's going to hold up later, but right now it was interesting. So yeah. Anyway.
Mine's not controversial. Mine's more of a buzz. But I had a recent episode called "Before the Mouse," and it's about 100 years ago. Walt Disney was a commercial artist in Kansas City, and he taught himself how to do cartooning. And he went to a local theater and said, "I'll do these cartoons for you. If you'll put them out there and we'll do advertising and do some commentary and that sort of thing." And it was called the Laugh-O-Gram studio that he created. And now here's where that cartooning and nerding out comes in. And through this Laugh-O-Gram, it went out of business in about a year. And then he moved out to California, and he introduced the world to Friz Freeling and Iwerks and all these guys that are giant names in the early days of animation. And they all started in this building in Kansas City. And in the last days, they were all living in the building because they were all broke and they weren't making any money. And Walt had tamed this mouse that would come to his drawing board. And anyway, he named the mouse Mortimer. But then when he introduced a new character that was a mouse, he wanted to name the mouse Mortimer Mouse, but his wife thought Mortimer was a horrible name. And then they chose some other name like Mike or Michael or something like that. So
thank God for her.
Yeah. But anyway, but what probably, hashtag Disney didn't hurt getting some buzz on that.
No, did you guys remember whenever Bloom County had Mortimer Mouse on for a while? Of course, some of you might be too young to remember Bloom County back in the day, but there was a Bloom County comic strip that they actually had Mortimer coming in. It was kind of an embarrassing thing. But anyway, so I'm going to go to the nerds.
We have a few controversial things because we do something called the Nerd Dome.
Welcome to the Nerd Dome.
There is you get 16 slots So we will pick 16. Sometimes we let the audience pick a few of those, and it's randomized. So the most controversial one was 1984.
The best movie of 1984.
And if you don't know, look it up.
Oh my God.
1984 was when all of our favorite 80s movies came out.
Just a ton of amazing movies all in one year. It's incredible.
There were fights, there was tears, and I'm talking about not just from us, from the audience. There was name calling. I mean, everybody was so invested.
Right. So you pit something like Ghostbusters against what was,
I can't even remember, but it was like, stuff like, I don't remember what was in 84 right now, but it was huge. I mean, it was like Ghostbusters versus Back to the Future type stuff, or Gremlins versus, it was just Goonies. Like there was bloodshed to the point where even after the fact, that we always do the final two, we wait and we put them up for the week-long audience.
For people to vote.
There was just some.
So one thing
what ended up winning? You remember?
I don't.
Just so funny because it was such a big deal when it happened.
But I want to ask Jen, because like the Nerd Dome does what you just said, like earlier, pitting like Aragorn against Lan. Who would you think would win that fight? By the way,
this was clarified. Nerd Dome is not characters that would win fights.
Right.
Nerd Dome is who are you picking? So the live audience picks them to wait till the last two. It's not about fighting. I want to be clear about that.
Okay. So here's the two-pronged answer to that question. I like Lan more. So in Jen's personal world, I love Lan. I'm going to go for Lan. However, Aragorn is a Dunedain and has a little bit more of an oomph than a normal human being, even the King of Malkier. So I would have to say in a fight, Aragorn is going to win just because of his long life and because of his battle experience. So I know as far as stats goes, purely statistics, Aragorn's unfortunately got it. However, I think, and you know what I'm talking about, I think if Lan's going to die, he's going to do it with flair, and you know what I'm talking about.
That's right.
So there you go. That would be my answer.
So nerds, you said you had another story?
Well, I mean, it's kind of there's a lot of those.
Yeah,
like
more Nerd Domes.
Even just one of the biggest. God, there's been upsets where like one of us at some point has thrown our headset off and walked out of the room. They're all pretty controversial. You know what's funny? We actually there's a whole thing, ongoing thing about death now, because there's a thing called death pods where you basically bury your loved ones in like a
terrible
sack,
idea. Terrible,
and then
horrible.
Babe, I'm talking, and then you plant them in your garden as a tree. And I think it's a lovely gesture, and he hates it. But now, because of that, everything our audience finds is some weird death thing, like 3D printed heads with that look like your loved one with their ashes in it. That's become an ongoing controversy in the nerd kingdom.
I mean, it's just a
I'm
recipe
trying
for
to find
zombies.
who won '94. I just don't know why I can't.
I think that I've actually got a cousin that does exactly what you're talking about. They have a sort of a back to nature kind of thing that's going on, and so, but yeah, all those weird things. It's like, okay, have your relative turned into a diamond. I've seen those, and then there's have your relative. The most recent one was have your relative pressed into a vinyl record, which is so you can play your dead relative.
It's going to be a hard pass for me, Doug.
Talk about getting the last word.
Well, of course, I've told one of my nieces who is kind of into the things macabre. I said, after I die, she has full permission to use my bones and turn them into a coffee table.
By the way, you're putting your coffee on my dead mate.
New meaning to dining on ashes.
Yeah.
Coffee is better appreciated off of Neal's hip bone.
So, and by the way, I'm sorry, 82 was the best year for movies.
Oh, here we go.
Nerd Dome writes itself.
How many 82 movies were there? Because I'm telling you, we had a hard time narrowing down 84 to 6.
Dragon Slayer, Tron,
Wrath of
Khan, Poltergeist.
Yeah, but you're not beating 84. I'm telling you right now. Look at 84.
We could pit 82 movies versus 84.
No, it's 82. It's totally 82.
Aha.
Blade Runner. Blade Runner.
Our show is necessary to settle the argument.
I think I'm leaning with Neal on 82. Just hearing that list.
I mean, yeah, what you rattled off were really good, but I'm telling you, like, the totality of 84.
Do you remember whenever we had iconic 80s characters and Mikey from Goonies made it to the end and won the whole thing over John McClane?
Yeah.
It was the biggest upset we've ever had.
I call BS on that one.
Don't mess with Mikey, man.
The nerd domes are fun.
So I have a more pedantic, ordinary question this time around. So, brass tacks, what are each of you using in terms of your the gear, the software that you're using, and what platforms are you using for your streaming, podcasting, and that sort of thing? And so, does anybody want to take a first crack at that, or?
Well, we have you to blame. I mean, thank Neal. Because we were just doing a podcast when we first started with just, some cheap mics and a cheap webcam. And then you had me on a previous LockDownCon and you were using StreamYard. And that changed everything. So that's why we started doing it live, and it's much more fun live. So we're definitely using StreamYard, which we love because it's so easy to go out to Facebook and YouTube and wherever else you want to go. We tend to go just to there. And then we put everything on Anchor that blasts it out to every single podcast app there can be. Gear wise, we are now on a Blackmagic 6K pocket cam. That's why it looks so nice.
Pocket cam is big though. It's not in your pocket.
Big. It is portable. And our mics are the pod, basically the Rode pod mics, but the pod up, like the Rode Podcaster Pro or whatever. I don't know the actual name of them, but they're like $200 mics that we paired up against the Shure mics that everybody uses. And I sent out tests to every single sound person, and no one could. They kept trying to distinguish, but they all had different answers. Nobody could distinguish, so we kept the 200 instead of the 400. We also use a Rode Procaster mixer. It's really fun because you can put all your sound effects in. We just run everything through it.
That's the fact, Jack.
So that's fun. And then we basically have our ring light, and we're in a garage, so we have a lot of natural light coming in.
That was an 82 movie, by the way, right, Neal?
Wait, was it?
I believe Stripes may actually have been an 82 movie.
Oh,
so
Nice callback there.
So Jen, how about you? I see a big, gigantic honking microphone there. So what are you using there?
Probably. This is a Blue Snowball, so I mean it's kind of middle of the road. So I don't have as much material. So hopefully I'll get that soon. Right now, my only investing was in the gaming chair, which I use behind me for the gaming, for Twitch streaming as well. My hosting service is Buzzsprout, which I've collectively looked at all the different hosting services of Buzzsprout is the best by far. As far as podcasting goes, particularly like not on YouTube, I'm just using a normal Logitech webcam right now. I plan on upgrading soon, but then I think I don't want to skip your next. You have another question I think coming down the list, so I'm going to get to your next question as far as something I would recommend. I think so. I'll hold off on more on that. But yeah, what was I going to say? So yeah, I mean, my webcam's just pretty simple right now until I can upgrade. The most important thing is because I haven't been doing video until recently. I didn't start doing video until like 2 weeks ago. So we're talking extremely, extremely recent. So right now, I thought I would have time before, but I don't. I've got some new LED lights that I'm going to put up behind me. You'll probably see that on my next Twitch stream. That's my project this weekend. And then, what was I going to say? Yeah, definitely some more video upgrade because I've just started to get into that. But audio was my thing for years. So this is just a regular boom mounted mic and pop filter that I'm using right now. So yeah.
Just because I know that's a question asked a lot, which is for podcasts and who should host. And you said Buzzsprout, and you've done a lot of research. So I'd be curious why you say Buzzsprout, because I love Anchor. It's free. It's super organized. It's super easy to use. Be curious why you found Buzzsprout to be the best in your endeavors?
Well, I wasn't using Buzzsprout at first. My co-host was doing everything like seriously for me. So when I decided to go to my own, I had to do it all by myself. And so I spent a lot of time, actually, my partner, Chris, he spent like quite a bit of time. Buzzsprout is free too, but what I really like about it is it's easy to do chapter markers. So if they have that integrated as far as their service to where if like you need to put like a link or a certain image to certain thing in your podcast, it makes it extremely easy to break down. They partner with Autorai for transcription. So one of the longest and hardest things to do for podcasting for me to make it accessible is I do, unfortunately, a lot of the transcription by hand. So making the accessible part of that is easy with Buzzsprout. Also, what she was using instead of Buzzsprout, I forget what we were using. I'm so sorry. I should know, but we were using another free website. I apologize. We were using another free website, and what they didn't immediately broadcast to was Amazon, like the Amazon like Music and Pandora. Buzzsprout is one of the few free services that will automatically go to those two things. And the reason why to me that's big is because I know a lot of people listen to podcasts in their cars.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
and and I noticed that with cars, at least for a certain time with the manufacturers for certain years, came standard equipped with Pandora and cars systems. So I know that it's just easier a lot to integrate for a lot of different people, depending on whether they use iTunes or Spotify, because that's another hurdle you have to go through. And I don't even want to go into the fact that if you're starting podcasting, you have to, even if you don't have like anything iMac or anything like that, you're going to have to get that, because everything pretty much goes through iTunes first, and then all the other like podcasting services kind of pick up on that, and then of course you do Spotify and Google Podcasts and stuff differently. But that's difficult, especially if you're not like an iMac user or an iPhone user like me. I'm a commoner and that only use Android stuff. So that was a difficult hurdle. But yeah, anyway, getting back to that, I like Buzzsprout because if you don't want to put in a video, which I wasn't using for a long time, like I said, like I'm new to this, Buzzsprout makes it easy for it just to use your image art and to do a visual soundbite, so you can broadcast it in an easy way against if you want to do something like an Instagram or something to promote your post.
Nice.
It has that even if you don't do video stuff at first. Like I wasn't using that. I was just using my show clip art. Well, now I'm upgrading to that, but that's very recent. Like I'm saying, like in 2 weeks. So forgive me on that. So yeah, as far as just audio goes, I would definitely go with Buzzsprout. In my personal opinion, it might not be good for everybody. So that's why I say it.
Well, that's why we're asking for opinions. So.
Okay. Sorry.
So Al or Nick?
That's really interesting. We're going through Podbean. We started 4 years ago, and it's not free, at least because most of our episodes end up over an hour long, and to have the audio quality decently high, you have to pay for the storage or whatever to upload larger files. Anyway, what made Podbean easy for us as far as a distributor is that, again, it's another one of those like click of a button, you instantly go to all the major podcast consumption feeds. Once you set it up, that's a bit of a pain, but once you set it up, you just do your show, and it's kind of fire and forget. You can also set up like auto notifications for Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, I believe, mainly because up to this point, aside from special occasions, we're primarily an audio element, though I'm starting to look at options for us to start getting into video. I have better cameras. They're sitting here that I haven't used. So it's just me trying to find the best way for us to do that in a way that makes sense. But generally with just an audio podcast, Podbean works great. I have a Blue Yeti mic, and Audacity is my big editing software because that is free. And I mean, if you want to go the free route, I can't recommend it highly enough. It's, for me, again, from somebody who grew up in radio, like I love the idea of like starting off our show with like some of the funny clips. In the intro song, you'll hear like something funny that happened on the show for a 5-second clip as the song plays, and just stuff like that. Audacity, once you understand how to use it, makes it really, really easy to do. And I can't recommend it enough. I mean, just decent audio equipment. You don't have to go crazy. Like if you want to just get into this stuff, like get a decent mic, get a decent setup. Video, don't ask me. I'm still exploring, and it's going to be an awful mess while I get that going. I'll work with Nick on that. He's way better in the video field than me.
I would say for new people who are really getting into doing a podcast, one of the things I recommend is going live, because editing your podcast, as I'm sure all these guys who edit can attest, is so time consuming. And I just was over it. I was like, we're not doing it anymore. I'm done. Going live, because then the audience knows anything that happens, anything weird.
Yeah, we don't have to cut it out.
So you don't have to worry about it. Yep, we just put it out into the world. And it's great with StreamYard, because you have guests and stuff. You just can bring them in. As you can see with what Neal's doing now, you can bring them out in and out so easy. Yep. But you guys are paying for Podbean. I listen to my stuff on Podbean because I'm an Android user, but I would look at Anchor, because then you can do it for free and it still goes to everywhere.
Oh, it's in my head. Trust me, I've got homework after this.
I don't know how any of these places are getting away with people paying anymore when there's so many free options.
So, Steve, how about you? What are you working with?
As far as the platform, I use Libsyn, and at the time, part of my thought was, Anchor is free. Why is it free? This can't last. Oh my God. I just want to make this decision once and forget about it, which is kind of what I did. And the price was right. And I will agree, free sounds pretty right too. But I came in, like I said, did a lot of things the wrong way. Came in cheap. I had a few mics. I was in the music realm before this, so I had cords and mics and different things, and here we go. And I know that there are a lot of people. I listen to some podcast shows where they all talk about their mics, and it's some sort of name and all these numbers and all this sort of stuff. And I would tell you that I've got a silver mic up there, and it's a Sennheiser, and it's something that my oldest son, who's also in the music biz, he didn't like me. I was using a Blue Snowball or something, and I don't think I was using it correctly. So he shows up with this and goes, "Start talking through this," and so that's how I got that. So I'm not a giant techie. But one thing I would have to say, and I'm not trying to pick a fight about the editing.
Fight.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, just people who do live podcasts are lazy.
Let's fight about it, because the truth is, it's for us. It's so boring to just talk to each other. It's so much more fun to be live and interacting with the audience and drawing them in. I would get bored doing a recorded podcast every week where we're just talking to each other.
The editing,
we do that every day.
Yeah, the editing caused a lot of fighting, because it was like, you do it.
Yeah, I think with a co-host and the banter back and forth, I can sure see doing that live. Really, one of the things that I do all the work on mine, and I enjoy the editing because I'm an idiot. And but what I tell myself is I'm producing a magazine article. This is a writing, and it's a step beyond writing. So to me, this is sort of a magazine article that you can kind of go back to. So that's the beauty about podcasts. There's a million different ways to do it. It's still so open and democratic, and and that's why I enjoy it.
Accessible, yeah.
See, I'm a whole lot like Steve in that regard, in as much as that I started off in radio. My first real job was working in radio. And back I didn't actually speak in my normal voice back in the day, because I feel like I sound like Mickey Mouse ordinarily. So it'd be like, talking to my dad, drop the register down here. You're on a classic rock songs, 107.7 KRXO. And, these really ridiculous kind of voice that we wear. But I got very used to very polished, very produced sounding stuff. And so the reason why I think it's kind of something that stops me from doing a regular podcast is exactly for that reason, is the fact that I want it to be perfect. I want it to be nice and get rid of all the ums and ahs and the weird ellipses and the cat running across the room and that kind of stuff.
It stops a lot of people, but it's never going to be perfect. I don't, even though Steve probably puts in a lot of time to make it as perfect as possible. I'm going to assume, Steve, you would say it's still never perfect.
Oh, heck no. Have you heard me speak?
You got to just do it.
Yeah. Well,
You're holding your gifts back from the world, Neal. You're holding your gifts back.
Yeah,
see, my response to that is LockDownCon, which is all live, and of course, so many people have, whenever I talked about doing the first one, and then we were doing this year, says, well, you're pre-recording it, right? Sort of like Comic-Con. I said no, because first of all, if people want to ask questions, they can't do that, because I said, honestly, if you're going to have a panel, the best thing is having the opportunity for people to ask you questions and everything else. Speaking of which, I'm trying to see if I have any questions sitting over here to the right. We have some comments, but not really any questions. So, we're actually up against our time here. So what I need to actually do is go ahead and go through and just tell us, where we can find your show and all that kind of good stuff. So, Jen?
So I'm very easy everywhere. One of the things that took the longest was finding a show name that I could just have everywhere, the same thing, because that gets difficult. People take domains all the time. So it's Goldie Thoughts, Goldey Thoughts, all one word. It's on TikTok, Insta, Facebook, Twitch. My podcast show's name is that if you type in anywhere you listen. I have my YouTube channel. So email Goldie Thoughts. So it's all the same, integrated everywhere.
And we did the same thing. We made sure you could do it the same thing everywhere. So when we just rebranded, we're at Nerd Couple Show everywhere. Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Okay. Al and Nick.
Yeah, it's the same here at the Retro Rents. And we, pimp out our own Twitter names at the end of the show at Retro Rents Al, at Black Eagle Ops for Nick. But yeah, we are on pretty much any podcast medium that's out there. You can find us on iTunes, Google Play, whatever's out there. I just check the little boxes anytime a new one appears.
The vending machine shows up.
You'd probably find us in Redbox somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, no, we're easy to find. Just at the Retro Rents if you want to hit us up on Twitter. And yeah, look forward to hanging out with you.
I'll be listening to it on my toaster this afternoon. So yeah. Steve,
the internet of things.
I'm on all the major platforms, Spotify, Apple, all that jazz. My website is withinpodcast.com. So see, I didn't do it right. I got to go fix that if I can. Sometime, I don't know, I'm a little afraid of this, but I do want to argue with the nerd couple.
I'm glad we're inciting this. This is good.
Gonna have the best nerd dome ever.
So it's like you and I are going on. It's going to be 84 versus 82. Yes! I'm old enough to remember older 82. Damn it!
Yes.
So
Neal and I paid $2 to get into those movies in 82, and we remember them all.
Once you listen, they're going to be hard to beat. I'm telling you.
Since you stream it, I will be lurking in that show to watch that.
Participate.
Well, that's about it for now for this panel. I'm always sorry to have to let go of my panelists and let them go on their merry ways back in the world. I'd keep you all in a fishbowl if I could. But anyway, thank you so much for dropping in and spending your afternoon with me. And of course, I will be, hopping by each one of your shows and harassing you whenever possible. And thank you again so much for being with us.
We look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And so coming up, we have our final event for the day. We don't have a panel. We have a music act. My good friend Gabriel Valentin of Digital Lizards will be hopping on here in about 5 minutes. And we're going to have some music from Gabe. And again, his stuff is really cool and awesome. I think he's had a new album. He was with us last year. It was our musical act last year. But I think he's actually had some new stuff come out since then. fun. And so we'll be back in about 5 minutes with Gabe and Digital Lizards. And say stay tuned. Hello, hello. We are here for our last event of the day. We've had an amazing day of panels and some really amazing guests. I've had a great deal of fun. Of course, we are broadcasting here from my office, which is a converted garage. So we hit about 100 degrees during one of our panels, and so I was kind of melting down. So I apologize for that. But our last event was we're going to have a musical act. We have Gabe Valentin from Digital Lizards. He's a good bud of mine, and he was with us last year for LockDownCon, and I'm just super happy that he's going to be able to join us again here for LockDownCon. And so, Gabe, good to see you again. Glad to see that you got through the pandemic.
Yeah, man, how's it going?
Going pretty good. And so it looks like you're going to be broadcasting from your car today for us.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a weird day, but you know we got to keep it. We got to keep a good vibe. So a little bit of a last minute crisis, and
all right, well,
it's all good. You're here to play some good songs and hopefully put some smiles on some people's faces. So.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you take it away, man. All right.
All right.
Bye bye.
Good to see you, Neal.
Good to see you, man.
All right, buddy. All right, this is a little song. This is Digital Lizards of Doom, unplugged on all platforms. In my van, you can't get more indie musician artist life than this. And sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches. And for me personally, I like to lean on music when I'm feeling down and I'm feeling low. So this song is about that and just letting things be the way they are and, you know, rolling with the punches. So here we go. You don't bother me, babe. You don't bother me, no, not at all. Not at all. Whoa. And you might keep your distance. You might get the creeps, but babe, that's all. Babe, that's all. Whoa. And so you belong to someone else, but they left you all alone. Show me how to chill you to the bone. 'Cause let's pretend it's Halloween. We'll get dressed up, we'll scratch and scream. My love can't be severed. I'm gonna keep you here forever. And you upset the balance. All that's good inside me, that's not all. That's not all. Whoa. And you belong to someone else, but they left you all alone. All I want is wrapped around your bones. And let's pretend it's Halloween. We'll get dressed up, we'll scratch and scream. My love can't be severed. I'm gonna keep you here forever. Oh no, my love, you can't crawl away from me. And no, my love, you can't crawl away from me. And no, my love, you can't crawl away from me. 'cause we had fun. More this time, more than we ever did. We had fun. More this time, more than we ever did. We had fun. More this time, more than we ever did. We had fun. More this time, more than we ever did. More than we ever did. So let's pretend it's Halloween. We'll get dressed up, we'll scratch and scream. My love can't be severed. I'm gonna keep you here, keep you here. Now let's pretend it's Halloween. We'll get dressed up, we'll scratch and scream. My love can't be severed. I'm gonna keep you here forever. I'm gonna keep you here forever. I'm gonna keep you here forever. Thank you guys for listening. Here's another love song. Left field kind of love song. Most of my songs are about love and monsters and horror movies. Come on over, don't be shy, don't look away. I mean it, you've done something to my heart. I need to know, am I okay? The fascination grows into a bold and alarming state. Poison, pints, and envy, 'cause all my friends are empty. And I've got my boots on, and you've got your love song. Away like a time bomb, set to fall in love. You gotta push on me, 'cause baby I'm slipping, yeah. So now we're running out of time. The moon is gone, the sun's alive. Must you go? Leave me behind if you exist. Be free tonight. The fascination grows into a bold and alarming state. Tell me how to find you. I'll be waiting by Monster Lagoon. And I've got my boots on. You've got your love songs. Away like a time bomb, set to fall in love. You gotta push on me, 'cause baby I'm slipping, yeah. And it took but 40 weeks to fall into this well of frightening things. Now the monsters want our life, the light we need to get back home, away from where the monsters go. Just hold my hand and pillow close, and I I've got my boots on, and you've got your love song. Wait like a time bomb, set to fall in love. You gotta push on me, 'cause baby I'm slipping, yeah. 'Cause you gotta push on me, 'cause baby I'm slipping, yeah. Most of my songs are about, like I said, monsters and haunts and creepies and crawlies and all those things. But that doesn't sound good. But every once in a while, there we go. Every once in a while, we have. I make a little bit more upbeat, something that's not entirely about creepy, crawly things. And this is one of those songs. The song is called "Tall Glass of Wine." She's with the governor. She makes time for all of the guys. Yeah. The intellectual, stay at home, creative type. I may not have the class, and I don't carry paperback dimes. No. But I woke up this morning with a smile and a tall glass of wine. And I'm still screaming at you, please don't make me go home. Please don't make me go home today. 'Cause I've been thinking a lot about this. Please don't make me go home. They don't love you like I do, babe. 'Cause I've been thinking a lot about this. And with no common sense, I just laid there in bed with your Rockefeller love. How could I stay awake? And the man of the year has his pistol and beer, and he's running down the hall now, screaming my name, and I say, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I say, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. We both take Mondays off, but that's because the governor cries. He's not the brightest, you know, but his best friend's FBI. I may not have the class, and I don't carry paperback dimes. Oh no. But I woke up this morning with a smile and a tall glass of wine. And I'm still screaming at you, please don't make me go home. Please don't make me go home today. 'Cause I've been thinking a lot about this. Please don't make me go home. They don't love you like I do, babe. 'Cause I've been thinking a lot about this. And with no common sense, I just laid there in bed with your Rockefeller love. How could I stay away? And the man of the year has his pistol and beer, and he's horning down the hall now, screaming my name, and I said, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. And I said, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Na, 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 na. 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 And with no common sense, I just lay there in bed with your Rockefeller love. How could I stay away? And the man of the year has his pistol and beer, and he's running down the hall now, screaming my name, and I said, yeah. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. And I said, yeah. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. La, 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 la. Thank you to everyone who's listening right now. Got a couple more little doodads for you.
We're all happily listening. You're doing a great job, better than I would be doing in a hot car. I'm worried about you melting down there, dude. I said I'm worried about you melting down in the car there, dude. I'd be burning up if I were you. But
I'm a little sweaty, but you know the show must go on, man. I'm just honored to be invited back for LockDownCon. You know, so.
Well, you have a standing invitation with us.
Yeah, man, it's been cool so far. I mean, it's we need more stuff like this, and you know, last year was just such a nightmare. I don't think there's anyone who disagrees with us on that. So
No.
Yeah, man, it's very important to me. You know, like I said before, I don't want to go into today or what happened in my own personal life today. It's been a crazy day. It's been a hard day, but you know, it's very important to me, for me, to put out those good vibes and to keep the show going. And we need more art. We need more music. We need more comics and more positive people in the world. So, you know, it's very important to me to be here, even if it's in the back of my van, sweating like hell. It's important, man. It's very important for me to be here. So thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of it. And I'll play a couple more songs and
all right,
probably go to 5:30 if that's okay. Do like
okay. That sounds just fine for me. So I'll get back out of your way here or whatever, and let you do it. But we're just like I say, we're listening and really enjoying here. So
awesome. Thank you, brother.
All right.
Thank you. So this is a favorite of mine. I'm a huge Jurassic Park fan and science fiction fan in general, but I love Jurassic Park. So this song ties into the graphic novel that I wrote, but also it's a big homage to Jurassic Park and what was going on in the mind of a Jurassic Park employee as John Hammond. If you don't know, John Hammond is the one who created Jurassic Park. He's the eccentric billionaire who creates Jurassic Park and figures all that stuff out. What's going on in his mind as they create this park of dinosaurs and all these people getting eaten. So I wrote a song about it, and it sounds a lot cheerier than the context, but it's called Rectually Frustrated, and it goes like this. make 100 million digging for bones. I wanna drive you down, down until we go. I wanna drive you down, down until we go back to the Java Bean house where we make coffee and love. I wanna drive you down, down until we go. I'm so tired of fossils, I don't care. I'm so tired of sediment in my hair. I wanna be a little bum down by the beach, wearing nothing but a derby cap and drinking something. I think I misunderstood. Oh baby, what did you say? You wanna rock me like a dinosaur on Meteor Day? 'Cause I'm packed up, so baby, can we go? We could make 100 million digging for bones. I wanna drive you down, down until we go. I wanna drive you down, down until we go back to the Java Bean house where we make coffee and love. I wanna drive you down, down until we go. I'm so tired of fossils, I don't care. I'm so tired of settlement in my hair. I wanna be a little bum down by the beach, wearing nothing but a derby cap and drinking something. I think I misunderstood. Now baby, what did you say? You wanna rock me like a dinosaur on Meteor Day? So baby, can we go? We can make 100 million digging bones. I wanna drive you down, down until we go. I wanna drive you down, down until we go back to the Java Bean house where we make coffee and love. I wanna drive you down, down until we go. I'm so tired of fossils, I don't care. I'm so tired of settling in my hair. I wanna be a little bum down by the beach, wearing nothing but a derby cap and drinking something. I think I misunderstood. Now baby, what did you say? You wanna rock me like a dinosaur on Meteor Day? I think I misunderstood. Now baby, what did you say? You wanna rock me like a dinosaur on Meteor Day? All right, I think I have a couple more. And this next one is from an album that's not currently out yet. So it solely exists in a recording studio on a hard drive, and mostly in my head. But we'll see how much I can get through, because it's this one has a lot of lyrics. So. And here we go. This is our license to hang out. Sidewalk cabarets. I can feel. Bring me no comments. La da 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 da. Let's get down to business. Pirate cats, stop that pancakes. You don't need anyone else's. La da 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 da. Spaceships and protons and pineapples and robots. This is all we want today. Just spaceships and pineapples and robots. Come on now, let's get And I know you're the one, 'cause you're so artsy-fartsy. And you know we'll have fun, 'cause goblins like to party, because spaceships and protons, pineapples and robots, this is all we want today. All we want today. Spaceships, protons, pineapples and robots, this is all we want today. 'Cause spaceships and protons, pineapples and robots, this is all we want today. All we want today. All we want today. All we want today. A little fun one. I like to think of that one as like my like the introduction to like a 90s animated kids show. That one's definitely inspired by some of my favorite 90s kids shows. All right. Let's do a fun one here. This one's called Betsy Babe the Fashion Queen, and Betsy Babe the Fashion Queen makes her very first official appearance, her debut, if you will, in our next graphic novel that's coming out right now. You can pre-order it right now and at Dizzy Doom Media on Instagram or DLODworld.com or DizzyDoomMedia.com, at DLOD World on Twitter, Facebook, all the things. And this song is about Betsy Babe, the Fashion Queen, inspired by the very famous clothing designer. And she makes her first appearance in a DLOD book. She's mentioned in book 1, but she makes an appearance in book 2 and plays a pretty important role for the main character. So check this one out. This is Betsy Babe, the Fashion Queen. Betsy, it's your birthday night, wrapped up in a bow that says please be mine. Betsy, it's your birthday night, wrapped up in a bow that says please be mine. And can I get a little piece of that Betsy Babe tonight? Oh, Betsy Babe tonight. 'Cause Betsy is the fashion queen. She can make it round with the study to a dream. Betsy, it's your birthday night, wrapped up in a bow that says please be mine. And Betsy, it's your birthday night. We can have a fun in the clubs tonight. But you wanna open the doors, we can have it up with the right on Betsy, Betsy Babe. Right on Betsy, Betsy Babe. Right on Betsy, Betsy Babe. Oh, right on Betsy, Betsy Babe. Oh, right on Betsy, Betsy Babe. Betsy loves the rock and roll noise, but she don't mess around with the microphone boys. Betsy, I'm in love with your voice. Tell me where to go and I'll pack up my toys. Ooh, fashion queen, but she can make it cool every studded jewel tree. Betsy's got the stuff you need. I can play it cool with my microphone. Yeah. Right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Oh, right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Oh, right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Oh, yeah, right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Oh, right on, Betsy, Betsy, baby. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me in my van. It is smoldering, and I hope you guys are sitting somewhere cool, sipping on a cocktail. If you don't drink alcohol, a virgin cocktail, but I hope you guys are somewhere cool, having a good time, and enjoying LockDownCon. Neal, what's up, man?
So yeah, I'm going to be enjoying moving to someplace a little cooler after this is over with. Whenever I'm broadcasting, I've got the air conditioning off in here. It hit like 100 degrees in here earlier today, and so I was just dying. Yeah. So, but anyway, it's a little bit better at the moment. But anyhow, but where you're at is you're basically sitting in a glass house, so it's probably as bad or worse there. But anyway, I do appreciate you. Coming in and playing for us and working with what you got there for the moment. But I did want to offer an opportunity just for you. So you mentioned a little bit. Just tell us maybe a little bit more about your comic book, because that was one of the reasons I love having you here is because you do more than music. You're a comic creator, and so could you give us just a high level view real quick about Digital Lizards?
Yeah, absolutely. So Digital Lizards of Doom is just this massive love letter to pop culture and just comic books, sci-fi, swords and sorcery, horror, science fiction, all of the things. And it's even down to the name Digital Lizards of Doom is an homage in itself to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which is something that has had a huge influence on my life. So yeah, like everything inside the book is an homage. It is its own story, but it's very much this adventure for people like myself, for fans that grew up with just loving the stuff that makes these cons like LockDownCon possible, and Comic-Con in San Diego, and just all of these things that we love. So each character in the book represents a different level of pop culture. So, for example, Commander Echo is he's like 1950s, 1960s science fiction, robots taking over the world. Dizzy Doom represents like American indie comics, and Wardy Morta, she represents the age of magic and the sorceress and all that stuff. Cat Rock is a cyborg cat pirate, and he kind of represents the more I guess steampunk, swashbuckling, high seas adventure stories, and they go on and on. We have there's a little bit in there for everyone. Dana Deathley, one of my favorite characters, she represents the Japanese and manga styles of songwriting and storytelling, and so there's a lot of that in there, and it's just a fun time. It's a book series where anyone can come and enjoy it, and no matter what you like, there's something in there for you. We got Star Wars references, I know a lot of D&D references. It's just a laugh out loud fun time. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, please come and find me at dlodworld.com. You can sign up right now for our newsletter, and you get all our music for free for signing up, and some updates on our books and some sneak peeks of the stuff we have coming out soon. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's good stuff. I mean, we've got your first book, and now you've still got a Kickstarter going for your second one now. Is that right? Or
yeah. So we have our Kickstarter, which is going currently, and that'll be wrapping up July 15th. So if you would like to support, please, it's just kickstarter.com/DizzyDoomMedia. Or you can type in Kickstarter. I think the fastest way to do it is just type in Kickstarter, Digital Lizards of Doom, Kickstarter on Google, and it'll come up right away. Or like I said, just go to our Instagram page or any of that stuff. We have the link to our Kickstarter everywhere. So
okay.
Yeah, come and find us.
All
We're
right.
gonna have some fun together.
Okay. Well, thank you again for dropping in and sharing your music and your comics and everything else. And like I say, we're really happy to have you last year and thrilled that you were able to come with us, come see us again this year. If we're insane enough to try to do this again next year, whatever, you definitely have an invitation back.
Yes.
So anyway, you have a great day. I'm hoping that maybe sometime now that we're almost out of this pandemic stuff, that you and I can get together and hang out in person, because it's been a while. So, but you take care, bud, and you take care, and we'll be talking one way or another soon.
Definitely, man. Tell everyone on your side I said hi and bye.
I will.
You guys are doing well and thriving in this crazy time, and just keep your energy up, keep your vibes up, and I can't wait to have a drink with you soon, man.
That sounds awesome. You take care. And that concludes our official programming for Saturday, our first day of LockDownCon. I hope that you've enjoyed all of the amazing stuff that we've had today. I really personally enjoyed it, and I think most of our panelists did. And so, well, hopefully they all did. But anyhow, this was, of course, just day one. We will be back tomorrow with day 2 of LockDownCon. So the panels that we've got lined up for you tomorrow is we start off at 1 p.m. With a panel about comics, and we've got some amazing people on that panel. Jeffrey Thorne, who's a good buddy of mine, but he is the writer on one of the writers on Green Lantern these days, and Ann Toole. For Horizon Zero Dawn, John Jennings, who will be back, who was, of course, with us earlier today on a Greenwood panel. And, of course, he recently has the book Across the Tracks, but he's got a bunch of other stuff, too. Nancy Holder from Mary Shelley Presents Tales of the Supernatural. Caden Phoenix is a young lady who has a great comic book, Ala Brava, Universe of Latina Superheroes. It's getting a lot of buzz right now. And then, of course, John Zur-Platten, who is another one of my narrative design buddies, but he has a new comic called Saint Mercy. Followed that at 2 o'clock, we've got 3 ladies that are going to be coming in and talking to us about getting that novel done. And we'll be talking about, the pitfalls of writing, and how do you keep from getting stuck, and how do you keep moving, how do you keep motivated. And so that's Desiree Duffy, Nev March, and Zara Altair, and all of them are experienced writers and have amazing stuff that they've written, and I think we'll have a lot of positive things to share with us tomorrow. 3 p.m., the Universal Appeal of Horror. We have Miguel Rodriguez from the Horrible Imaginings Film Festival, Michelle Renee Lane, who was, of course, on our writing panel, or on our novel panel at the beginning of the day. Nancy Holder will be back for that one, and Jim Phillips, who's from the Skype of Cthulhu. And we're just going to be talking about what is it about horror? Why do people enjoy it? What keeps them fascinated? And what are the different sort of shadings of horror? what varieties are out there, and what makes it a little bit different across cultures, across time, and that sort of thing. And then our final panel, since we started with a game-related panel today for our kickoff panel, we're going to close with a game-related panel. And this one is going to be the score composing for games. And so if you're interested in writing music for games or how that process works, we're going to have Tony Manfredona, who, of course, is currently working with Call of Seregnar, who, again, a link back to Damjan, who was on our indie panel, and again, he's the designer of Call of Seregnar, but his composer Tony Manfredona will be with us, and then Dan Polakar. He did the music for Empire of Sin, but he also is a composer for the Crimson Diamond, which is designed by one of the designers we had with our at the beginning of our day, so Julia Minamata. Anyway, those gentlemen will be stopping in with us and kind of cracking the door open and letting us see what the process is like about making music for games. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in and spending watching me sweat, but spending time listening to all these wonderful people. I really want to thank all of the panelists who participated with us here today. Just wonderful, fantastic, insightful things from all of them. And I really appreciate all of them coming and sharing their wisdom and their time with us. And we will see you tomorrow morning. Programming officially starts at 1. I will probably check in at about 12:30 just to do some technical tests to make sure that we're going out there, and to welcome all of you to our second day. Have a good evening or good night or good morning, depending on where you might be watching for. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.